What's going on, everybody? This is Steven Eider here with Gate City Sports Channel. And, man, I got an exciting live stream to bring to y'all today. I got a couple of other content creators that cover Philadelphia Eagles, some Sixers, stuff like that, content with me. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to give these guys a chance to introduce themselves. So I'm going to go ahead and start with my guy to my right. Go ahead, Alkabeer. Let everybody know who you are.
Yep, I'm Alkabeer The Analyst. Talk Eagles, but I talk other NFL teams. So basically my content is NFL. I upload other videos as well, training camp videos. I upload a lot of videos about Nick Sirianni. But yeah, that's what I do.
All right, my name's Mitch Kofsky. I've been doing YouTube off and on for 6 years. I cover Eagles, Sixers, mainly just Philly aspect, and I just go live and hang out with my people and just like chill and watch games with you guys. That's basically me.
All right, guys. So just so everyone knows, Philly Jim will be along. He had some technical issues, and right before we hit live, he had to jump off, guys. But he'll be back on in a minute, guys. Unfortunately, Bashir Randall had something pop up, guys. So we'll have to catch. We'll link up with Bashir again on another live, man. I'll be going on Bashir's channel here soon, guys. So you guys will see me on Bashir's channel not too much longer from now, and we'll get him back here, guys. No problem. All right, y'all. So while we kind of wait for Philly Jim to get back in, guys, let's just go ahead and let's start off with let's give the people what they want, guys. Let's start off with a little bit of a conversation starter, if you will. We know we signed 7 undrafted rookie free agents. We know we have a roster that is underneath change. We're going through changes, right? If you guys had to make a projection, if you had to make a pick, is there anyone that could be from an undrafted rookie free agent to a late round pick to just an underdog in general you think could actually make the 2021 roster, the opening 53, or at worst is going to be a practice squad guy that by the end of the season is called up onto the active roster? I'll let you go first, Alkabeer, with that one.
Got to go with Grimes. I think that's more the easy, simple answer right there. Grimes, big guy. We seen what he did to Patrick Surtain. Kid can play, and I think he takes J.J. Arcega-Whiteside's spot. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside has to go, but I believe that will be his replacement, and he will make the roster. I believe he will.
All right. Well, I'm kind of stuck between Grimes and Nate Meters. We just picked him up yesterday. I've been seeing some tape over at UCLA. He's got some game. I know he's a little small. He's like 5'11", $194, but if he makes it for a cornerback competition, I'll be like, dude, an undrafted guy going from team to team, practice squad. It's a great story in my eyes. So I got to go with Nate Meters here.
Oh, wow. That's a Mitch, man. That's a whoo. Mitch came out with the immediate upset of the day, man. He went Nate Meters. So let me ask you some question, Mitch. What in particular about Nate Meters, like when you look at him and you look at his prospects of making it, like, what is it about that particular? Like, is it more so about the position group? Is it more so about the player? Is it more so about, coaching staff? Like what puts him on the roster for you?
For me, it's actually a mixture of all three, but I got to go with his experience with Zimmerman and Gannon over in Minnesota. I mean, he's got the fit for a Gannon system, so that's a plus. And I just got to go with it, just a cornerback competition. I'd love to see a guy to go through everybody, be underlooked. And then, you know what? Here he is. And I wouldn't say top 2 spot, but maybe like a 3 or 4 for the cornerback spot just to, get him some minutes or play time. Sorry, talking basketball. And then see what the kid can do.
Right, he's about 5'10", like around that size,
yeah,
5'10", 5'11". It's just that we got a lot of corners that size. I think Michael Jacquet, I still believe in him in some way, somehow. Because at some point we got to blame Jim Schwartz's scheme, the way he played and the way the corners played. So I think he can be that big corner that we need because we got a lot of corners that's 5'10", 5'9". That's why I'm not really big on Steven Nelson that much. The more I look at him, I was watching a Buffalo game. He was getting targeted a lot. I seen him get his boots smoked, Steven Nelson. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I think he's just too undersized, and our next big corner is Michael Jacquet.
That was
That's
actually
just
my
me.
second guy. That was my second guy. So,
Yeah.
So on the topic, Alkabeer. So you brought up the topic. Let me speak plain English here, guys. You brought up the topic of Michael Jacquet. This is a really interesting name in Philadelphia Eagles circles because some people really feel like, hey, man, like you're sleeping on this kid. This kid was tasked with an impossible task late in the season. I mean, this guy had to like immediately stepping in and he's covering D-Hop, DeAndre Hopkins. Like that's not exactly a fair ask. And then he turns around, he's playing a completely different type of receiver that's very underrated, and Michael Gallup. And Michael Gallup cooked him. I thought he played really good against D-Hop, but I thought Michael Gallup absolutely cooked him in the Dallas game. So let me ask you a question, man. I know you said that you feel like that's a guy that, you know, because of the size, right? He's got that Gannon size profile that we've seen from some of the players that were in Minnesota and some of the players that were coming out of Indianapolis. I mean, what are you projecting, man? What do you think Gannon could do? Or in Denard Wilson, I believe, is the secondary coach. What do you think they could do with a guy like Michael Jacquet? Do you think this is a back of the roster guy? Are you just projecting him like, hey, man, he's like 4th, 5th corner? Or are you saying like this dude might have legit snaps?
He might have legit snaps. I was just reading a rumor that Eagles trying to make a big splash. The only big splash I want to see is for another corner, but I believe he has the size. I think Darius Slay is 6 foot, but I think he's just bigger and stronger than Avonte Mattis. Avonte Mattis be there, but he just not big enough. And I feel as though that Jonathan Gannon, I like what he did with Xavier Rhodes. I like to use that as an example all the time. I thought Xavier Rhodes was done. He goes to the Colts, gets under Jonathan Gannon's system, and he puts him in the right position to win. And I feel as though Jonathan Gannon can see something in Jacquet and put him in the right position. Maybe I think Jonathan Gannon runs cover 3 a lot. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. He runs a lot of zone, whereas though I think Jim Schwartz was running a lot of man and one safety help. That's not going to help your young guy a lot. So that's what caused him to get cooked by D-Hop or the Cowboys. Cowboys got 3 wide receivers, and the Cowboys' chemistry to beat us was, well, don't throw it towards Darius Slay. And I feel as though that can happen. That's why I had us projecting to lose to the Falcons. But maybe I'm bringing up topics, but that's why I had us losing to the Falcons as well, because they have weapons too, especially if Julio Jones stayed.
Yeah, that's true. That's kind of the tricky part about talking about our secondary. And we're talking about the undrafted rookie free agents. Meters was, he was an undrafted rookie free agent like a couple of years ago, and now he's kind of coming around, and we've seen that. They're kicking they're kicking up some interest in Obi right now. Obi Melifonwu, who's the older brother of Ifeatu Melifonwu from Syracuse. Big kid, man, 6'4", 224 pounds, primarily a free safety in college, but he did play just a teeny tiny bit, guys, of outside corner in the NFL. Like he doesn't have a large sample size of film to break down, to be honest, guys. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, Obi Melifonwu, he's a long shot. Even he's a long shot to kind of make the roster, to be honest. But that's a guy I would love to see the Eagles take a chance on. A guy to be brought in, former 2nd round pick. He's got physical, statures that you just don't get from like other players. Like you don't find many 6'4", 224 guys running a 4.4 flat 40. You don't find guys moving around the way this guy can move, man. The guy's got like 33 inch, like his reach is like 33 inches, guys. His wingspan's like 78 inches. Like that's a big dude, man. And he played free, so we know he's got a little bit of ranginess. I don't think his lateral speed is as impressive as his vertical speed, to be honest. But I would be interested in Obi. I won't lie, man. That would be a guy that I would personally, if I had a choice, that'd be a guy that I would take a shot on. What did you guys think about Obi? About the Eagles working him out and the possibility of signing him?
I'm probably going to repeat everything that you just said. Big guy.
That's exactly what I was.
Yeah, you can move him to the CB2 basically immediately. The kid can play. That's all I can really say. We need a big guy on the other side. And somebody Jonathan Gannon can develop.
How old is he again? I'm drawing a blank.
He's in his 20s. I mean, he got drafted like back in 2016. I think he was a younger guy still. I mean, like he's kind of like, I'll give you an interesting corner, since I did title this about the secondary guys. I'll give you an interesting corner. And I'll ask you guys yours. Hey, Boys for Life, man. I wrote down your email, man. I'll get in touch with you, bro. We'll get something scheduled, man. So what what I think could be an interesting fit, and I don't know what his health is, guys. I'm just going to say that outright. I don't know how healthy this guy is. He might be completely gone at this point. But I really like the physical stature of Artie Burns, right? He's listed as 6 foot. He's just shy of 6 foot. But what I like about Artie Burns, he's another one of these guys that has a really huge wingspan. He's got over 32-inch, reach in his arms. Another dude that's, got a decent, like 76 inches or more of a wingspan. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do remember it was a big wingspan. A guy that ran a 4.46 40. He's got some speed. He's fast. He's a serviceable player. He's the kind of guy I look at and I think to myself, like, the Eagles are kind of in a peculiar situation here. I don't know how much money we're going to have to throw around. We really won't know until we see some of the subsequent moves that happen over the next, month or two, to be quite honest, and to see how much money we're going to have. I mean, look, would I love to add a guy like a Steven Nelson? Sure. I think Steven Nelson has limitations to his game as well. I don't think that a guy that plays the boundary side, he's not a very big guy. They list him as 5'11", and that's laughable because the dude's a solid 5'10". And he's got 30-inch arms, 72-inch wingspan. Like, he's a shorter guy, but he fights back to the ball really well. He's a physical, tough guy. He's still, look, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Even though I'm probably not like over the moon about a Steven Nelson, if that dude gets signed, he's clearly the second best cornerback on our team the minute he steps onto the field. To me, there's no doubt about it, even though I'm not as excited as other people are about him. What do you guys think happens with the secondary? Do you think that we're actually going to sign anybody? Or do you guys think that this coaching staff is just kind of really playing the value ben with the Obi Melifonwus, right? The young man that Mitch Kofsky, he's already slipping Mender. He's already slipping my mind already. Like, do you think they're going to do that kind of thing where they're going to really shop the value ben and not really go for, it's typical of the Eagles to not go for the names that everybody knows.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll say. I just think they're just playing around for what they got right now and just feel all the players out just to see what they can do, not do what works or what doesn't work. So let's say they do get a big name like Steven Nelson. Could that jeopardize everything that they're trying to go for? Or is it you know what? A big name doesn't fit our system, so I gotta go with just to feel around with our guys for a little bit while longer, just in the playbook.
I hope so. I'm really hoping we do something about the cornerback too, because it's a sore thumb. It just sticks out, right? So we have to do something about that if we want a successful season. That's my hopes. The only way I could see us not going corner, I think I was reading something on Pro Football Focus. They project in 2022 to be the best cornerback class. Maybe we just play it out. 2022, we might have 3 first-round picks and just get one of those guys in the first round.
Now, could you actually see them trading those picks for a solid corner now? Could you see that, or just wait for that class?
I don't see it. I don't think that's how we. I don't think Howie will do it. He'll wait probably closer to the draft to start trading picks, or maybe during the draft. But I don't see it. Our best bet to me is Steven Nelson. I know Richard Sherman is debate between the 49ers and the Seahawks. But I know Josh Norman out there. Maybe we just grab somebody. I don't know what we're going to do.
What's up, Jock Talk, man? I gave you that wrench. I'm sorry, guys. It took me a second. I had to pull it up on my phone. That's why I'm looking down and crap's popping up on my screen. I got to exit out and everything. But Jock Talk, I got you, buddy. I gave you a wrench, man. So let me ask you guys a question. You look at this Philadelphia Eagles team. Realistically, how good is this football team right now?
7 wins, 7 or above.
I was going to say 6. I was going to say 6, but I had them winning 10. That's just me being generous right now, but I see them going 6.
I'll say this, guys. You're right in the area I think it is. Look, do I want them to win more games than I'm going to say? Absolutely. But I think you have to set the expectations, to be reasonable, or else we're going to be mad as crap at the end of the season trying to fire everybody. off of a team that's honestly like it's still got some shortcomings. If we're going to be honest, like I do think there's still talent on this football team, and I do think we could surprise people. But I think that me personally, guys, I'm projecting 5 to 7 wins, and if we get more wins than that, I think we got something in the coaching staff, and I think we found a quarterback. I think we have a quarterback.
And I have to see the first quarter of the season. The first 4 games, I don't know why that matters to me so much, because even the first 4 games last season just let me know how the whole season is going to play out. So I got to see how we compete against Atlanta. I got to see how we compete against the 49ers, Dallas. I just got to see how we compete, because if you think about it, the second half of the Washington game, we continued that trend through the whole season.
So I'll give you – I made you guys go on the record earlier, and I'll give you guys my take on some of the guys that I think are maybe not the most well-known players right now. These are guys that a lot of people may not know, but I just think that they have a real shot at potentially, making the roster. And there's 2 guys in particular I think that are just – they're in the right position groups to make the roster. And the first one, I got to go with my guy playing tight end, man. I'm going to go and say that if you look at what's on the roster right now, and I know if Zach Ertz remains on the roster, it probably changes things. But if Zach Ertz is really dealt with, traded, or if he's released, whatever, I think Jack Stahl, the tight end from Nebraska, I think he could be in line for a position. I don't think it's a guarantee. He's got to go out there and earn it. But if you look at like inline wide tight ends, he's really the most natural guy left out everyone unless we re-sign Richard Rodgers, who could clearly play that role. But outside of signing somebody to come in here and beat him out, I think he's got a path onto this actually active roster. The other guy that I like a lot, I'm trying to look up to how to say this guy's name, guys. I'm so sorry. Jalen knows who I'm going to say. I just can't say this man's name.
Talking about
he's
the guard.
Who's probably guarding the NFL. Yeah, he's from Buffalo. This is a really good run. Coyote. I have no clue how to say this man's name. We just call him. I'm gonna call him K.A. My guy K.A. from Buffalo. He was really good in run blocking. I mean, he really did a good job there. I mean, there's some limitations to his game. I'll tell you that right now, guys. I don't think he really reaches the second level that well. But if I'm just looking at a guy that could potentially be a practice squad member, because we're a little stacked on the offensive line. But I think he could be the next developmental guy, like some of the other guys we've had, like Nate Herbeck, right? Matt Pryor, even though Matt Pryor was a draft pick, he was still more of a project developmental guy, right? Like, I think he's kind of that next guy in line to be that developmental piece that the Eagles are kind of looking for. So, I mean, it's difficult, because I do agree with what Alkabeer was saying, which is if you look at the kid from Florida, I think that it speaks a lot in favor of him, the fact that Brian Johnson got on the phone and called him, Trayvon Grimes, and was like, hey, you need to get to Philly. That's the man's former quarterback. He was the quarterback coach there and a former offensive coordinator at Florida. So, I mean, I think that gives him a shot. I still think he's got an uphill battle, though, guys. I'm going to be honest. I still think it's going to be tough to unseat some of these guys. But I'll be real with you. I said this on the last live stream. Outside of Rager and outside of Devontae Smith, because those are first-round picks. One was this year and one was last year. You're not giving up on first-round picks that quickly. I'm not too sure anyone else is safe at the wide receiver position. I think Greg Ward Jr. just does all the right things right, but he's just not an explosive guy. But he's a guy that's consistent. He always makes the play you need him to, but he's, as Jason Avant was saying, he's one of these guys that is a situational football player. He's a guy that goes in there and he picks up your third down conversions. He's a guy that in the red zone, he's got a knack for finding where to be and be in the right spot and make the play. But I don't think this is a guy you're getting the ball to on first or second down on a routine basis, trying to manufacture points, right? And that's just not really his strength, unless you're going to use him for a trick play. I know my guy Reese kept screaming all year to use Greg Ward Jr. on a trick play. He used to be a quarterback. Get that man the football. I remember that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I could see something like that for his role, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy, man. Like, it's crazy the way that this team can develop these late round draft picks, these undrafted rookie free agents, and just how unstable we've been at the top of the draft. I mean, look, we definitely hit on guys like Zach Ertz. We definitely hit on guys like, Fletcher Cox. And, Brandon Graham took a little while, but he turned into something. I'm not going to say that we've missed on every single guy. Lane Johnson's been that guy for us for a long time. despite the 3 past years of injuries, basically. I'm just going to say, guys, I think that we're pretty good at developing the back end of the roster. I'm just really curious, and that's why I like the fact that we have so many, top 100 picks in, this draft that passed, and then also this draft coming up, because I do think that we actually need front end talent on this roster. I think that's part of my fear here. So, I mean, what do you guys think about the front end talent on this roster? Like, who, if I were to ask you to name the 3 to 4 guys that could potentially be Pro Bowlers, who would you guys have?
Fletcher Cox is one, probably. Jeez. Lane Johnson, I guess, if he's not injured, that's 2. And stuck, probably. If they use Miles Sanders right, I think he has the potential to do that. And that's my 3.
Yeah, about the same. Miles Sanders. I want to say Jalen Hurts. That's what my heart want to say.
I would
want
like
to say that.
I would like that too. I'm like, nah.
I think Devontae Smith could sneak in. I think he could. It's really our line, basically. Jason Kelsey, one of those guys off the line. But far as like our skill positions, I'm really not sure about, because I kind of been a critic of Miles Sanders because he been taking less carries. It seemed like he been fumbling more, dropping the ball more. So I just hope that trend don't continue, because last year what I seen the explosion plays, of course, like the Saints, but it's just those little knick-knack plays, dropping screen passes or right there. The ball is right there, but he drops it. The fumbling. I think it was the Rams game. We got lucky with J.J. Arcega-Whiteside picked up the ball. We got the touchdown. It was something like that. It was an explosion play, and he fumbled. That's just stuff I look at, to be honest. I don't know about Miles Sanders sometimes.
Philly Talk Podcast. Mike, I appreciate you, buddy, coming in with the $3.99 super sticker. What's good, my guy? 1/3 of the Battlebirds podcast out here representing on this live stream. I appreciate you, buddy. So this is what I'll say, guys, in terms of like Pro Bowl players, or just phrased it another way, because I think that's a monumental task to say somebody's going to be a Pro Bowler. I think it's difficult to project. Just say 3 guys that an offense or defensive coordinator has to account for in their game plans, right? And to me, I would love to say it's Fletcher Cox, and I'm sure that, defensive coordinators or offensive coordinators are still going to pay attention to Fletcher Cox, but he's getting to that point in his career where he's having a little less impact. And, even a little less impact on Fletcher Cox is still a very, very good football player. But I don't know that he's to that point anymore, right? Derek Barnett should be that guy, but he hasn't been that guy. I mean, when he's healthy, he's only a top 50 pressure guy, but he just can't stay on the field long enough to really put up the numbers that, you would expect a first-round pick to produce for you. I look at the linebackers, guys. I mean, I like Eric Wilson. I like Alex Singleton. I like TJ Edwards. I like those dudes, but I'm not too sure that many offensive coordinators are losing sleep over those guys, to be quite honest. I mean, Darius Slay, of course. I think Darius Slay can be disruptive. I think that we asked him to do a lot in our defensive system last year, and I think that hurt him a little bit just because there just was nothing around him. But I really look at it like Darius Slay. Maybe Harris in the secondary, as a safety could be an impact player. Offensively, I do think that if you're looking from a defensive coordinator standpoint, you're going to have to account for Jalen Hurts. Like Jalen Hurts is a legit threat to you. Like you have to know, okay, like what are they going to do here? What's the design run stuff they're going to do with Jalen Hurts? Nick Sirianni's going to probably, I think, really scheme together some really quick, easy progressions for Jalen Hurts. I really do. And I know that there's going to be more complexity to the offense because Jalen's going to have to build real chemistry with these receivers, because these receivers will have the freedom to option their routes, which means Jalen has to, and these receivers and Jalen have to be on the same page about the coverage they're seeing, what's happening, and they've got to be able to predict each other. If you can't do that, you're going to struggle if you can't do that. And I, on one hand, I love the fact they're doing that, because I can tell you if he starts executing this, you got something. Like that's high level quarterback play. But I look at it like I agree with you guys. Miles Sanders should be that guy. He has been that guy his rookie year. There were times where he was unstoppable. But even his rookie year, guys, you go back there. I mean, he lost reps to Jordan Howard for quite some time because he was struggling to learn. I do think he's a playmaker, though. I'll give Miles Sanders this. He can break one on you at any point in time. But, a lot of people called him out. Brian Westbrook called him out for his ability to scan the field and pick up blitzes to keep his quarterback clean. He's going to have to get better at that. Kenneth Gainwell is here to try to cut into some of those reps. I can tell you, he's got the mindset that he wants to eat into some of those reps. I think there's going to be Kerryon Johnson. I think if he's healthy, that's a very good football player. If he's healthy, that's a talented guy. Devontae Smith, guys. I mean, I want to believe. I think that, man, if you saw that guy, what he did yesterday, I was watching some of the little clips they put out there that was kind of breaking down some of the drills he was running. It's really hard to make sense of what they're doing, guys. I need the full scope of the drill. I can't just tell from a little clip like that. But what I can tell you is that the fluidity of this kid's hips, holy crap, man. Wow. Kid's amazing, man. I'm not going to lie to y'all. You don't see many people that can contort their hips and move in and out of a break like that. That kid's special at that. Like, that was the one thing I took away. Like, oh, wow. Like, this isn't pads and this isn't a dude jamming you yet, but just the physical aspects of it's there. Jalen Reagor's another dude. I look at him, I'm like, yo, first round pick, man. Guys like me backed you. You need to produce for us, bro. I need to see, and I know that there's complexity to the film with him because he was getting open. The ball wasn't necessarily getting to him, but there were opportunities he had where he could have kept running through a play and made a play on the ball, and he didn't do it. So, I mean, he's got to, you can't worry about the things that you can't correct. You can only correct the things that are in your hands to correct. And running a route to its completion is something that's completely in your hands as a wide receiver. So, I mean, beating it, Jalen Reagor's not a little guy. I find it funny when guys are like, what are you going to do when Jalen Reagor gets jammed at the line? Jalen Reagor wasn't getting jammed at the line because he's a little guy. He was getting jammed at the line because he didn't have the technique down. Jalen Reagor's a strong dude. I think people are sleeping on how strong this kid is. Like, he's not the guy you want to try to jam. I would try to go with Devontae Smith before I try to jam Jalen Reagor. Dallas Goedert's the other guy. Yeah, Dallas Goedert's the other guy. Dallas Goedert's got to be that dude this year. He has to be the dude. If Dallas Goedert is not the dude this year at tight end, number one, I want to be really let down just because he's always going to be a case of potential. Man, this kid had so much potential. We saw it in little spurts, but he just never gave it to us on a consistent basis. But I think it's there, guys. If he can stay on the football field, if he can stay healthy, I think it's there, man. I definitely think it's there. But, I mean, what do you guys think, man? What did you guys think about Nick Sirianni coming in? What were your first thoughts after you saw his first interview?
What I thought, I just got to throw this out there. The rock, paper, scissors. I'm sorry. I just got to throw that out there. For me, it was just like, why would you even say that? I get it for the competition and stuff, but it's just like, dude, it's rock, paper, scissors. These guys know competition. Like they know competition. That's the only thing that I was like, why? It's just like rock, paper, scissors. Why?
Yeah. I get what he's doing. That's a coaching thing, guys, and like it depends on the coach, to be honest, guys. Everyone's a little different with that. But there are some coaches that will absolutely eat you alive when it comes to things like, coming off of drills and walking and stuff. Like, what I'm saying? Like, they want you to compete at everything you do. You're going for a water break. They want to see you guys running to the water to see who gets there. Like, some guys are kind of like that. And that's the vibe I get from Nick Sirianni, is that he's one of these guys to where he wants competition at every little thing you do, right? Who's putting in the most time and effort in the film room, right? Who's racing to get to the water fountain first inside the facilities? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the dude wants competition everywhere. And I get what you're saying, Mitch, is that it can be a little cliche if you're not careful. Mm-hmm. There's a fine line to walk with that. There's culture building, and then there's, all right, man, you're doing too much.
Yeah, for me, that was just like the first thing in the rock, paper, scissors. That's the first thing. Now, if I heard like some other strategies that he was going to do, and then he brought up the rock, paper, scissors, I'll be like, okay, I can see where you're going with that. But that was like the first thing that I heard. I was like, and actually, I just want to bring this up real quick. I've been thinking about this a lot, and people have been messaging me on Twitter, Instagram, you name it. Devontae Smith's height and weight. Now, is that like a big gripe for you guys? Because everywhere I go, what's up, Ryan? everywhere I go on the internet, it's like people are bashing him for his height and weight. To me, that means nothing at all. But it's just like, I mean, if he gets hit, dude, I'm just saying that right there.
About Devontae Smith, weight and everything. It scares me a bit. Definitely me seeing the training. I'm like, yeah, he's really skinny, but I believe he'll be able to handle himself. Like I guess like a Deshaun Jackson, but more skilled
Exactly
Deshaun
what I
Jackson.
said.
Yeah. So I'm not really worried about it too much. And the NFL protects receivers a lot, so I'm cool with that. But about Nick Sirianni, initially I liked him a lot until I seen the first press. I don't know. I'm up and down with him. Every press conference changes me a bit. I just seen the one recently, and it's like I'm back on his side because it was super ironic. So you know how we had a lot of head coach candidates. The only one I made a video about was Nick Sirianni. That's the only one I made a video about. Next day, he's the Eagles head coach. I'm like, wow. So, and I'm like, yeah, it was just a coincidence. So when I seen his first interview or press conference, I was just like, he's probably a bit nervous, but that scares me a bit that our head coach is nervous. And then it's like second, third, it seemed like he get into the groove. I'm not gonna lie, the rock, paper, scissors thing threw me off. But listening to you say it, Steve, I guess it makes sense because even when I played football when I was younger, I had those type of coaches. Like they wanted you to compete for every single thing, and those practices was deadly. Not gonna lie about that, but yeah. And I once again seeing his recent one, I really like Nick Sirianni. I believe he can bring some fire out of these young guys, especially coaching staff being young as well. So I like him.
I mean, the way I look at Devontae Smith's body type is this. Every guy in the NFL is one hit away. It doesn't like everybody's one hit away, right? I mean, it's just the way it is. Like you can't predict the way you're going to fall and how you're going to hit the ground. You can't predict somebody going to your head. You can't, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody's always one hit away. But I mean, like some people mentioned it in the comment section. The way I look at it is that the simple fact of the matter, he didn't get injured in college and he played in the SEC. I know the SEC is not the NFL, but they put a lot of dudes into the NFL. So, I mean, I do think that gives him a little credibility of like, he didn't just stay healthy at a school, stayed healthy at Alabama inside the SEC, which is good. Like, you know, you guys, I said this backstage to you guys when we were talking. I said, the one thing I will never tell you guys that I can do is to project health. I don't know. Like, I can't project health. You know, I'm not a specialist. I'm not a doctor. I don't even play one on YouTube, guys. I'm just not, you know. It's not my cup of tea. It's not what I do. What I will say is I've heard a few doctors talk on it. And some people say, look, yeah, like body type matters. Don't get me wrong. You know, if you're not big, if you're not strong, if you're not, but the thing is that although he's a slimmer framed guy, he is strong. He's got a huge wingspan. He's got, you know what I mean? Like, and so much of that is going to be how well he understands how to play the game, what he can see in terms of the coverage, what he can, you know what I mean? Like, it's stuff like that, guys. Like, it's how well do I understand what's being run against me? Where am I supposed to sit down in the zone? Okay, where am I going to get my head taken off if I run directly into it? Like, it's the other aspects of the game that keep you healthy. It's not just your size. Like, I mean, yeah, if a dude picks him up and spikes him on the ground, yeah, he might potentially get hurt, but that's also a penalty.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
I mean, to me, I mean, look, Jalen Reagor like was a guy that I didn't think would be injured, but Jalen Reagor injuries, like his first injury was just pure craziness. Like the dude hurt his shoulder because he thought he was playing in the Super Bowl during a training camp drill and went flying down the field to tackle somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dudes get hurt, man. It's football. Like, you know, I think I can't remember who it was. I don't remember if it was Zach Ertz or it was somebody who was saying, like, yeah, this is not a question of if a guy's going to get hurt. It's when and can you play through it? Like, that's the real deal. I mean, everybody gets hurt. It's just the way it is. I mean, we'll see, guys. I mean, my perspective is like, we'll see. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I'm not a physical trainer. I don't do strength and conditioning. Like, I don't do any of that stuff. So I have no clue.
Yeah, something you said about the zones and where to sit and all that type of stuff. That's what makes me want a veteran wide receiver in the locker room. Exactly what you just said. Like where to sit, where you're going to get your head taken off at. Can you read the coverage? Vets, if you got 9-10 years in the game, you could teach the young guy that. Or the young guys, I should say. So not having a vet can really kind of kill us in a bit. I want to see the young guys play. It's just the knowledge of the game comes from a vet.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, guys. I agree with you guys. All right, so what we'll do here, guys, in a little bit, I want to pick my guys' minds for a little bit longer, and then we'll open up the chat to come in and talk if you guys want to come in and talk. But right now, guys, I want to steer us into a conversation about the draft class and what you guys thought about it ultimately. I look at this draft class, guys, and I think that we definitely tried to go for the players that we deemed to be, the best players available, despite a lot of craziness that went on with those evaluations. Like, I felt the first 4 picks are incredibly risky, but risk sometimes pays off. That's the thing. And, you look at the first pick we made, top 10 pick. We take a sub 180-pound receiver. There's not a great track record there, but everybody's different. And you have to understand, like, okay, why did other guys that fit the criteria fail, and why might this guy succeed? I think this guy might succeed just because I think this guy's nuance to the game and the way he runs routes, and the fact that, yes, he's a sub 180-pound receiver, but he's also 6'1", almost 6'2", and the kid's got like I say, he's got like a 77, 78-inch wingspan. Like, this is a tall, lengthy kind of receiver, and he's a very good route runner. I go to the second round and I look at what happened here and who we drafted, and Landon Dickerson. And look, Landon Dickerson is a guy that, like I said, I can't project health. But if you watch that guy's film, man, that dude he's nasty. That dude is like, okay, I didn't hear the whistle, so I'm hitting somebody. I know I've heard people I've talked to in conversations that said gate, but might that be causing the injuries? I don't know, guys. I have no clue. Like, I can't tell you. I don't know. Sometimes I think when you play the offensive line, I feel like injuries sometimes are just stupid luck. It's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes on the offensive line. You can't, like, a dude rolling into your legs is so, like, you could wear a knee brace, as Trey Thomas always preaches. Like, dude, what are you doing? You need knee braces. But outside of that, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's unpredictable. You can't really know that. But I get people that say, like, yeah, Gate, but you know what? Name the guy with 3 ACL injuries and surgeries that's playing. And it's like, off the top of my head, I got no answers for you. I don't know. I'd have to truly look that up. Milton Williams, incredibly talented, played at a school that, let's be honest, he didn't play the greatest of competition. And when he played the better competition, it wasn't always there, guys. I mean, Marshall was a top 10 offensive line from last year. BYU was a top 3 offensive line last year. And he didn't have his greatest games there, man. He got pushed around a little bit in those games. I thought, if you wanted me to give you, like, what's the game that, if you want to see the positive attributes from him, like what game did he shine in? UAB. UAB was a top 60 offensive line, which, you talk college football, you're talking over 120 programs. That's good. It was a decent offensive line, and he had a really good game against UAB. This is a guy that, like I said, man, I mean, do you add weight to this guy's frame and make him a 3-tech? Do you take weight off this guy, let him play at his weight, and make him a 5-tech that you bounce occasionally inside as a pass rusher? If it was me, my decision solely, I would play him as a 5-tech that bounces inside on pass rushing downs as a 3-tech. That's how I would approach it. But coaching staff, you can't really tell until you get these guys in training camp how they plan to use them. Then I go to Zach McPherson. Man, the kid, he can make some plays on the ball. Like he tries to, like, he's definitely reading the quarterback. He's definitely trying to make a play on the football. But the problem is like I said, man, I wasn't in love with his back pedal. And I'll be honest with you guys, I was not in love with his discipline, his eye discipline, because some quarterbacks really moved him off the spot by manipulating him. And he looked pretty bad on a few reps out there. But I do think there's talent there. And that's why I think a guy like, Jonathan Gannon gets us pretty excited for a guy like Zach McPherson developing. But I will say this, guys, he's about 5'10". He's, another one of these guys are like 30-inch arms, 72, 73-inch wingspan, somewhere in that area, guys, I believe. Like, this is not a very long, big corner that you play outside. This is a Mackenzie Alexander type, right? This is a Steven Nelson type. He's that type of corner. Like, that's just what he is. DJ Hayden, like, he's that type of corner, guys. What did you guys think? So I'll kick it off to you first, Alkabeer. I went over kind of the first 4 picks. I loved day 3, guys. day 3 in general. Like I didn't
Yes.
have to go over it. I loved what happened in day 3.
Yeah, day 3 was great.
Mm-hmm. But Alkabeer, what did you think?
First pick, we all was excited. I mean, you trade up, Cowboys, get your guy. All these reports coming out, the Giants wanted them. Hey, it happens. So I like that pick a lot. This is where it gets dicey. It goes round 2. Landon Dickerson, I was not a fan of it, especially once I start doing my research. Injured every year. Yes, it is high risk, high reward, right? So if he can stay healthy, we know what he can do, but that's if he can stay healthy. You could say the same thing about Brandon Brooks. If he can stay healthy, he can make something happen, but when can he stay healthy, right? So that was my thing. And I like Kelvin Joseph. I'm about to stop talking about these guys because both of the guys I wanted the 2nd and 3rd round, one went to the Cowboys and the other went to the Giants. So I wanted Aaron Robinson and I wanted Kelvin Joseph. I mean, I like the Asante Samuel Jr., things like that, but I thought Kelvin Joseph, I think 6'1", 6'2", like 190, he would have fit perfect at cornerback too. And I just read a report that we're going to redshirt Landon Dickerson this year. So I was like, why not get a lineman in the 1st round next year? Because Kelsey is most likely going to stay healthy this year. That's what I thought. The Milton Williams thing threw me off a bit. You trade back and get Milton Williams. I didn't know much about him as of everybody. I looked him up, pretty strong guy, physical guy, and I believe our coaching staff can do something with that. 4th round, it was like he was like every corner we have already. He reminds me of Vontae Mattis and those guys that we have already. So I felt like that was a waste of a pick. But the 3rd day, I like the 3rd day. No complaints.
All right. So for Devontae Smith, right? I was live streaming the draft with my buddy, my co-host, and a couple people were on, and I was live reacting to it. And the fact that we got him, I'm just like, wow, how he actually pulled something out of it, you know what? And he actually did something right. And now for the Landon Dickerson thing, could you see, let's say he comes healthy, right? He comes healthy, and then he can possibly beat out Jason Kelsey for the center spot. Could that be a possibility? Because I've seen him in college, the tape. Oh, my God. I think that was a steal. Now, at that time, I was like, I'll take it. I see where we're going with it. But now I'm like, dude, I'm fully invested. And then for Zach McPherson, exactly what you guys said. And that's basically it for those guys.
First off, Philly girl, what's up? Long time no see. How you doing? Simon says, not Simon. My bad, man. Says,
Simon does say, like,
what do you guys think of Oklahoma quarterback this year? In a lot of way, 2 early mock drafts, they got us picking him and Derek Stingley Jr. from LSU. Sorry, I had to throw that in there. We really need it. This is what I'll say about it. It's too early. Like anyone make it. We don't even know what. Look, the Eagles got 3 first-round picks. The most ideal situation here is Jalen Hurts proving he's the franchise guy, because then you got an arsenal to surround your talent around this guy. If it doesn't work out, and Jalen Hurts is not the guy. Spencer Rattler's okay. I don't hate him, but I'm not in love with his film yet either. But he's got another year of college production to put out film on. I'm a little higher on Sam Howell to be honest over Spencer Rattler. But Sam Howell, we're going to learn a lot about because he just lost both his running backs and 2 receivers. So we're going to find a lot out about Sam Howell this year. So in that one. Now, Stingley, I mean, look, man, we need corner play. And we need a bona fide star because Darius Slay is not going to be here for another 5 years. I mean, this is very likely. This could potentially be his last year in Philadelphia. Maybe they work something out and they keep him here for another year or so. I don't know. But, that's not a guarantee. As I'm saying this about Spencer Rattler, here's Jalen Williams' take on it. It's crazy. It's I don't know that we should be projecting quarterbacks, man. And I know these guys do it, guys, because they need to. they need to make content, right? They need content. I'm not talking about us type of content creators. I'm talking about the ESPNs and the ABCs and the NBCs and all that stuff of the world. Like they have to, like, they have deadlines. They have to have, certain stories in, like, there's no such thing as a slow day for them. Like, that's not an excuse. So I think sometimes, man, they kind of manufacture stories, but look, man, I said my piece about Philadelphia media, and it landed me in hot water. And some of these dudes, they don't like me too much because I called them out on some of the ways that they were handling some of the things during the offseason. Like, hey, man, we all get it. You don't like Carson Wentz. Maybe you should shut the trap, though, for just a few minutes so they could trade him and get value out of him. Like, maybe not make things look 10 times worse than what they probably were. Maybe let that slide. Maybe let this man get out of town and then pick your bone with him. Then expose what your interpersonal interactions are with the young man and say that you felt he was a little, pretentious, or you felt that he was, kind of malice or whatever. I didn't like the way that they handled the whole situation. Like, we're trying to get a guy out of the building. We're trying to get as much value as we can for a guy that we're paying big money to, and we're, constantly having to combat a storyline that's coming out. And like, I wasn't a big fan of that. It's like, I don't care how you feel about him, man. Like, you got to chill out on that when they're trying to trade the guy. Like, what are you doing?
That's true.
And I mean, look, I get it, man. It's hard to sit on stories, man. It's really hard to sit on stories. I get it, but I don't know, man. I wasn't a fan of what happened there, guys. I just wasn't. I didn't like anything about the way the Philadelphia media handled anything in the offseason. I thought that, minus a few people, I'm not lumping in the Adam Kaplans and people like that. I think Rob Motti, for the most part, I thought kind of stayed above that gossip talk stuff. Mm-hmm. But a lot of these guys really participated in the gossip talk, to be honest.
Yeah, not just the Philly media, the ESPNs,
national.
It did hurt our draft stock, and everybody just knew he wanted to go to the Colts, and Colts played the right hand. We played right into their hand, so I agree.
I mean, with Carson Wentz and this whole thing, I thought at that time it was like, you know what, this will all blow over. It was just like, we're going to trade him out in the year. But no, it kept on getting downhill. And I'm like, okay, enough is enough. Can we please get rid of this guy now? It's just like, it hurt our team more than it actually helped us. And for the long run, I felt like kind of did a little bit. But, and then, you guys know the rest.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing a lot of comments about Dickerson. Like I read multiple reports. They're going to redshirt him. I've just been reading that. They're going to redshirt him. He's not beating out anybody unless it's going to be multiple injuries again. But they're going to redshirt him for next year. Like I'm almost 100% sure.
Yeah, I feel like it's a high possibility that if anything, he's going to be placed on the PUP list for a while. He's not going to be a guy that's probably going to play for quite some time, I don't think, unless this guy's just a freak. But, hey, Richie, just real quick, that's not accurate. Daniel Jones played for Duke. Sam Howell plays for UNC. He played for Duke. Sam Howell plays for UNC, guys. So it's different. Sam Howell's also a lot different than Daniel Jones. He's a much more polished passer. I'm telling you, he's a guy that's coached quarterbacks and a guy that's played a position. Like, this guy has been in camp since he was real little. He's very clean in his footwork and stuff. Like, he's very, very advanced, and he did that even his freshman year. He showed some very advanced footwork for a freshman. Like, he's very, very well coached, man. I saw some of the Dickerson comments too. So let me ask you guys a question. When he gets on the field, I know, like, do you guys think it's going to be like one of these things where it's week 6, week 8, or do you think it's just like, look, man, they're going to IR this guy and he's probably not going to play?
I mean, if they do redshirt him, I guess just don't risk it. Just wait for the next year and see what happens. It kind of depends on Jason Kelce too. Like, if it depends on him. You got to follow the dominoes. Jason Kelce, and then we got to play Dickerson, right? Unless we have another guy, and I'm completely blanking out. Do we have another center, or am I just like blanking out?
It depends on what you consider to be the next center up. I mean, Isaac Seumalo has been a guy that was supposed to be a natural center. There's a reason he was drafted back in 2016 with Wentz. He was Wentz's bunkmate during his the like A20 camp or whatever that was. He was snapping balls to Wentz during that camp. He was thought to be eventually, the center for Wentz, but Jeff Stoutland's always said he thought he was a natural center, but he kind of cracked on up as a left guard, and that's where he's remained. Nate Herbig's a guy they say could play center. I think he's a little too big in my opinion, although he did drop weight, so we'll have to see how his movement has increased. Outside of Nate Herbig, they have Luke Juriga, I think is how you say his name, the kid from like Central Michigan, I want to say, something like that. He's, undrafted rookie free agent that spent time on the practice squad last year. Like, I'm not too sure how ready that guy is to fill in, but from what I heard is that they do view Landon Dickerson as the center of the future, but the guy's really capable of playing left guard, right guard, center. He could probably even play right tackle for you. I don't know if I'd put him at left tackle just because I don't think his arm length is good enough, but he definitely could play 4 out of the 5 positions. And to be real with you, in a pinch, he could play all 5. Mm-hmm. He played a lot, guys. I mean, even at Florida State, he played outside as a tackle at Florida State. He really wasn't bounced inside until he got to Alabama. That's when he really got bounced inside. And he was healthy for a while at Alabama. He went for, I think it was 20-some straight games without injury. Like, that was the biggest knock on him at Florida State. He just couldn't stay on the field. He was very talented at Florida State, but couldn't keep him on the field. Me being an NC State guy, I was really glad he couldn't stay on the field. Once he got to Alabama, like he was on the field and you saw how dominant he could be. But, it's tough, man. I mean, I look at this offensive line, and let me ask you guys a question. I mean, I think this is a natural conversation here. Once you minus Brandon Brooks from this lineup, once you minus Lane Johnson, because that's coming eventually, guys. It may not be this year. It's coming. Mm-hmm. What does this offensive line look like to you guys? Minus Kelsey, minus Brandon Brooks, minus Lane Johnson. Like, how do you guys, what does the offensive line look like to you guys?
Me, potential. I'm not going to say super bad. You still got Jordan Mailata to still be with us. Andre Diller, I'm not sure. I know a lot of people saying guard and stuff, but to me, the worst part of Andre Diller game was the bull rush. I don't know. It looked like he just couldn't stop the bull rush. And what I see just watching football, guards get bull rushed a lot. While I'm blanking on the other guy name that came in for Lane Johnson, but Nate Herbig.
Oh, Jack Driscoll.
Yeah, Jack Driscoll. He can play. I see potential. And then if you think of Dickerson, if he could stay healthy, he'd be our center. I mean, the line could shape up to be something. I don't see it as being just bad, like super bad like last year. And the reason why we had so many changes, you had guys like Jack Driscoll getting hurt and Nate Herbig getting hurt. So we had to just dig from somewhere. That's where we get the dude from the Atlanta Falcons with the dreads. Yeah. I can't even think. That's when you start picking those guys up.
Jamon Brown.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
that dude's infamous.
Yeah.
You're gonna find this weird, but I agree. I can't think of another guy that I would want. And it all depends on, for me, it's Landon Dickerson. I mean, if you knew he was injured, could he have fallen with the injury? But, hey, we still got him. So it depends on him for me and with all these other guys.
I mean, my question would be would the Eagles consider doing something like moving, say, Amalu to center and then plugging in a guy like Landon Dickerson at right guard or left guard? You got Nate Herbig in a pinch, but I would assume they would want to draft an upgrade there. Or sign an upgrade there, and then you have, I'd play maybe you play Andrew. So let me start over. So make your left tackle Andrew Dillard if he's still on the roster. Make your left guard could be either Nate Herbig or whatever, right? You have Sayamalu as your center. You got, I'm sorry, Landon Dickerson as your right guard and Driscoll as your right tackle. Like I could see something like that, or no, because then I left off Mailata.
Yeah. But the line got potential. Yeah. I mean, you just named a couple people that can play, and you forgot about Mailata. So,
I mean, Mailata's going to probably definitely crack the lineup. So, I mean, I'd have to rethink that one. But I mean, I'm just assuming that who knows whether or not Dillard can play right tackle. I don't know. He didn't play very well his rookie year, but who knows over time if they get him there, they're getting worked up. I don't know, but. I just say if Dillard has anything left, you put him at left tackle, then you got a guy like, so let's reshuffle lineup. You got left tackle is Andre Dillard. You got your your left guard is going to be Dickerson because we know he's played left guard before. Your center would be Seumalo because he's quicker, he's faster, he can do the things that Kelsey did. Not as good as Kelsey. He's not Kelsey, but you know what I'm saying. Right guard could be Jack Driscoll, and then you got your right tackle could be Malata. I mean, I could see something like that. I mean, then you got Nate Herbig as a 6-man off the bench that could pretty much cover all 3 interiors. I still think you need a tackle prospect to develop. I really like I said, I like the kid that came out of Buffalo a lot. I can't pronounce the young man's name. It's Awas. I don't know. I have no clue how to say that young man's name.
I forget the nickname you gave him.
Yeah, I did give him a nickname. I already forgot it. So, it was a great nickname, seeing how I can't even remember it. Let me take a look at it. But yeah, I think that, you have to, we're going to need depth for the long term on the offensive line. But I will say this, we've been so good at developing guys that are not first and second round picks, like KA. I called him KA.
There it is. Okay.
I definitely think that you can develop guys to be the back end of the roster, right? Maybe, they paid a lot of money. Even, someone pointed this out in the comment section. They said, if you really look at, what they did last offseason with undrafted rookie free agents, sometimes you can tell what a team thinks about a guy by how much money they pay him to come in. And our highest paid undrafted rookie free agent last year was the kid from Central Michigan, the center. He was our highest paid undrafted rookie, free agent. So maybe they think about developing that guy, right? Like I said, you got the kid out of Buffalo. You got Nate Herbig. My question is, though, man, I really feel like you need that third tackle. And I know that Driscoll can be that guy in a pinch and you can move somebody in at guard. I get it. But, yeah, man, it's tough, man. It's tough, guys. Like the offensive line, the future of the offensive line, it does worry me a little bit because I don't know that all the pieces are there from 2 years from now. 2-3 years from now. I'm not too sure all the pieces are there yet. But I mean, what do you guys think? What did you guys think of the fact that they restructured Isaac Seumalo and they didn't extend him?
Looking towards the future. I mean,
exactly what I would have said.
Because he's okay. He's a slightly below average, I could say, type player. But extending him, I don't think that would have been a smart move. The best thing was to restructure him and just look towards the future because all these guys that we named, somebody could take his spot, and then I'm not even thinking of future draft prospects. So I think that was smart of Howie. I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there with you. I mean, you got to look at the future. We're in rebuild mode. Got to make the best for your buck.
I'll be honest, guys. It shocked me a little bit that they restructured and didn't extend. And the reason I say that is normally when you look at guys that you restructure, because he's only he'll be 28 this year, right? So I mean, he's 27 currently. He'll be 28. When you really look at guys that you restructure, it's normally their contracts that have a lot of base salary that you can convert into bonus money, so that way you can kind of kick the can down the road, if you will, on the contract. It's not normally young guys that are not making a ton of money. Those are the guys you normally give an extension to. My thing is I wonder how much faith the Eagles have in Isaac Seumalo. Maybe I don't know, but I mean, Stoutland's still the offensive line coach. I felt if Stoutland was a draw offensive line coach, I think I could make a justification there and say that, well, maybe they just want to assess the players before they hand out extensions. But, with Stoutland still being your offensive line coach, it's not like he doesn't know who Isaac Seumalo is. I mean, maybe they want to upgrade. I guess that's what I'm beating around the bush on, guys, is that maybe they want to upgrade over Isaac Seumalo, even though I really think the young man has potential to play center. I don't think that left guard is his best position. I don't. I honestly think that he struggles to really anchor and hold bigger, stronger guys at times. But I do think he's athletic. I think they use him a lot to pull, things like that. I mean, I don't know, guys. It shocked me a little bit. I won't lie.
Yeah. Look like Jalen, a fan of him. He said definitely above average. I mean, he's an average player. I mean, just say that. And if we could get more talent, why not? Why not? Why extend him and pay this guy more money? Probably go against the cap anyway. So I really just think we should just look into the future with that.
Yeah. So Anthony Perry, to be honest with you, with Metters, I haven't really watched enough of his film, and he hasn't played a ton in the NFL, to be honest with you. just a handful of really mostly special teams production. I got to go back and watch his college tape. I started running college tape on Obi Melifonwu. So I'll tell you the games I watched of his so far. It's UCF, ECU, and Virginia. I was really interested in watching the UCF game because that was like when Willie Taggart was really he was wheeling and dealing down there at USF at the time. They had the kid Quentin Flowers, who was a really good dual threat quarterback. I mean, the guy was electric with the ball in his hands running, man. He definitely Michael Vick-esque with the ball in his hands. Never really developed as a passer. I think that's why we don't know of him now. Marlon Mack and Marcus Valdez-Scantling were on that football team. Marlon Mack and Marcus Valdez-Scantling both became NFL players. Marcus Valdez-Scantling is a guy I know very well because he started off at NC State and transferred out. I will say that if you want to see Obi Melifonwu in run support, that's a really good game to watch him. And I got to tell you guys, he played physical. I was really impressed with Obi Melifonwu and run support in that game. Like, he looked like a guy that played at 220 pounds and can move. Like, I really liked his film on that game in particular. I don't have a lot to tell you guys about his coverage skills yet. What I'll say, Anthony, is this. He was very good in terms of like flipping his hips and getting there, but he didn't necessarily take the greatest angles at times. He didn't necessarily get what we call being in phase, right? So like when you're in phase, you want to be in a position, normally the hip pocket of the offensive players. That way you can turn and make a play on the ball. And that would lead me to my next point with him being out of phase and not in phase. The reason a lot of people ended up, not catching the ball on him had more to do with his size than his actual technique. He didn't get his head around on the ball a lot. And there were a few times I felt like if he got his head around on the ball and looked for it, he might have picked it off. Because, I mean, he's fast, he's physical, he's big. He's a little raw in coverage, though. I mean, he's got some work to do. He was primarily a free safety when he was at UConn. And to be honest, most of the NFL film I saw of Obi, and it's not a lot, he hasn't played a lot in the NFL. He played mostly as an outside cornerback. He played in, split out wide. But mostly on special teams is really where he made his contribution throughout the league. Talented guy, former second-round pick, man. I think he's worth a cup of coffee, and I think he's worth I think he's worth bringing in, to be honest with you. I mean, what's the worst that happens? You waste a couple $100,000? Like, I would bring him in and give him a shot, honestly, just because I do think there's enough talent there to warrant it. Like I said, I mean, maybe he's a dude that you convert to something different, man. I would be interested in Obi playing strong. I'd like to see him play as a strong safety. And he only really had 2 games on his film where he played strong safety. So, I mean, trying to judge that, you know what I mean? Like, I got to see more snaps at strong, but I think he's got the physical stature. I think he's got the athleticism of a guy that you would expect to play as a strong. Now, I know in Gannon's system, it isn't going to matter who you'd label strong or free. That's just a label, and it just means the tight end's on your side of the formation. They're both those guys are going to play in the box and over the top. That's just the way that, from what I'm hearing, it's the way that he plays his safeties. So I like Obi. But like I said, man, matters. I got to watch some college film, man, before I weigh in on it. I need to run some college film before I can say that.
So, really quick, because I have my own podcast to get ready for. So, really quick, I just want to ask you guys this. Do you think Jordan Howard has a chance to be cut? Would he be cut this year? I was talking about it on my last week's podcast. Like, I had someone that said, yes, we'll cut him. No, we're not. I don't see we cut him. I don't.
Nah, I don't see it either.
Yeah.
Yeah. He will at least be the third back.
Yeah. I think it was a powerhouse. Like, 3rd and 1, give it to him first. I'll give it
Do we have any big backs like him? Well, besides Elijah Holyfield, who might not make the team, but it's really nobody else really big. Even Gainwell's kind of a smaller guy. The guy we just got from the Lions, he can run hard, but his injuries are a concern. But I think Jordan Howard, he's the guy.
He's the guy?
Yeah.
So I'll say that I think Jordan Howard is less certain today than he was, a week ago or so. I mean, to be honest, like when you look at the way the roster's shaking up now, like I do think that the Eagles want someone that gives them more versatility as a receiving back. Jordan Howard is a very good pass protector. Jordan Howard is by far probably the best guy on here. But I will tell you, man, I got to be honest, man. Like, we got guys on this roster that are better third down back. Like, Kerryon Johnson can block. Kerryon Johnson can catch the backfield, and Kerryon Johnson can run between the tackles. But it's health. Once again, it's health, man. Kerryon Johnson's got to be healthy, man. I think it comes down to Kerryon Johnson and Jordan Howard. But I'll tell you this: tell me what guys produce more than Jordan Howard.
No,
none of them.
You mean like in the block game, or just like overall?
In their
overall,
career.
In their career? Oh,
yeah.
In their career. Oh, you can't.
Yeah, Jordan Howard. Yeah, if Jordan Howard still has fuel left in the tank, and that's the big thing, is I don't know. Maybe he's done. Maybe he's cooked. I don't know. But man, if it's still in there, he's still the best. He's still the best player, in my opinion.
I remember those days. It was him, Zeke, and Derrick Henry. Those was the top three backs.
Yeah.
But I love the fact what the Eagles did. Right? They could have just look. They could have just not signed Kerry. They could have not claimed Kerryon Johnson. They could have just said, look, we got Jordan Howard here to push. Boston Scott's got reps. But they said no. Like, you know what? Boston Scott's okay. He's okay. He's not great. He's not even good. He's not even good as a pass protector. But he can catch the ball in the backfield, right? He can serve as a third down back. But they weren't going to settle with that, right? They gave him a couple of years, and they're not completely satisfied with the production they got. They brought Jordan Howard back as a guy that didn't have a lot of interest, and he's probably – he admitted that, without the Eagles, he's probably out of the league. He didn't have any offers coming in. So, I applaud the Eagles for not sleeping on it and just saying, you know what, like the bottom line is we're going to keep trying to improve the roster. And what that might include is going after a guy like a Kerryon Johnson and bringing in competition. And I'm not sleeping on Kerryon Johnson. I think Kerryon Johnson has a fair shot at beating out Jordan Howard. I'm going to be honest. Birdman 951, what's good, my guy? He said, great show, guys. Go Birds. Thank you so much, man 951. We appreciate you, buddy.
All right. Thank you for having me on. It's been a pleasure. I got my own podcast to work on. Yeah, thank you guys. Yep. Hopefully you guys will be on mine sometime, just shoot the shit, talk Eagles and stuff. So we'll be in touch. All right, guys.
Just let us know, buddy.
Yep, I got you. Catch you guys.
All right, so it's me and you bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do now, guys, is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put the link inside of the description. If you guys want to come in and y'all want to talk, I'm going to put it actually in the chat. If you guys want to come in and talk, come on in and talk. I'll add you guys in. Just if you can't get in, it means that there's too many people in the backstage. But if y'all want to come in, you guys want to talk a little Eagles football, the link is in there. So, Alkabeer, I'm gonna bounce this off of you. I thought that Rob Maaddi asked a really good question to Nick Sirianni. What does Jalen Hurts need to do to solidify himself as the starter? Like, what's the measurement? Like, how do you judge this off of 1 year?
That is true. I think Jalen Hurts got to just prove that he's just way better than the competition that's in the locker room. He got to prove that he's way better than Jamie Newman. He got to prove that he's just way better than Joe Flacco. And I think that will solidify his job. I think they're keeping the fire to everybody. I don't think nobody's job is really that safe. I think Nick Sirianni is sticking to his word. You bring in Gainwell, I believe he's the competition for Miles Sanders. You bring in Devontae Smith. I would say competition for Jalen Reagor. So everybody foot is to the fire. So he's not giving a job just to anybody. And I like it.
Yeah. So AK Eagles 88. What's good, buddy?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, man. How about you, buddy?
Oh, not too bad.
So what's on your mind, man?
Oh, nothing really, dude. Just excited for this year to start, see where this team is at,
So I'll ask you the same question I just asked Alkabeer.
Mm-hmm.
What is the I thought Rob Maaddi had a very good question. I thought he asked an A+ question. So his question to Nick Sirianni was, what is the basis? What's the standard? What's the basis to judge whether or not the Eagles are going to put their full energy behind Jalen Hurts following the season. Like, what does he have to do to prove that? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I'd just say be consistent, and work on the turnovers. If you can cut down on the turnovers, be consistent. You don't have to do too much. I believe if we build around him right, we can make his job a lot easier. That should be the plan. You don't want your quarterback out there doing everything. I believe we're gonna, because of the speed, size of our wide receivers and everything, I believe you're gonna see a lot more slant routes, 10-yard passes. Get the ball out fast, and then let our playmakers finally do the work for it once. Not 40 yards downfield and pray to God to catch it. No, get it in their hands and let them do the work. So I just hope that's kind of the scenario we go with this year. Because I feel we can do a lot more damage that way in the short game. Go short, make them long.
Definitely. What's up, Jay Milton? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing good, man. So I'll ask you the same question. Rob Motti asked the question to Nick Sirianni. He's like, hey, man, like, we're hearing that this is going to be Jalen Hurts' team this year, but, there's not a lot of solid things going on, like, to get behind him. So, like, what is the standard of evidence he needs to give you guys to be the quarterback going into the future? Like, what do you think about that? Like a 1-year sample size, and that's what you're going to make the basis of the decision off of.
Well, I mean, you just got to take it, one day at a time. You know what I'm saying? Just like AK Eagle said, as long as we're building every single day, every single game, getting better. Ace in practice and making a couple of mistakes in the game so that for a fact you can correct it next time. And just looking at the schedule, we got a schedule coming up. It's a schedule, and I'm really looking forward to the production of the young guys. That's what I'm looking forward to. I like the fact that we got a lot of young guys that got to produce and put film out there, et cetera. And we also got a coach that got to produce, so everyone has a chance to make a name for themselves and show everyone that just because we're new don't mean we can't get it done.
Yeah. See, and I like the way that Jalen kind of put it in the comment section, guys. So this is what he said. He said, Hurts needs to show me the ability to run the offense effectively and can be consistent making the throws. Don't care about the record, nor his numbers. I think it's pretty well put, and I think that's a hard standard to achieve, right? Because, like, number one, we're talking about new systems. So we're not talking about the same system he operated last year. There'll be some similarities. It's not like Nick Sirianni doesn't run any spread concepts. He does. But, you got a guy that I think it's a good sign that Nick said, like, hey, man, right now we're doing, virtual install. Install being guys like when they're putting together the playbook. And he said he's impressed with the questions that Jalen Hurts is asking him about the install. He says that he feels confident that Jalen Hurts is grasping concepts that are above or exceeding where he thought he would be at this stage. So, I mean, look, that's not being on the field, and that's not seeing a defense you're not familiar with, and that changes things. But I will say that it is a good, encouraging first step. And I'm one of these guys, like, I'm not a huge, I'm not like, oh, it's Jalen Hurts or bust. But, like, I do think that it's a rough asking point to say 1 year, and that's your sample size, man. Like, I think of the Bucs, man. The Bucs let Steve Young threw like 5 passes, like the first year he was in the NFL. Then he played 12 or 14 games with the Bucs, won 2 games, and they traded him. And Steve Young went on to hoist the Lombardi. It's like, not every guy's going to be Steve Young. I mean, there's going to be far more Josh Freeman stories than there's going to be Steve Young stories. I get it, but it's a tough proposition, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a really tough thing to judge off of one season, man, because it takes off of the fact that guys improve, guys get better, guys understand coverage a lot. It takes a good 3 years of starting reps to really think to yourself, you know what? I've got a firm grasp on what defenses try to do to me. It takes multiple reps to really be comfortable in who you are as a quarterback. I just hope my fear is you don't want to draft a kid put that burden of the expectation on that kid, then you trade Jalen Hurts, and then 5 years later, you're kicking yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a risky proposition. And what I'll spin and I'll ask all you guys this again. So Alkabeer, I'll ask you this one. Do you think that it's more likely the Eagles, if they were to move on from Jalen Hurts, do you think that it'd be more likely to go get a veteran, or they would go in the draft and get somebody?
They probably go in the draft and get somebody, and that would make sense. That would be for the future what to do, unless it's a bona fide veteran, like hopefully like a Deshaun Watson or something, or probably you trade everything to get Russell Wilson. And we have to win a Super Bowl like the Bucs. If you go get a veteran quarterback, you gotta get a Super Bowl within 2 years if you do that. But if you get a rookie, you could build with them. That's what I like about Jalen Hurts. You could still build the roster a bit. So hopefully Jalen Hurts work out, because if we go get a veteran, we're expecting a Super Bowl.
What do you think, AK Eagles?
That's really tough, man. Like, I would have said that, but you've seen in your videos and in my comments, I'm a very big Jamie Newman fan. Like, I really like Jamie Newman,
So do I.
I must say, if Hurts doesn't work out, I would not put it past them to try Jamie Newman out. I mean, Jamie Newman is Hurts, just with a stronger arm, maybe. I think he does, or maybe they're very similar, whatever. But same skill set. Yeah, same skill sets, though, and I saw your breakdown. And stuff where you were talking about his downfield accuracy and stuff. So we know he's got it. Yeah, we know he has it. So we have two pretty decent young quarterbacks right now. But, if I would have to go anywhere, if they would go, I'd go draft and probably take Rattler, honestly. I like Rattler a lot. But
oh, boy, you're about to get Jalen fired up in the comment section.
Yeah, no, I know, man, but there's something about him. I watched his videos, and I watched him last year. He's just crazy,
So, Jay Milton, I'll ask you, man, like, if the Eagles were to decide to move on from Jalen Hurts, which I don't know that that's as big a guarantee as people think, but if they were, do you think that they would probably go rookie, or do you think that they would go probably a veteran quarterback, trade for Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers, or Russell Wilson, something like that?
Man, it's a really tough sell. Alkabeer and AK pointed out both sides. You get the veteran, you gotta win, because you've given up the future. You know what I'm saying? You've given up the future. But with the veteran, once we win, we'll be able to get key players, because guys are going to want to come on and be like, oh, I'm about to get this. I'm about to put my work in, get this ring, and get this football immortality that we're all chasing. You know what I mean? That's the ultimate goal. You want to be able to say, I helped put the trophy up. I raised it. I helped do that. So, but with the rookie, we got Jalen Hurts, and now we got Jamie Newman. Would we get another rookie? Then, then we're you know what I'm saying? We're taking a brand new pick every year with a rookie and not giving someone the opportunity to grow. So it's a tough call. It really is. But if, like, we're building around Jalen Hurts, I feel confident that he's going to do good, because he's dealt with a lot of adversity in his career. Let's just, what I'm saying? Let's call a spade a spade. He has dealt with a lot of adversity. And he has the opportunity to come here, and he's in the city that he loves, and the city is grasping onto him too. So, and Philly fans, we ride or die with ours till the tires fall off.
Yeah.
Yo, can I add something real quick, Gates?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
And I believe this stands for every Eagle fan out there. I just want them to just name someone already, and stick with them. Like, you're not going to win changing your quarterback every year, every 2 years, every 3 years. You're not going to win changing your head coach every 2-3 years. You see all the successful franchises in the NFL, like, the Saints, Bucks. Well, the Bucks, that's just coincidental, honestly. But, even the Patriots, they've had the same head coach for a long time. Steelers, same way. Same ownership, same quarterback. You need continuity somewhere. You do. And that's something we've lacked for a long time in Philadelphia. And that's something I feel we just need to get back to. Name a starter, name a head coach. Let's roll with them. Let's build around them. Let's build with them and see what they got. You know, if they do bad for the first 3 years, so what, man? It's building hardships. It is what it is. You know, who knows what they're going to do in 5 years from now? But if you fire them 3 to 5 years in, you'll never know. So I just hope we just grab somebody and just stick with them, man. Seriously.
Yeah, before you switch the topic, I call that the Nick Foles effect, what we're going through as far as the quarterbacks. I even go back to Michael Vick. It's still the Nick Foles thing. This backup guy gets hot, and we think we could win the Super Bowl. So now we always skeptical about our starting quarterback. And been since Michael Vick.
Yeah, overthinking things, for sure.
Yeah, guys, if you guys want to join the stream, it is inside of the comment section. I also pinned it for you guys, so that way you guys can go ahead and grab it from the pinned messages. So the thing about Jamie Newman, and this is what I love about Jamie Newman, is I'm hearing some other fan bases. I heard what some of the things that Louis T said, and I'm glad that they don't think this kid is worth developing, because he is. He absolutely is.
He is. He really is.
He's not polished, and no one expected him to be polished. And like I said, I called him out that the fact that one of the things that concerned me about his film was the fact that when Sage Surratt was out of games, he wasn't quite the same player. But, man, there's a lot there, man, when you look at what he can do. Like the arm strength, man, he's a mobile guy, although he's not like, you know, he's not a run first guy. Like he's definitely trying to get through his reads, his progressions before he escapes the pocket. I
he's
really
a lot like Hurts, man. He's a lot faster than he looks. He really is. You know?
He's really strong too. I mean, I saw one rep on the goal line. I think it was either Boston College or it was the UNC game, to where, I mean, he was dragging 3 guys across the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I definitely think that, like, if Hurts is going to be your starter, Jamie Newman just makes so much sense as your long-term backup. As a guy that, you know, maybe you get him in there a couple of games a year, and, man, you know, he's a dude that you could flip for picks a few years down the road. This is the way I see it. Or, as AK Eagle said, I mean, worst case scenario, something happens and he's your guy. But I just, you know, he's a guy I liked a lot, man. And the fact that we got him as an undrafted rookie free agent, hey, I like that a lot, man, because, like, I thought
that was a steal. It was a steal. Yeah.
I thought that, you know, given some of the other guys that we were hearing about the Eagles might go get, you know, I mean, we heard so many guys that were being linked to us, right? I mean, in the offseason, and they would have all cost us a ton of money. And it's like, you know, look, I'm not a huge fan of Joe Flacco. Like, at this stage in his career, he still throws a pretty deep ball. I still think that he can read a defense. I still think he can get the ball out of his hands. He can do all those things. But, I mean, I don't think Joe Flacco's winning you another Lombardi. I mean, I'm just going to be honest. I like Flacco. He's a good story. You know, hey, let him ride out the year. That's all great. But, you know, I just hope that Jalen Hurts is the guy that Nick Sirianni seems to really like this kid. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, I trust the guy that's developing quarterbacks. You know what I mean? And he's been developing quarterbacks, man, and he seems to love this kid. His teammates want to play for him. I don't know if he can do it on the field. We're going to have to see. But,
well, I mean, you got to look at Hurts, man. He's a determined person, you know. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's been all off season working out. We haven't had that in a while. You know, we're used to Carson Wentz going hunting and stuff on his off season. No, Jalen's putting in the work and stuff. You know, he's trying to make himself better. And I'm all for him just because of that reason right there. You know, you're willing to work for us and put your body on the line. Hey, man, you're my quarterback. I'll say it.
Yeah, the intangibles. That's what I like about Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, man, because, like, you know, I heard some of the comments that were made on the Brunson live stream, and I wasn't in there to counter them. But I'm going to talk with my guy Brunson this week coming up, guys. We're going to schedule something. But I just want to go over a few things that were said there, guys. And I want to get your thoughts about it. In that game, in that live stream, they brought up the fact that Jalen Hurts had 9 fumbles on the season. He only lost 2 of them, but he had 9 fumbles on the season. And they were insinuating he's got a problem holding on and securing the football. Alkabeer, I'll start with you, man. What did you think about that? Like, what are your thoughts on ball security and Jalen Hurts?
You got to work on it, which I believe that was just like the rookie struggles. I seen it too. It was concerning. Like even the big play I think he made. I can't remember the team. Like it was against the Cardinals. He fumbled. He picked the ball back up and made a big play. I look at that play like great play, but you got to hold on to the ball. I think those things he will work out and get through time, but the fumbles are a concern because Carson Wentz, that was my big thing about him. Fumbled a lot. He let the ball go a lot. So I just don't want to repeat of that, especially when you're playing defensive lines like the Giants. The Giants, they're going to have a strong defensive line. Washington is going to have a strong defensive line. So he's going to get hit. He's going to get sacked, of course, but he got to hold onto the ball.
Yeah. So what did you think, AK Eagles, about the whole situation about ball security and Jalen Hurts?
I'm just gonna put that as being a rookie, man. Because I mean, I think we can all agree we were not planning on him playing this last year. I mean, there was no. I'm pretty sure he thought he wasn't even gonna play. So no matter how calm he was, I like to call him a duck in the water. Because no matter how calm he seemed on that field, down deep inside he was jittery. Anybody would be. I mean, I couldn't even imagine being an NFL football player, man. It's got to be crazy. So coming in as a rookie and starting the last 4 games and being in the scenario and the situation he was in, that had to be tough. So he might have looked fine, but deep down in he was stressing. He wanted to look good. He didn't want to mess up. So I don't read too much into it. But if he continues it this year, I'll start being concerned. But hopefully he just keeps working on it. And there is some scenarios that he was in where you just can't help it. Sometimes they just place the hand right in there and they pop it loose. It does happen, but it shouldn't happen 9 times. But you know what I mean.
Yeah. So Jay Milton, what did you think about the whole thing about ball security and Jalen Hurts?
I mean, I would just it's rookie. You know what I mean? It's his first game. Rookie struggles. I'm not gonna look into it like, oh, this happened, that happened. Like AK said, no one expected him to play. No one. I was 100% all right, Carson. Boom. We good this year. Let's start over. Everybody healthy. Let's roll. And then the injury started again. It is what it is. But Jalen Hurts was a better quarterback for the fact that we had no offensive line. You had to be on the move. You know what I'm saying? Now, 2017, Carson was moving, boom. But after that knee injury, I think it shook his confidence, and then the offensive line went down. So then he was, double and triple thinking the same thing, and it is what it is. But I think Jalen Hurts would be way better. I trust his ball security more than I do Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Like,
I hear you.
Come on.
I feel the same exact way.
The man, he should have fumbled when he tripped over his feet.
Uh-huh.
I was going to say, how can you trust a guy that falls on the 5-yard line?
Wide open. He was just
wide open. There was no one around, dude. Like, no one.
Richie brought up a good point, too, about Jason Kelce, too. Them poor snaps. I just can't forget about that either. My God. Those snaps was pretty horrible.
I do. I do Alkabeer. I went back and looked at all 9 of them. So I got everything written down, guys. I'm going to get to it. But I want to get Philly Nemesis.
And let's not act like, dude, the last 4 weeks of the NFL, we were the number 2 overall offense in yards per game under Jalen.
Yeah.
I mean, so that counts for something. I don't care how many times he messed up. I mean, to be a rookie, and he also set a record in rushing yards. Didn't he beat Lamar Jackson out the last 4 weeks too in yards per carry or something like that? So
yeah,
I mean, let's not act like he wasn't effective. He was on fire, but I think just how bad our team overall looked last year, he didn't look as effective as what he truly was. Mm-hmm. A lot of people might look at him as he was decent, but it's like, no, he ran the number 2 overall offense the last 4 weeks. Like, he was effective. It just didn't look like it because we looked so bad as a unit.
Yep, I agree. So, Philly Nemesis, you still with us, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
So what did you think about the ball security issues and Jalen Hurts and the hoopla that's been made about that?
Man, I think it's nonsense because, first of all, it's the guy's rookie season. He didn't even know he was going to get thrown into the fire. And if he did, there's little preparation that he could have made to stop fumbles from happening. These are NFL D linemen, linebackers, you know what I'm saying? And all those things could be fixed, That could be easily fixed during the offseason, and he's been putting in the work in this offseason. So we should just wait to see what happens with the opportunities given this season before we start judging the man off of fumbles that he had in 4 games.
I agree. So here's my take on it, guys. I went back and I watched all 9. I watched every single one of these to find out what was happening, why they occurred, when they occurred. So the first thing I'm going to bring up, guys, is this. 3 out of the 9 happened before he was taking the majority of snaps as the quarterback. A lot of them were gimmicky plays. And they still happen. They still occur. They still, it still happened. I get it, but let's be real. It's not as if he was behind center as the main quarterback. So to me, the circumstances are a little different. So let me just go to the very first one that happened. Cincinnati game. It's his 5th snap as a professional because he was actually benched. He was benched in week 1, guys, if you remember. So not benched. I'm sorry, guys. That's the wrong way of saying that. He was not put on the active roster for week 1. Remember, he was left off of that. So week 2, he doesn't really get, he gets in a few games. There are a few plays. They use him to do a couple nonsense things, just kind of just to draw the defense's eyes one way or the other. But he doesn't touch the ball. Week 3, he comes in. He's got 1 snap. Everything goes fine. And then the second snap, he's running. It's the second time he's ever really touched the ball as a professional. And he's running a zone option read. So the chemistry between Miles Sanders and Jalen Hurts cannot be that great at this point. Okay? He tries to pull the ball back out from Miles Sanders and take it outside. And then in between that action of pulling it back out, him and Miles Sanders have to mix up the ball, gets fumbled. By the way, Jalen, it's recovered, right? So the next game, San Francisco. I think this is week 4, if I'm not mistaken. Go back and watch Kelsey snap on that one. Yes, he fumbled Kelsey snap. Kelsey snapped a curveball, man. If you watch that snap, it's a curveball coming into him. I don't know if there was some breeze or wind going on that, but that was a nasty snap. Like a lot of dudes are going to fumble that one. That was not a normal snap. I don't know what happened. Hey, it happened.
Somebody cut wind.
Yeah, but you know what? Look, he recovered the ball, all right? Week 9, New York Giants. All right. So Jason Kelsey has one happen, right, to him because of the snap. It kind of – it almost one-hopped him. It was really down, like a one-hop. Hurts does the best he can to field the ball. He can't field the ball. Miles Sanders picks it up. And I love Bad Dog. Bad Dog's a good guy. But what he forgot to mention about that fumble is that Miles Sanders took the ball for an 11-yard gain and a first down. So, number one, the fumble's not really on Jalen Hurts. It was a poor snap. It one-hopped him, and there's not too much you can do with that. And number 2, it ended up in a positive result. That kind of got left out of the analysis that they were given. And I know that this isn't Bad Dog because Louis T was really the one that brought it up, not Bad Dog. So let's go to the next snap, the next issue. It comes up in New Orleans, okay? This is the first one I really saw, and I thought to myself, this is a rookie who's got to learn ball security. Absolutely, in New Orleans. He gets stood up, physically stood up on his own read, and they stripped the ball from him. But he was running the ball all over him, and there was a lot of frustration, and they were looking for it. He's got to learn. Yeah, he's got to learn on that one. That's 100% a rookie mistake. No doubt about it. 3 fumbles occurred in the Arizona game, which really skews things. Because remember, Green Bay was the first time that he took significant snaps at quarterback. So, New Orleans is the first time he starts. It's a little skewed here. So, Arizona. The first one's kind of a bang-bang play, and I think it's even argumentative that it was a fumble. It was a really bang-bang play. It was really close. The ball bounces out of bounds. I think it ends up being a pretty big gainer anyways. But, hey, it's very close. I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. It was a lot closer than what people want to admit, though, on that one. The second time, he just got hit while his arm was trying to come forward. I definitely think that you can make a case that if you process, you read the defense faster, you get the ball out quicker. maybe that play doesn't happen. But you know what? I watch NFL games all across the league, and this happens to Tom Brady too, where they catch your arm before it comes forward. Now, if he had 5, 6, 7 of those in a season, maybe I'd be concerned. I don't want to take one occurrence of that out of context. You know what I mean? Like, could he made a faster read? Could he made a faster progression there? Yes. But, like, even the best quarterbacks have this play happen. Let's be real. Tom Brady got his first Super Bowl trip off of a really sketchy occurrence of that.
Now, see, I look at that play, though, too. Was that one of those long-time development plays, though, as well? Did he have to wait a little longer, for the route to develop? Was that one of those plays? Because I can't say, he could have had it out faster because I don't even know what the play was for that one. It could have been a long developing play, so he had to wait a little longer. So,
yeah.
It
depends. I have to go over, like, the really – I'd have to go over the fine tune and know the reads and stuff like that. But I will say that the first time I watched it live, I do think that Doug did have a built-in check down there. But you're dealing with a rookie quarterback, man. They're not always going to know where the play is supposed to go. Number 3, it was a Hassan Riddick play. Hassan Riddick absolutely, just blew Mulata off the ball. Like, before Mulata could even look past his feet, Hassan Ridgeway is cutting the corner on him. Like, can you make an argument that Hurts has to sense that pressure? Sure, but hey, man, don't slow that play down and watch it at game speed. Look, man, he was waiting on Goddard on a wheel route. The wheel route was open, and I put this partially on Doug's. Like, there were ways of attacking this defense. I think Arizona was in a cover 3, if I remember the play correctly, and what he should have done is he had a dig kind of built in. Like, he has like a dig or kind of like a post kind of built in with Alshon Jeffrey. But if you build in a dig and you draw the safety up and you build in a deeper post behind that play likely doesn't happen. But instead, you draw a play up that should have worked in theory because you got a one-on-one coverage with a linebacker on Goddard, but it's a longer developing play. It's got to turn into like a wheel because Dallas Goedert's in to give a block, and then he releases on that wheel route. It's a
I
longer
remember that play.
And
I
Hassan
remember
Riddick he blew him up on that one. Like,
yeah,
you can preach ball security there, but name me the quarterback that doesn't get hit blindsided like that and is probably not fumbling that ball because I don't know, man. I don't know. I see some nuance in some of these things.
There's a lot of analysts out there, like on ESPN and stuff, that use that tape that you're talking about right there for the reason why they say Hurts is not going to be a franchise quarterback because he missed that dig route. And I was like, come on, man, that's his first start. You're being kind of harsh, don't you think? Like, got to cut him a little bit of a break.
Everybody's got opinions on stuff like that, man.
Yeah.
The Dallas game, Jordan Mailata got beat, and that one by Randy Gregory. Same kind of action. They're trying to hit the wheel route again. And Jordan Mailata got blown up by Randy Gregory on that play. Like, Randy Gregory, I tore him a new one on that one, man. It's, once again, we're getting into play design. I think some of this falls on play design. And then the second fumble in the Dallas game was a scramble drill late in the fourth quarter. Look, we were so injured across the offensive line at that point that Brett Toth was playing right tackle. So, hey, man, it's a scramble drill. He's trying to make a play. Ball security, I'm there with you. But I got to agree with a lot of people said inside of the comment section. He's a rookie. He was a rookie back there. Like, I don't fear that ball security is going to be this big issue, man. I fear Jalen Hurts developing and understanding the outlets and where the ball should go in certain situations, building proper chemistry with the receivers because now the receivers are going to be able to option their routes, and he's got to know what that receiver is going to option to. I fear that stuff way more than ball security. Like, maybe I'll fear it more as the season goes on. I don't fear it right now, man. I don't.
You got to think last season was COVID season too. Couldn't really build no chemistry with the guys. Wasn't no preseason. I think the off-season training was totally different than normal. So, and he didn't really expect to play. I really thought it was going to be Carson Wentz through the whole season.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look. And there was one, I remember one of the fumbles against Arizona. It was a weird kind of fumble where Hassan Riddick got to him. He got to him. He strips the ball from his hands. And Jalen Hurts picks the ball right back up on the AK Eagles' point about, like, being good under pressure even when he fumbles the ball. and he throws a strike to Dallas Goedert on a rollout. I mean, it was just a straight strike right into Dallas Goedert's chest. Like, I just, man, look, yes, he fumbled the ball a lot, but I also think that they were playing cute with the numbers they were providing. If you looked at him as a starter, the 6 fumbles he had as a starter, when you take the snaps, then he averaged a fumble like every 50 snaps. So it wasn't as bad as Daniel Jones when he took over the starting role and starting duties, to be honest, and to be fair about it. So I just thought they were trying to be cute with the math to make their point. And I thought that they were leaving the context out of how some of these fumbles occurred. But it is what it is, guys. You know how people are, man. You guys know how people are. Hey, for everybody in the comment section, we do have room if y'all want to jump on the panel. I pinned the comment. If you can't find it in the pin, I'll try to post it again for you guys. You guys are welcome to come in and talk if y'all want to. We're just kind of chilling out. We're just going to talk a little bit Eagles football for a little while. Just, Saturday night, y'all. You know how it is. So, record predictions, guys. This is my least favorite topic. It really is. But somebody brought this up in the comment section. I think it was Jalen. If Nick Sirianni struggles as a rookie head coach, he's asking, how far is Nick Sirianni's leash?
I kick it off. If he struggled his rookie season, I think fans want holding against him. But now, if you go to the second and third, if you look at our past head coaches besides Andy Reid, Chip Kelly and Doug Peterson, who got a Super Bowl ring, we let those guys go. So he'll be on a short leash. Unfortunately, I don't like that we doing that because I look at a team like the Steelers that kept Mike Tomlin and just let him develop. Even though a lot of people calling for his job, but the Steelers not doing that. Just let him work it out. Let him get his time in.
Yeah, good point, Anthony. Manning's first year in Indianapolis was horrible. AK Eagle. So, what do you think? How long do you think Nick Sirianni's leash is?
I think he's got a pretty long one, honestly, because I mean, the way I look at it is when we hired Doug, we weren't in the situation we are in now. We were expected to win then because we had Carson, we had everything, and not just that, you had Alshon Jeffrey, at the very last year of his prime somehow, and everything just worked. We had Chris Long, defense was good, so it was just built to win. We're not there now. Yeah. No one's expecting us to win. So
we had those guys in 2016. We had Alshon and those guys. I don't think so, because I think Doug came in the same way Nick Sirianni is coming in my opinion. Rookie kind of quarterback, really didn't have no weapons. Didn't know what to expect.
In 16, he didn't have nothing. Yeah, no, in 16 he didn't have nothing, but 17, I'm saying, like 17 is his second year. That was definitely built to win. Like there was no ifs, ands, or buts. We don't have that with Nick. It's not like we have those, so I think he's got a longer one just because of that. If we were built to win right now, I'd say sure, his leash is short, but we're not built to win, so I think he's got 5 years.
Yeah. So Jay Milton, what do you think? How long or how far do you think Nick Sirianni's leash is?
I think he's definitely got at least 3 years minimum to produce a second round playoff appearance. You know what I'm saying? Like you got the first year you get the mulligan, second year you got to know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? You got to know. You can't let the same thing that knocked you down last time be the same thing you fell to again the second time. You got to learn from your mistakes and grow. And I like the fact that we have a semi-solid organization because Howie is just, he's riding the wave. That's what he does. So we always got to see what Howie's doing. But as long as the coach is doing his job and producing, and Howie's not getting in his way, I think he's got at least three years, and then that can turn into whatever it can.
Yeah. So Steve Harvey, what's good, my guy? What do you think? How far How long do you think Nick Sirianni's leash is as a coach?
3 years minimum.
3 years minimum.
Yeah. Reason why I say that is, put it this way, let's act like that Super Bowl didn't speed up a lot of people's clocks.
Jalen, why are you naming yourself Steve Harvey, bro?
Just because you allowed me to do it.
You said 3 years.
But yeah, he is.
It's a good answer,
he is 3
honestly.
years. Yeah, he got 3 years. And let's not act like the Super Bowl didn't speed up a lot of people's clocks, because right now the fan base is talking about, yeah, we're gonna be, we're gonna win the division and everything like that. We don't know if these guys can play yet. We don't know if the coaching staff can coach yet. And we're talking about, at least a playoff berth. I'm like, no, there's a good side, segment of the fan base is like that. So if we go hypothetically 5-12, I don't care about the record really, but we see good growth, I'm 100% fine with it, because guess what? That 5-12 could be 9-8 next year, and that's a wild card berth. I'm fine with that. Look at the Giants. That's the model I want to go after. But a lot of it is going to come with patience, and I don't see this fan base having that type of patience.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's a tricky question.
Alkabeer, that's an interesting point. I didn't know that, man. So Alkabeer just kind of hit me up and let me know that apparently Jalen Hurts had a hand injury last year. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the report just came out, so I just put it in the comments. Doug Peterson was just talking about it.
Is that why he got benched on the last game?
That's probably the excuse. I'm not sure, but yeah, he had a hand injury, so that can have some effect on the fumbles, I guess.
Yeah. My guy, Eagles all day. What's good, man? So what do you think? What do you think Nick Sirianni's leash is?
I'm kind of like with Steve Harvey with it. I think he'll get a good maybe 3-4 years, but as long as they seeing improvement, like 1 year we go 5-10, 5-12. Then next year we get improvement. It's gonna be hard for us to let him go. So I think maybe 4 years. If we keep seeing constant improvement, he doing better and better, he'll probably be here for a good little minute. But I just want to see what kind of offense he gonna have us running, how he gonna be. I just want to see him do better than Doug Peterson, because close to Doug Peterson into his season, into his years, he started, I don't know, the offense looked like he was falling apart kind of.
Yeah, it's true. That's very true. And it's tough. Jock Talks. I'll pose this one to everybody on the panel. I'll give you my perspective first, guys. So I'm going to say Jalen, and hear me out, guys. All right. I'm not a Jalen homer. It's just that I'm far more familiar with Jalen Hurts right now than I am Tua. Just because, I break guys down. I watch their film. Of course, I watched film on Tua, but I haven't watched his games in Miami, to be honest. I haven't watched a ton of his Miami film. I don't know the nuances of how he played. I'd have to really know that before I signed off on taking Tua over Jalen. You get what I'm saying? So right now, I'm just going to rock with Jalen because that's who I know. This is going to be for me. Guys might hate me for this, but love the devil, That's what I'm going with. Because I don't know enough about him to elevate him over. But I'll kick it off to Alkabeer. What do you think, man?
I gotta go with Jalen Hurts. I like Tua a lot. I'm mad at comparing these two guys because I really like both. The only reason why I think Jalen Hurts has the better arm, Tua, his problem in Miami, and a lot of Miami Dolphins fans subscribe to me and they tell me that they like Tua, but they just don't think he can push the ball down the field. That's why he kept getting subbed out for Ryan Fitzpatrick. So Ryan Fitzpatrick was making the big plays, and Tua it seemed like he didn't have it. He had moved the chains, but he just couldn't make the big plays, especially with the receivers they got now. You think they got Will Fuller there now. I think they got, of course, Jalen Waddle and Devontae Parker. So they got three dynamic guys, and they need somebody that can push the ball down the field.
Yeah.
And,
that's a good point. I guess we're going to find out a lot about Tua this year, to be honest. He's kind of in the same boat he's really in the same boat as Jalen. So He's probably on a 1 year kind of prove it thing.
Because Dolphins ready to win now.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
What do
they
you
got
think,
that
AJ
team.
Eagles?
No, I'm with you, man. You know, Jalen's on this team, not Tua. I'm going with Jalen. You know, I got to stick with my guy. I didn't watch Tua a lot, but I know who Jalen is. And to me, Jalen's built a little bigger and he's a lot stronger than Tua, I'd say. You know, so I like that aspect. I like having that. But yeah, I'm going to go with Jalen.
Yeah. What about you, Jalen Williams? You going with Jalen or Tua?
I'm going with Jalen, but it's not because of play or anything like that. I'm going with Jalen because I think it's easier to get off of Jalen if it doesn't pan out. You get what I'm saying? Or if he has one of those gray area seasons, guess what? There's no conflict if you go out there and say, I get a Deshaun Watson or I get someone actually better. You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
In the draft, whatever it may be. I'm looking at terms of flexibility as opposed to on the field play, because both of them right now are question marks. You know?
Yeah.
Just being honest.
Yeah, that's very true. And that's what I was saying. Like, I'm not going to go on the record so I can see that guy's professional film and know what's going on in depth here. But, I look at it like that's a good point, which is you got a top 10 pick at quarterback and you're talking about trading multiple first round picks to go get a guy. Like, it's not going to look good compared to you got a second round pick investing in another guy. Like, yeah, it's a little easier to come off of that. I agree.
What's the Penn State quarterback? Hackenberg? Wasn't he a second round quarterback?
He might have been. You might be right. Yeah, I know
him
exactly.
And Deshaun Kaiser, they were very easy to come up off of.
Yeah, no kidding.
If they didn't pan out, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it would have been different to a first round pick.
Yeah. Yeah, Eagles all day. Where you at on this one, man? Tua or Jalen?
Me personally, I'm gonna go with Jalen all day. I like Jalen a lot. I think if he keep on putting the work, how he put in the work, I think he can be a real nice quarterback. I see him like a Russell Wilson 2.0 or I don't know. I just like Jalen a lot. I think he'll do good with us. Over Tua, I just say Tua probably just a little bit better with accuracy, but I'd take him over Tua all day.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you guys. I think we all came away and said that Jalen Hurts would probably be our pick. But like I said, for me, it's just I don't know Tua's film enough, man. And the things I'm hearing is that he looked like a guy that probably shouldn't have been a top 10 pick. He needed more development than what people thought, to be quite honest. I saw somebody asked about Matt Jones. Look, guys, I like Matt Jones, but I have question marks about Matt Jones too, man. Like, I think that he's a good processor. I don't think he's great. I saw plays to where he didn't know the check down either. And it didn't look good, to be honest. I think he's getting a little overhyped. I think he's got an adequate arm, not a good arm, not a great arm. It's NFL ready, but he's not winning any awards with that arm. I can tell you that. And to be honest with you, he's an average to maybe below average athlete. I mean, maybe good enough to work the pocket. That's something that really comes with experience and knowing when and where to slide. He's not going to break anyone down outside the pocket. I can tell you that. I will say that I thought that, if I look at a guy like, you said Matt Jones, not Mac Jones. My bad. I was giving you Mac Jones, but I still wouldn't know. Matt Jones is a no for me too. But Mac Jones, I'll say this is like when I watched Mac Jones's film, as questionable as I was with him holding up against pressure, I thought most of the time he beat the pressure. He beat it because, Nick Saban doesn't play around. He wants his guys to know where to go with the football. So that's when he beat it. He was very much like a Kellen Mond type, where Kellen Mond just knew where to go with the football last year. I will say that the kid from Florida, the big kid, that a lot of people wanted early on. I watched his film. He scared me, man. He was not good versus pressure. I thought he was going to be far more athletic than what he was. And he's I will say I don't think Mac Jones was as bad as him, but you know what I mean?
You got Darius Toney and Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
The quarterback?
Yeah, the quarterback. Yeah, he was just
Kyle
not
Trask, I think.
Yeah, Trask. Trask, yeah. Kyle Trask. He just wasn't like I thought he was going to be a much better because he did some really good design quarterback power run stuff. But man, he could not hold up to blitzes. He just was not athletic in that way.
Who drafted
and I was
him,
shocked because I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that going into his film. I thought he was going to be a lot better. But if he didn't get the ball in his hands and beat that, it was not good, man. I was shocked. And I'll be honest. I didn't see it the first time I watched his film. I was having a conversation with Max Brown. And Max pointed it out to me. He says, what do you think? He was like, what do you think about him versus, against pressure? And I'm like, well, I mean, he gets the ball out of his hands okay. I mean, I don't know if he always knows to read, but, he's like, no, like, you think he's got functional athleticism. And I, like, went back and watched the film, and I'm like, oh, boy. Yeah, he's right, man. He doesn't. Like, I think he definitely got by on that one a little bit. I don't know if the guy's going to be successful in the NFL. He's a big dude. He can do some design quarterback power run stuff. I mean, he's not a huge arm. He doesn't have a great arm. To be honest with you, I liked Kellen Mond more than him as the second tier quarterbacks. I thought, Kellen Mond I was on Kellen Mond months ago, and then Chris Sims put out his list, and that was it. He was definitely getting drafted higher than I thought he was going to go at first.
Where did Kyle Trask go, by the way?
Yeah, where did
I
he
think the
go?
Buccaneers is right.
Buck?
Yeah,
It's Buck.
the Bucks in like the third round.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
But
I
yeah,
got a
man.
question for y'all though.
What's up?
How y'all feel about the I seen it was like some reports where they were saying we might trade Zach Ertz, and it was some I think with the Cardinals we could might bring back Hicks.
Hicks, I like that.
I was about to say, I like that a lot.
I like that.
If we can get, I seen Hicks. The only problem we had with Hicks was he just couldn't stay healthy. He was balling when he was on the field. He just never stayed healthy. And then when he went to the Cardinals, I think he played the full season. I think
2 full seasons.
Yeah. So and then he balled out. I think he was at Texas. We had got him from Texas. He was balling with us. He was balling. He was nice. He just could never stay healthy. Then I think we had traded him. He left as a free agent. But I was wondering how y'all feel if we bring back Hicks. I think our linebacker, that'll help the linebackers out a lot.
My first question is, what's his age? I forget.
26, 27, something like that.
27, I think.
Dang, he's still that young?
Yeah, right. Yeah. I feel like he's been young forever.
I know. It feels like we had him for like 4 or 5 years, man. Like, what?
Yeah. He must have been one of those younger guys that got, pulled from us. But drafted by us, I should say. I mean, look, I think so. I see Just Mike saying that he's too expensive. I think he restructured his contract, Just Mike. So I think let me look it up for you, but I think it's only like $2 million. But let me look it up before I say that, officially. But I know he reworked the deal, so I think he's a little bit more affordable than he once was. I mean, the issue is the Eagles just don't have a lot of cap space, period. I mean, but if you trade Ertz, then you're able to move a significant portion of cap space. I mean, you're going to get some cap savings there. So Jordan Hicks has a $2 million base salary, guys. So, yeah, we'd only be on the hook for $2 million, and then he has a per-game roster bonus we'd have to pick up. But, yeah, I mean, that's – you know what I mean? Like, I mean, he's got a favorable contract.
Is he on his this is last year on the contract?
He's technically under contract for 2022. He's got a 4.2 in base. He's got a prorated signing bonus of $3 million still left on the deal. He's got a roster bonus of $750, and he's got some per game roster bonus money on his contract. So if I'm going to take a wild guess, guys, what they did is they must have taken his contract. This is what I'm assuming they did. They took his contract, restructured it, took some of the base money and converted it into per game roster bonuses. This is probably what they did. Yeah. So the question would be is like how much, you know what I mean? Like we might get hit a little bit there. It shouldn't come out this year, but it might hit us next year in terms of the cap availability there. So we'd have to kind of know the details of that per game roster bonus and how that would or would not work out in terms of the cap. But I mean, $2 million, I would take Jordan Hicks all day. I mean, he's a good football player, a lot better than what we got currently.
Well, and I mean, that's what sucks about the whole Joe Flacco thing, man, because if having Jamie Newman and getting him in free agency, man, that $8 million looks good right now. Like, I don't lie. We could have used that $8 million.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, it's really going to come down to what that per game roster bonus really works its way out to and like how much money we would spend on that and then how it would be accounted for, because, you don't want to, the last thing you need is like $1 million per game roster bonus and ends up being, $16 million that you're eating the following year and cap space has got to come out. Like that's not ideal. I don't think it's quite that high. I highly doubt that would be happening, but we'll see, guys. I mean, we'll definitely see how this works out, man. Cause it's definitely like a tricky area here. I mean, in terms of like some of the issues we have on the defense. I mean, I don't know who our CB number 2 is right now. It could very well be, McPherson. McPherson could very well be our CB number 2. And I wanted to get your guys, thoughts on that. Like, if McPherson becomes our CB number 2, like, what do you think?
Same problems. It's going to be the same thing. Just I think everybody's going to take the Cowboys formula and to beat us. Throw the ball away from Darius Slay. Give Atlanta, for example, they have a Calvin Ridley that's their number 2, who can be a number 1 for almost any team in the NFL. They're just going to take the same exact formula. That's what's going to happen, and they're going to test them. Yeah.
So, Paul, just a little correction to what you're saying. It's not technically true. So you got to understand, $3 million of Hicks's money is in a prorated bonus. So that's money he's already received, and you don't transfer that to another team. It's normally in their signing bonus. So it means he got the money up front, and then Arizona, just like Philly likes to do, they spread it out. They prorated it over so many years. So he's about $2 million base, and then we'd have to count for the extra $1 million or so that's in this per game roster bonuses. So he costs you about $2 to $3 million, depending on the exact nature of those per game roster bonuses and how that works out. I mean, what do you think, AK Eagles 88? What do you think about this? If we have to go in with Zach McPherson as our number 2 cornerback.
Man, I'm gonna just tell you, come back to me and like after football starts, and I'll give you my answer because they're all young. I want to be optimistic here, man. I don't want to be negative, but inside I'm negative. Outside I'm like woohoo. But I'll answer that when we start playing because it's different coaching staff, different scheme. Maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. But I'm not going to start out on the negative aspect, and I'm out. I'll just wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
So,
Jalen, what do you think, man? What do you think about if we have to start McPherson at CB number 2?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Hold on. Let me address the Hicks thing first. I don't want Hicks.
Why not?
The reason why I don't want Hicks, he's already on his second contract. He's already making money. I want some guys on their rookie deals to actually show me they can play. You get what I'm saying? Because we're going to get back in that cycle of, he's a vet, but he's getting paid more than your average player. You get what I'm saying? We've always struggled with the cap. So I'm looking at it long term as opposed to, we have a linebacker now. No, don't care. Let the young guys develop. They can play. They can't. It is what it is. They can be replaced.
So you wouldn't take him because, look, man, we're going to probably have to pay him. It looks like from judging the contract I'm looking at, you're probably going to pay him about $3 million in 2021. And in 2022, he's still under contract. I mean, we wouldn't pay the prorated, so he's got a $425 base salary, $750 roster bonus, $1 million per game roster bonus. So we're looking at like $6 million for 2022. You wouldn't $8 million 2 years. You don't think Hicks is worth that?
I think he's worth that, but I don't like him for our situation. You get what I'm saying? We're in a situation where we struggle developing young players. We have to get young players on their rookie deals to be able to play. That's my main focus. I really don't want too many vets. And it's going to lead me to the next topic of McPherson starting at cornerback. I don't want McPherson to start at cornerback. I don't know if you guys saw Mike Hughes got traded from the Vikings to Kansas City. Something like that. That's what I want.
Yeah.
A young guy on a rookie deal. Hey, he did not work out here. Maybe he can work out here. He's a first round pick. He's got talent. It is what it is. And you can sign them for very cheap as opposed to them getting actual market level deals.
So let me ask you a question on the Hicks, and then we'll get to the McPherson thing. But so what about Alex Singleton then? Because, Alex Singleton, you can make the case, this is a 27, 28-year-old guy. He's not necessarily on a second contract or anything, but I mean, where do you cut off the age gap where you think that the team is Like, where's the cutoff for you in terms of like future development, like being young enough to kind of grow alongside?
He's right there at that number. I like Alex Singleton. Don't get me wrong. I like him a lot. But he can be replaced. And the first chance I get to replace him with someone that's younger on a I guess you say a reasonable contract, like a rookie contract, I'm doing it. Simple as that. I mean, I like you. You're a fan favorite. Blah 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 blah. That don't help me in the long run when we have these issues with the cap, or it's. Yeah.
So, I mean, someone was asking, like Paul was asking, Hicks is 29 years old. What do you do now with Eric Wilson? Like, if I'm adding him onto the team, I don't think Eric Wilson and Hicks really conflict. I don't think Eric Wilson is a stacked linebacker. I think that'd be a mistake. I think he's more of a Sam. You can call him a stack, but I think he's more of an outside guy. I would not want Eric Wilson playing stacked. He's just not a good run. He's not a good run supporter. A run defender, I should say.
You don't want him getting mixed up in the crowd.
Yeah, no, that's not his game. He's a coverage guy.
Yeah.
And a blitzer. I would say that you could probably work with those two guys on the field. I mean, I think to me the question would be, and I think this is what Jalen is trying to get to, is you spent a third round pick on Davion Taylor.
Yep.
You spent a sixth round pick, on man, he's slipping on my mind now. The kid from Temple, Sean Bradley.
Sean Bradley.
Yep.
Yeah. You spent a 6th round pick on Jacoby Stevens. One of the guys. I get what you're saying. Like, one of these guys are going to get on the field. Like, why are we spending picks on guys that are not going to crack the lineup at any point? I get what you're saying. Because like at some point, like you have to kind of know what you have in the what you have there amongst these guys. Let me ask you a question though, and I'll try Eagles all day. You can jump in on this one too, man. What do you guys think about this linebacker? The linebacker coach, man. He's like, who's he, like 27? That kid Ruckus or whatever his name is.
Yeah, he's real young, I think.
Rallis, yeah.
Rallis.
Where he came from?
He came from Minnesota.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's our linebacker coach. The guy's only like 27.
Listen, man, I look at this as, and I'm going off of what he was saying down there. These are young guys. I feel you're going to find, especially in the part of the transition we're in as a team right now, you're going to find a lot more fight in these young players than you will veterans. Like, these kids have something to prove. They're out to prove stuff, because they've never gotten paid yet. The Smiths, even Rager's in there. He's got paid, but he's still on his rookie deal. He wants that big contract just like everybody else has. So they got a lot to prove. So you're going to find a lot more fight, a lot more drive, a lot more motivation than you would a Jordan Hicks. Because Hicks has been in the league. He's been doing it. He's been successful. He's not been successful, but he's been up and down. So you could kind of say, well, that drive isn't there like a 22-year-old's drive would be. So I get where he's coming from on that aspect.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was your question? Sorry.
We were talking about, we're talking about Rallis being like so young.
Oh yeah. No, I love his energy, man. What he did over in Minnesota, he did awesome. I think they had a pretty solid linebacker core over there. So, I mean, age doesn't really matter. It's what you can get out of your players, and it's how much they respect you. Because, I've played sports, and I'll admit, I played half-assed for people I did not like, but I played 100% for the ones that I did. And if this coaching staff can get all the players to believe and everyone likes one another and they all respect one another, dude, they're going to play 100% because that's what people do. So age does not matter, man. It's about motivation and respect. And as long as he gains their respect, we won't have an issue.
So Eagles all day. What do you think about, Rallis only being 27 and leading that room? I think Alex Singleton's either the same age or he might even be a little older than him.
I think he'll relate to them a little bit better. He'll probably be able to talk to them a little different. They ain't around the same age group. So I think that's a plus right there, but it's all about how much he knows too. See, I don't know too much about him, but I know Minnesota. They got they defense over there pretty decent. So if he had a good impact on their linebackers and how they was playing, age really don't matter too. So he'll probably do the same thing for us. Probably relate to the linebackers a little bit better, get them to play their best.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting way of looking at it. Is that they might have some kind of kinship that gets built because they're similar in age. They probably it's not like a dude that's 30 years older than you and just don't have a lot in common with them other than football. Steve Harvey and Eagles all day. I'll get you guys on this one. So Steve Harvey, Jalen, you got me calling you Steve Harvey there.
Is me, Steve Harvey.
So you never gave us your opinion on McPherson as CB number 2.
Oh no to McPherson as CB number 2. Like, I thought that would be obvious, but I want another move. I want someone. I want a retread. You get what I'm saying? A rookie retread. A rookie deal retread. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, that's kind of Mallow Blue or whatever his name is, right? That's kind of what he is.
He's only
he's only in year 2, so I mean that's kind of what we're doing in a sense.
You talking about this? No. He's in like year.
He's in only his year.
Not 8, like 6 or something like that.
No, he was in the 2017 draft.
So wait a minute.
The corner from the Raiders.
Yeah,
he's going cornerback, right?
Yeah.
He might be only like 3 or 4 years in, something like that. Whatever.
But I'm saying, I'm looking at it like this. I'm looking at young players like, hey, I'm not gonna say they've been cut, but they were drafted in the first round. Look at what what's the guy's name? Hassan Reddick was last year. Mm-hmm. They did not want him in Arizona. You get what I'm saying? He came out, he balled, he got you, what was it? 15? Not 15. He got I think it was double-digit sacks. He had never shown anything like that before.
Should have made that trade in the offseason, man.
And you could have got him for about a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, we should have made that trade in the offseason.
And I've been sitting there screaming, I want him. It's a retread. That was my thinking, Because put it this way, if you get drafted in the first round, you have talent. Sometimes you just need a place to get a fresh start because things don't always land right in certain situations. And, okay, I've seen McPherson's tape. I'm not going to say I was impressed. I don't know anything about playing cornerback. So I just saw him. Oh, he made a play on the ball there. That could have been a little bit better. Nothing special. That's all I said from the tape.
Yeah. So Eagles all day. What do you think about McPherson?
I ain't really see too much tape on McPherson, but I know he played in he was at Texas Tech, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I ain't see too much tape on him, but me personally, I don't really want him to start. I feel like if he's starting, we going down the same path. Like we maybe have like one decent corner, and then we got like a 4th-round pick, or we got somebody who's starting, he like 5'9", he really can't hold his own. Me personally, I want us to get the dude from the Steelers. I think his name Nelson. Steven Nelson. Yeah, I really want us to bring in him or a veteran, so at least Slay got somebody he could trust on the other side. So where I'm comfortable with Slay. I know Slay he gonna do good on whoever he got to compete against. But when we got a good wide receiver too, I don't know if McPherson can really. I don't know. Really, I just got to see him though. I got to see some old tape on him. So I don't really want to say no, but like just going in with a 4th-rounder starting. Yeah. I don't know. We always doing that.
Boys for life. What's good, man? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. What's up, buddy?
Not much. Just wanted to jump in here and say what's up.
What's up?
I see you drinking, so I just want to say cheers.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Had to crack out the 1792. Some bourbon.
Okay. So I just went to the store. I went to the store today because it's supposed to like rain all week here in where I'm from in Texas. And then my chick went to Laredo to go visit her aunt. And so I'm here at the house. And I was like, you know what? Let me just go buy some beer. And then I got the big boy of Jack Daniels in the freezer for later tonight.
Okay.
So
I hear you, man. I hear you.
Yeah.
You still got daylight, bro. It's already dark out my way, man.
Yeah, no, it's
Dark.
the sun's coming down. The sun's coming. I should actually. I'm a little upset because I should have been at work last night and tonight, but I took the 2 days off because my chick's gone. So I was like, nah, I'm gonna take off, watch the dogs, But I'm also like, fuck, dude, I got an $1,100 credit card payment to pay off because of the Cowboys game.
Oh yeah,
Like, I'm not even kidding you, dude. In 10 minutes, sitting in the car picking up my stepdaughter, like I just dropped $1,100 like that, like for 2 tickets and then the hotel room because me and my buddy are gonna go. Luckily, he's paying me for half. Like he's gonna give me half, so 600 of that is coming back to me. But I gotta pay off the card. You know what I mean? So it's like,
hey man, tickets can get you, man. That's why I chose my away game this year to be Carolina, just because if you buy the 500 section in Carolina, it's like less than $100. Like, it's a really cheap. It's a really cheap game to go watch, honestly.
Well, see, if I want to buy $100 ticket for the Cowboys, it's either I'm standing or I'm sitting at the nosebleeds, and I'm not doing that. So we found some tickets for cheap down at the bottom. They're like $265, but they're like right in front of the end zone of where I sat like 2 years ago. So I was like, nah, I'm gonna do it. So like, I don't care. I was like, I got the credit. I was like, I got the credit card to put it on. I'll pay it off. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, man. I wish I could big ball and buy those, like $400 or $500 tickets, bro. But man, I can't. Yeah, I saw one. I was looking at the Tampa Bay game because I was like, I might go to the Tampa Bay game because it's not that bad actually. It's really reasonably priced. Yeah, I was looking. I wonder, I want to be like right down on the bench. Like, how much is that going to be? It's like, it's like $1,000. I'm like, who's paying?
Dude, the 50-yard line. Like even sitting mid-section of the 50-yard line,
right?
even sitting mid-section of the 50-yard line at Jerry World is like $400 or $500. So I'm like, fuck that. If I'm gonna sit at the bottom, I'm gonna sit right behind one of the end zones, like I did 2 years ago, and I'll drop the $300 per ticket, like whatever.
So I take it as being a Cowboys fan, you're hoping we start Zach McPherson at right cornerback.
As a Cowboys fan, okay, I'm gonna say this, like being completely unbiased. I think with the Eagles, y'all had a lot of more pressing needs, in my opinion, than wide receiver. Than a wide receiver. I think you could have gone linebacker. I think you could have gone. I mean, I get it. The top 2 corners were gone, and then it dropped off into the second round. Safety, like there's a lot more pressing needs than wide receiver. Because what happens if Devontae Smith, let's just say he doesn't pan out? And that's another wide receiver missed. And that's basically another draft wasted because after the first round, y'all have a history of not picking well or these guys not developing well after the second round when y'all are picking. So that's basically a whole nother draft wasted. And let's face it, like, I mean, from what I'm seeing on TV and what I'm hearing, mixed feelings between the fans as far as Eagle fans go, it's either y'all are winning the division or y'all are picking top 10 next year in the draft, and y'all are looking for a quarterback. So to me, I feel like this is make or break for Jalen Hurts, and to me, it's going to be he's a bridge quarterback. If y'all really wanted a quarterback, I think y'all were in the prime spot at the 10th pick to pick somebody. If y'all just want to see what Jalen Hurts got, okay, we're gonna rock with him. He did all right, or you know what, we're gonna go pick another quarterback next year in the draft. That's just where I'm at with the Eagles.
Reading the tea leaves as they fell when it comes to quarterbacks, I think the 2 guys they had interest in were Zach Wilson, which they basically on the day that they went to go watch Zach Wilson's, his pro day, they ended up trading back.
Yeah.
And then I think they wanted Trey Lance, but I think the intel that came back was once San Francisco jumped up to 3, I think they knew that these guys know stuff on the inside, man. I think they knew that San Francisco was going Trey Lance, and I think they knew Zach Wilson was coming off second to the Jets. I think what set things into motion. I think someone in the comment section brought up a good point, which is we absolutely understand what you're saying, that most of us agree that CB number 2 was a much larger need, even though I think most of us think that we still needed a playmaker at wide receiver. The way I view it is this. We traded out of the 6th spot to go to 12. We added the multiple picks. But I think Howie made the play to potentially try to save his job, which is he needed to come out of that draft with a guy that could be sought as a tier 1, top 10, 12 player from the draft. And, you can make the argument that Micah Parsons from a talent level is that guy. but the Eagles just don't draft linebackers that high. We just haven't done it since '79.
When it was y'all's time to pick, I knew y'all weren't going Parsons because I know that y'all don't value just the same way we don't value safeties. It's the same way y'all don't value linebackers. Like I don't know how many times the past 3 drafts we're over here safety, and then we go with the fucking Tristan Hill or a linebacker in LVE who out of the top 5 linebackers that year, I wanted Edwards from Buffalo or Roquan Smith, who's now with the Bears. Those were the top 2 guys I wanted. I didn't want an LVE because when I'm looking at him, he was hard to shed. He couldn't shed blockers and then get to where he needed to go. I mean, it's different now. He plays different in the NFL, but at the same time, he's fucking turning into a Sean Lee to where he's always hurt. And you have Roquan Smith and Tremont Edwards who are playing almost 100% of the snaps, and they're not hurt. So, I mean, I don't know. And then now we're at the position where we're at now, drafting 2 linebackers.
So I'll ask the panel this question that's here. So Richie MC, I appreciate the super chat, man. I meant to get around to you a little earlier, buddy. I apologize. He said, is Doug Peterson going to be a head coach in the 2022-2023 season? Here's my thing, guys. Is he going to be a head coach? I think so. But would he be better suited to be a coordinator? Would he be better suited to be with a defensive head coach where he just runs and operates the offense as the offensive guy, the offensive coordinator with a defensive-minded head coach? I think that's the better fit for him because then he can just worry about scheme. He doesn't have to worry about all the other things that come around with it. But I mean, he probably will get an opportunity or gig to be that guy. I mean, to be honest. What do you guys think, man? I'll kick it off to you first, Alcom.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to get a head coaching gig next season, and it's simple. He's a Super Bowl winning head coach. He's going to get an opportunity. He's going to get his shot next season. I'm not surprised. Well, I am kind of surprised that he didn't get a shot this season. I believe he had offers, but he probably just turned it down, just sitting it out, evaluating his options and see who's going to get fired so he can get his, the best team available. But yeah, he's definitely going to get another job, head coaching job. But like you said, coordinator would be the best thing for him. Because I look at a guy like the guy that went to the Buccaneers, the defensive coordinator there, Bowles. Yeah, I look at him going to the Bucs, and he showed he can coach. He can coach the defense. Definitely coming from a Jets team. So.
Yeah. Hey, just Mike, he is still getting paid. Funny enough, as long as he doesn't take a job, the Eagles got to pay him. So, AK Eagles, what do you think, man?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree with him.
Do you think he's going to be a head coach again?
Yeah, he's a Super Bowl winner, of course. And I would not be surprised if Nagy tanks with Justin Fields this year and he gets fired if that's where he ends up going.
Yeah. Richie MC with the $3 super sticker, man. I appreciate you, buddy. So, Jalen, Steve Harvey, as you're known on I guess, YouTube. What do you think, man? You think he's a head coach next year?
Yeah. Somebody's gonna use him for an optics play. You get what I'm saying? It's just how this league works. Oh, it's the new hot name, regardless if they're worthy or not. You get what I'm saying? In some cases, I should say, they're gonna get the job. So he's definitely gonna get a head coaching offer next year. And I think he is gonna be coaching next season.
Okay. Eagles all day. What do you think, man? You think he's gonna be a head coach next year?
Yeah, I think that's easy. I think once he got that Super Bowl ring, that solidify him and get one more job at least. It's hard to get that ring, so he doing something right. Somebody gonna want him for sure.
What do you think, Boys for Life? You think he's a head coach?
Okay, so I'm gonna have a difference of opinion. And is it his ring or is it a Frank Wright ring? Because it seems like once Frank Wright left and went to Colts, his play calling went down. He didn't know I'm not saying he didn't know what he was doing, but it just seemed like to me, once Frank Wright left, it really wasn't a Doug Peterson show. You could see that it was more Frank Wright and Carson Wentz having that chemistry together. which is why I think he went over to the Eagles. I mean, to the Colts. Having that chemistry, they're both Christians. They're both, they got their religion going on and all that. And kudos to them, they got a connection there. But I think once Frank Wright left, you kind of saw the play, and watching a Philly 500, watching a Lord Brunson, and all those guys talking about play calling. Even they saw it, talking about how once Frank Wright left, you saw the decline in play calling in Doug Peterson. So I'm not saying he's not going to be a head coach, because I mean everyone's, the NFL is a recycled league. You're going to get something somewhere down the line, but I mean I wouldn't, if I'm an owner and I'm looking at this situation, I'm like, okay, let me look at the whole thing. Let me look at who were the coaches and what was going on during the Super Bowl run, and then let me look at the season or two after and what coaches left and who declined in their play calling and whatnot, and then let me make that determination of if I'm going to call this guy to be a head coach for my team.
I think that's kind of 50-50 though. Cause I know when
because
Frank
you
Wright,
could put that on the
Frank Wright
offensive coordinator, man. I mean, Press Taylor, wasn't that his offensive coordinator this past year?
Yeah, I think there's
Doug Peterson was calling the plays. Doug Peterson was calling the plays, though.
Yeah, but they all get together during the week and put this together. It's not just Doug. They all do it. So I mean, he calls the plays, but Press has a lot to do with that, being the offensive coordinator. So therefore, that's just as much his fault as it is Doug's.
Yeah,
I already know what you about to say.
From my understanding, also a lot of Eagle content creators didn't like the Press Taylor,
he's sorry.
OC spot. Him being an OC. I mean, you can blame him, you can blame Doug Peterson. It don't matter. Like a lot of y'all didn't like that he got promoted to OC.
So I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. I mean, there's an element of truth to what you're saying, Boys for Life, that the play calling, it did get worse as time went on. And I think it got much worse after Groh left. It actually accelerated and got much worse this past season. I think there's an element of truth to that, but I don't discount Doug, because I think Doug was essential in holding the locker room together when all the injuries mounted in 2017. I think he had a very vital role there, and I think that it was magic between Doug, between Frank, and between our quarterback coach to get us to Chicago now. Those three together really put together the install for the offense in the offseason, and then they would kind of come up with the game plans, and then it's also just having, Wentz.
But also, y'all had 2017. Y'all had one of the top rushing attacks in the league. You had Jay Ajayi, and you had your finesse guy and Jay Ajayi, and then your bruiser and LeGarrette Blount, and then you had a top fucking 5 defense, right?
Yeah.
Top 5 or top 10 defense in 2017. I mean, you struck lightning in a bottle. And then I've always said this: Nick Foles is garbage unless he's in Kelly Green. That's it. He is trash unless he's playing for the Eagles. I've said this many a times. I mean, whether y'all listen to me or not, but I've just said Nick Foles does not play good anywhere except for fucking Philly, and I don't understand why, but he does. So it doesn't surprise me that he went on the run that he did to win y'all the Super Bowl. But Carson Wentz put y'all there. Carson Wentz put y'all in that position, and then with Nick Foles only playing good in Philly for whatever reason, he struck lightning in a bottle with that top 3 rushing attack and top 5 defense. I mean, so
I don't think Doug had my interpretation of Doug, and I don't know this to be true because I don't know the man personally, and I don't have access to the front office or anything like that. But my interpretation of Doug is that he struggled to make connections in the NFL, and the few connections he made must have been very good connections, because we saw magic play out in 2017 offensively. But I just don't think he had the connections past that. He was so reliant on the guys that were already in house. Yeah. And I'm going to be honest. I thought I was okay with Groh staying as the offensive coordinator. I thought you could definitely get a better offensive coordinator in Groh, but it was also him developing into being a Frank Reich type. You know what I mean? He had Frank Reich struggled, to be honest with you, with the Chargers his first time around as an offensive coordinator. So I thought I was okay with Groh, but the whole defense for Carson Walsh, the wide receiver coach, I wasn't okay with that. Hey, I know I'm more known for being the quarterback guy, but hey, man, I spent a lot of time as a wide receiver coach, and my first position in football was wide receiver. Like, it wasn't right, man. You can't justify your head coach, your offensive coordinator, and your backup quarterback going down to work with your position group. Like, man, you're not doing your job. Like, you're like, we had guys that couldn't run switch routes. I can go pull my high schoolers and they can show these guys how to run a switch route. Like, that's not okay, man. You can't have that happen. Like, that's really bad coaching. And I know that it's not like professionals don't know how to run a switch route, but clearly something with the practice habits was so bad that these guys were in games and like they're running into each other on the timing for a switch route. Like, do you guys remember when Baldy was calling out Dallas Goedert for how lazy he was with one of the switch routes where it looks like he took a sleep? Like my man took a nap right in the middle of running the route.
Yeah.
That's the problem I had with Doug. That was my problem with Doug it was the discipline when you needed to be harder on the guys. I think the guys loved him, but there was times where you needed to really get after them. And I just don't think he developed players, man. I think when certain guys left out of the organization,
They got better.
and we can argue player development was never there underneath Doug, outside of Stoutland and maybe Deuce getting the most out of some bad situations.
So it was a Barry Switcher situation to where you're a player's coach, but you're not holding your team accountable and you're not, disciplining your guys the way Jimmy Johnson was before Barry Switzer came in. It's one of those situations.
Yeah, Sage, that's a good point. Not only did he not develop players, he didn't really develop his coaches. That's a very good point, Sage. And that's a very important role for a head coach. By the way, hey, Jalen, I'm not going to call you. I about almost called you Steve Harvey again, bro. Jalen, I know you were about to say something where we were talking about Doug Peterson and like the install. Like, what were you going to say about install and play calling?
No, I was going to say, I thought you would have been the person to say he didn't coach his coaches. And that part didn't get brought up. That's why I thought you were going with it. I was saying, I knew what you was thinking already. That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what happened I don't know what happened behind the scenes, man. Like, I have no clue how much effort, how much time. Like, it's hard to say, man. Like, Doug it's a weird chapter in Eagles history.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's
like
really
this.
hard being the nice guy, dude. Like, when you want everyone to like you, sometimes you can just let shit slip away. You know what I mean? Like, you're so concerned about being everyone's friend and everyone liking you and trying to make everyone get along, and that you can just sometimes lose yourself or lose who you are. And you could see emotionally in Doug. Like, I noticed from year 1 and 2 and then 3 and 4, like, you could just see he was more tense. He wasn't smiling like he used to, he wasn't, he was real short all the time, so it got to him. You could see it was eating him up. And I think that's just something that really happened to him. It's hard to really be the nice guy in the NFL. It really is.
That could be the Howie situation too. He didn't really have the control that he needed. As I don't know about the Frank Wright thing. Sometimes we got to be honest. What did he do with the Colts? To me, he really didn't do nothing there yet for me to say like he was that solidified piece. Maybe he do something with Carson Wentz, but if this year is a bust for the Colts, how much credit are we going to give Frank Wright for the Super Bowl and stuff?
Now, I'll say it like this. One thing I did notice that has changed since Frank has left, our adjustments in game are not as good. That's a blatantly obvious one. And I'm also noticing it was taking Doug a while to come to terms. He does not have the the personnel that he had early on in the season when he was doing the base install. He does not have that same personnel. So adjust your game plans. Play to your strengths. He didn't do that a lot. A lot of times it was my play, my system. This is how I want it. I don't care if I have a third string guard out there who's on somebody else's practice squad last week. I don't care that I have I'm down to my fourth string running back who barely knows the playbook. I don't care that I don't have, the wide receiver talent I need.
Yeah.
So at the end of the season, like 2019, some of it did get better, but at the same time,
I was going to bring that up.
Carson, hey, I got to pull something out my tail here. Hey, I gave us a spark. The defense simplified stuff on their end. Hey, we're in the game. We edge it out. 3 points or 7 points. That was it.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up something that I think is really important, which is you go back to 2019 and the way we were able to win the division. And we played a bad NFC East to close out the season. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, Doug adjusted. Doug made adjustments to the offense. And I agree, man. That is a big thing, that in-game adjustments and just adjustments throughout the season. You just keep trying to pound away the same concepts. And we kept hearing guys say they knew the plays. That's not good.
Put it this way, Carson went under center. Guess what? It's a play action fake. I know people don't want to hear that name, but it was what it was. You know what I'm saying? He went under center. He was not handing that ball off. It was going to be a 7-step play action fake with something over the middle. That's it.
Yeah. So Eagles all day. Let me ask you a question, because I know I haven't gotten your take on this one yet. So what did you think about Nick Sirianni, man? The first press conference, as he kind of came in, what were your initial thoughts about him?
He seemed like he know about football. He seemed like he'll be a good coach. And then I seen his last little interview when he was preaching about fundamentals and competition. So I think him bringing all that to the organization, that's going to just better us as a whole. But I think I just want to see him. I just want to see the type of offense. How much of the coach he gonna bring over? I know the coach, they got a pretty good offense, so
yeah.
I just want to see how much he bring that over, and how much he do his own thing. But I feel like with our O-line, our O-line is gonna be good.
Yeah.
I feel like with our O-line, and if he just simplify everything for Jalen, just make it a little easier, or just, I don't know, some quick reads or whatever, I feel like he's gonna be a good coach, though. I feel like I like him, though. I like him a lot, and then I like his interviews. I like him.
So this will be interesting. Boys for life. What did you think the first time you heard about Nick Sirianni and you heard him kind of speak? Because it's interesting to hear what other people think about him outside of the fan base.
I mean, let's be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know too much about Nick Sirianni. I don't know. It's just, to me, it's another head coach coming in. Or he came from what team did he come from?
Indianapolis.
There you go, Indianapolis. I was gonna say the Colts. He was with Frank Wright for a couple years, so we're gonna see what he's gonna bring to y'all. Like I said, I don't know much about him because I really don't keep up with other teams other than basically the NFC East. And even then, it's kind of I got my fucking life going on, So this isn't just a thing that I just dedicate my life to, or I have time sometimes to look at. So I'm interested in how he's going to control y'all's locker room, how he's going to call plays, and to me, with the holes that y'all have, just like the holes the Cowboys have, but the holes that y'all have, how he's going to adjust in game to kind of, I guess, help y'all win. The adjustments that needs to be made when, Darius Slay. Because let's face it, Darius Slay, you've seen him from time after time. He looks awesome, and then next thing you know, a game for the next 2 games, he looks like he's aged 20 years and he can't fucking move, or he's get hurt. The adjustments that need to be made. You're like you said, y'all don't value linebackers. You'll have what's his name, the white boy with the long hair, Singleton,
Alex Singleton.
Alex. I mean, that's your best linebacker. I mean, last year, all I kept hearing from the time y'all drafted to week 1 was about who's that boy that was a track star? Fucking that from
Taylor.
Colorado. Yeah,
Davion
Taylor. All I kept hearing was how great he's gonna be, how great, and then he's a special teamer. So all I want to see is adjustments being made by this coach, because to me, I think for y'all, with a lot of unknowns, just like the Cowboys, a lot of adjustments are going to be made. And my thing for y'all is something that Doug Peterson got away from a lot was y'all were showing promise in the run game all the time with Miles Sanders. He would have 6-7 touches for fucking 80 yards, and then he wouldn't touch the ball fucking the second half. And I'm over here what are y'all doing? If y'all just ran the ball, y'all can control this fucking game. But Doug Peterson wanted to throw for whatever reason. And to me, from what I'm hearing, is Sirianni is more of a since he came from the Colts, and the Colts like to run the ball with that offensive line they had, I'm hearing that he likes to run. He's going to run the ball more, and y'all have a decent enough offensive line, and Miles Sanders is good enough to where I think that if y'all ran the ball a lot of the times, y'all can control a lot of these games. Yeah. But I was happy when y'all were throwing the ball because I'm like, okay,
So there was an internal report, and Boys for Life, I always doubt these internal reports sometimes, but supposedly there was an internal report that Jeffrey Lurie was really pressing Doug about running the ball, about like, hey, man, why are we running the ball? And the game they really go to is the Green Bay game, where we went into Lambeau on a Thursday night and upset Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau. And, the thing they're trying to insinuate is that Jeffrey Lurie does not want the Eagles to run the ball. He wants a certain style of offense. I don't know if that stuff's true. I mean, I don't doubt that Jeffrey Lurie is probably a little bit more like Jerry Jones than what people thought, but I don't know if he's down there legitimately. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's out of the ordinary. Yeah, I don't think it's out of the ordinary for an owner to ask his head coach about situational football. I don't think that that's necessarily wrong. I'm not saying that there's not some kind of malicious intent behind it or that he's not doing a little too much, but like on the surface, just asking about situational football and why you did certain things. Like, people mistake that Andy Reid still had to do that. It wasn't like a weekly thing, but he did have routine meetings with ownership. And like, he did have to actually, you know what I'm saying? Like, they went over things like that. Yeah. I think people missed that point, and I think it got blown up a little bit. But there is that fear in Philadelphia that we got a guy that is probably much more committed to the run than Doug Peterson. But, is our ownership, is the front office, like, are they going to give him crap if he becomes a little bit more of a run-dominant team? I know for you guys, that's probably a crazy thing, because outside of this past year, I mean, your offense really kind of started with Zeke, and then everyone else kind of played off of that, even with Amari. But, I mean, last year, I think you guys turned a different, I think the direction went differently. But, I mean, it's interesting. I'll ask you this one too, Boys for Life, just to get a perspective of somebody outside the fan base. What are your thoughts about Jalen Hurts? He's been given a lot of comparison to your quarterback, to Dak Prescott. What are your thoughts there?
Oh, man. Okay. Seeing as this is a guy who got benched in the championship game in college, went to a different school, got drafted by the Eagles. The way y'all reacted to him being drafted in the second round, and the way I see y'all now is the same way I saw Giant fans a couple years ago when they went Daniel Jones, and then they try to talk him up to be this great quarterback, and now it's like, well, is he the quarterback that we're saying he is? Is he really what he was in college? And to me, Jalen Hurts, like, I get it. Like, he did some good for y'all, but he only won y'all one game. Also, there was no tape on him, and now there's tape on him. Just like what I heard about Dak Prescott and Zeke is they went 13-3 their rookie season. There was no tape on these guys. There was nothing in the NFL, and they did great. And once there was tape, you could see a little bit of a decline in both of them, but now you're seeing an increase in Zeke. I mean, not Zeke, Dak. But with Jalen Hurts, I think it's last year. It's you put him in certain situations, and you knew what was coming. You knew a fucking run pass option was coming. You knew that.
Yeah.
Now, once he started playing, it was still more of contain his run, let him throw the ball, and we'll beat him by letting him throw. Because he had what? He completed like 50% of his passes, even though he had like almost 1,000 yards in his first
1,000 yards. Right around 1,000 yards.
In his 6 games that he started. My thing is I said earlier, he's going to be. I think he's a bridge quarterback. Let's see what he got, and if he don't win us the division or he don't take us nowhere in a year or two, we're going to draft someone else. We're going to pick up someone else, and we're going to move on from Jalen Hurts. So that's just what I think he is. I think he's a bridge quarterback, and now that I think since there's tape on him, the decline's about to happen.
So this is what I saw from the film. Okay. New Orleans had no clue how to play Jalen Hurts, and he took advantage of them. I mean, Jalen Hurts looked like a legit player against New Orleans. He really did. I really thought he showed something against Arizona in a loss because Arizona came out with containment blitzes. Like they saw what happened in New Orleans and they were like, you know what? We're gonna run containment blitzes on him. And he got into a shootout and he couldn't. Ultimately, it came a little short, but the defense was a tough ask, you know. When he went to Dallas, I'll tell you right now what I saw from your film, what you guys did to him. You ran over 20-some snaps in a cover at Tampa 2, which it confused him. I'll be honest with you. You know, he's a young guy. And if you run a cover 2 with like a Tampa 2 where you know, now you're taking away the mid of the field. So now you're not middle of the field open. You're not mofo open. You're mofo closed. And now you got your corners pressing down low. You're tightening the throwing, which I thought Dallas was a really good test for him because although I think your secondary might have been the lesser of the secondaries we played, I think you guys had the most success against us in that game in terms of the coverage you ran. But I'll say this, you know, the thing with Jalen Hurts is it's a difficult assessment because like offensive line was crap for Philly last year, man. We went through so many changes. You know, you guys went through it too in Dallas. It just wasn't enough for a rookie quarterback to have a lot of success with, especially with Doug's really long developing scheme mixed in.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, I mean, the playmakers just weren't right last year, man. I mean, chemistry was off. I mean, I thought Jalen did a pretty good job getting the ball into a few of these older statue guys, you know, D-Jax before he ended up, you know, hurting himself like, you know, again. You know, he had really one big play against you guys. Alshon Jeffrey had a couple of nice little snags with Jalen Hurts in the game. Then he also did the Alshon Jeffrey thing that he does, like when he shoves a corner like 5 yards down the field and calls a penalty. the Alshon Jeffrey separation, you know, tactic that he uses. I just don't think the pieces were right around him. What I will say is the thing that bothers me about the Jalen Hurts assessment is that I don't know what he is because I didn't get a chance to see Jalen Hurts make adjustments. Like, okay, this is what teams are doing to me. This is the adjustment we need to make, right? Like my whole thing with Jalen Hurts is that I need to see him read pressure, read a defense, and then know where the outlet is. Like play within the structure of the offense. I know this young man can play outside of the structure of the offense. It can be really good. Yeah. I need to see him play within the structure, which kind of brings me to Dak. You know, Dak early on in his career was really just kind of a turn around, hand the ball off to Zeke and make a couple plays in a game. And then
defense, nothing.
Yeah, then in 2017, he really struggled when Dez Bryant was – I don't know what happened to Dez Bryant, but he went from being pretty good in 2016 to – he just wasn't that same guy in 2017. And your targets were really bad around. You know, that you guys just did not have a lot of talent around him in 2017. You tried to bring in a few guys. It just didn't work. But then you guys draft Gallup. Then you guys for Amari. And then you got CeeDee Lamb. And like, you know, to be honest, 2018, 2019, 2020, we saw the progression of Dak. But I'll ask you this about Dak, right? I don't think there's any question that Dak right now is going into the season. Like, to me, preseason ratings don't mean crap. Let's talk after the season about who the better players were, right? Yeah. But as I look at Dak Prescott, how confident are they he can win the big game? Like, can he win when the chips are really down? Like, can he take you guys over the hump when it comes to it?
Are you asking if he's a Tony Romo? Is that what you're asking?
Now, you know what? You know, for all the crap that Tony Romo caught, and like Tony Romo had some funny moments, like the butt fumble, all that stuff, no doubt. But Tony Romo,
that was Sanchez.
That was Mark Sanchez.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, my bad.
Tony Romo didn't know. No, this is what I have to say about Romo. Look, this is what I'm going to say about Romo, because I was a huge Romo fan. I love Romo. Romo, and there's two ways to say this. There's two ways of saying that Romo was the reason why we were mediocre, and then there's a different way of saying Romo was the reason why we were mediocre, because if you take Romo out of the equation, we're drafting top 5 for the next 10 years. Romo got us to mediocre because we had a shit defense. We didn't have no run game. Our offensive line was okay. We had a T.O. and we had a Jason Witten at the same time. But then after that, you had a Patrick Creighton, and then somehow you mix in with a Miles Sanders who was always getting hurt, pulling the hamstring, and then you drafted Dez Bryant after T.O.'s gone. I mean, imagine you have T.O. and Dez Bryant and Jason Witten. That's a recipe for success right there with a Tony Romo, and then you add a run game. 2014 for Romo, when he got hurt, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't ever say this, but not 14, 16, my bad, 2016, when you had Zeke, the offensive line in their prime, you had the wide receivers that you had, and you had a decent defense. I honestly think the Cowboys were at least going to get to the NFC Championship game with Romo and the run game that you finally added that he needed. Because, I mean, to me, Zeke was above DeMarco Murray. He was. But you finally add, because to me, Romo was dropping back 60 times a game. And, of course, you're going to have 3 interceptions, a game, because, some shit's going to happen. But as far as Dak goes, to get him over the big play, I need to see more of him in big-time situations because normally we're turning around and handing the ball to Zeke in those big times. Because in those big time situations, it's 3 and 2 or 4th and 1, or it's game time. It's make or break drive time. And it's 2nd and 2 or 2nd and 3, and Zeke's busting off a 30-yard run. I need to see more of Dak in those those clutch moments. Because Romo had 27 fourth quarter comebacks in his career. So I need to see more of Dak to say he's the clutch guy that will get us over the hump when an Eli Manning and what's his name from the Super Bowl, the one that caught it on the helmet, Tyrese or what? I need to see more of that. I need to see more of it's clutch time, and let me see what you got.
What about the Seahawks game? That was a
where he ran, where he ran. I mean, like I said, that's one play out of a few. Like I said, I need to see. I need to see more. I need to see more of this on a consistent basis. And to be honest with you, I don't want to see that on a consistent basis because I don't want games to be close. Just like y'all don't want games to be close. I'd rather blow out teams. So but when push comes to shove, I want to see what my quarterback's got in those clutch moments.
I mean, it's interesting you say that because, like you said, he does have 27, comeback from behind victories. But, I mean, to be honest, a lot of those, a pretty good portion, I'm not going to say all of them, but a pretty good portion came his rookie season. I mean, I think Dak's such a hard person to break down because on one hand, there's been tremendous growth from Dak Prescott, who was a 4th-round pick. Like, to be honest about it, I mean, the guy he's progressed a lot through his career.
But you're gonna say he's a 4th-round. You're gonna say he's a 4th-round pick, and then, but any improvement on a 4th-round pick is improvement. I mean, because it's different from being a 4th-round pick and being a Carson Wentz pick, and you're expected to be so great, and then when you're not, it's such a huge letdown. But when you're a 4th-round pick and you're mediocre, it's like, oh, you're expected. So then anything above that exceeds expectations, and you're like, oh my God, this guy's awesome. When in actuality, he's average,
Yeah.
Because he was drafted 4th round.
Let me add one more thing in there about Dak being a 4th-round pick. A lot of people forget Dak was not supposed to be a 4th-round pick based on talent. It was because he had an off-the-field issue that made him drop to the 4th round. Same way with Jalen Mills, making him a 7th-round pick. He was supposed to go late first to mid-second. But he had some off-the-field issue. I think it was I don't know exactly
he got his ass beat at some fucking rave party. I saw that shit come out. He got his ass rocked by 2 dudes. All I saw was pictures of him like laying on the floor, knocked out. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but
I thought it was like a drug charge or something like that.
No, I don't know. All I know is I saw pictures of Dak or a video of Dak. Like when I first saw it surface, I was like, that looks like Dak Prescott. And the more I kept looking at it, I was like, that is Dak Prescott in fucking flamer shorts, and he's getting his shit rocked by 2 dudes, and he's like picking himself off the floor.
So, you look at Tony Romo, right? Like, because I think Tony Romo, I mean, you're talking about an undrafted rookie free agent.
Yeah.
you can't find many of those dudes that you could just kind of plug and play with, man. Like, I mean, that was an incredible find. Like, let's be honest, man. Dallas was in desperate need of quarterback play when they found Romo. I mean, that was about as lucky as you can get. I mean,
a guy who owns basically all passing records for the Cowboys. I mean, he undrafted.
So,
like, we got lucky as shit when we got him.
Yeah. So, you know, I kind of look at it, and they do like fourth quarter comebacks if you go to Pro Football Reference, because I thought Dak had more than these two. They got him at 9, but it's really 10 fourth quarter comebacks, because technically the game-winning drive that was in Seattle in the playoffs was also a fourth quarter comebacks. It's really 10. But if you really look at it, you know, of those 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them were his rookie year. I mean, and I'll give you credit, man, because you said straightforward, like, hey, man, like, look, you know, he's got to be consistent. He's got to prove he can do it. But you said NFC. So do you think it's NFC or bust for him? Like NFC championship or bust for Dak Prescott? Like, how do you hang on, I appreciate the super chat. Philly fan D, appreciate it. Like Gate Talk. Like, how do you, like, when you look at that situation, right? Like what he got paid. Let me just ask you right from the start. Do you think that despite his talent, like, you know, I'm not worried about the talent aspect of Dak, but like, do you feel like he got overpaid?
Hell yes, I feel like he got overpaid. To me, okay, so before I get fucking like ostracized from my own fan base, I've been saying that he's been overpaid, or that they're going to overpay him for such a long time, and I've been fucking being the Judas over here, getting fucking the crucifix for saying he's overpaid. To me, Dak has done nothing to get fucking $40 million. Dak has done shit. Just like a lot of these quarterbacks haven't done nothing to get what they get paid. And that all starts with Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins got his 28 mil, and we all thought that was crazy that he was getting 28 mil a year for doing absolutely nothing. And aside from a few guys like Russell Wilson, who's won a Super Bowl, Aaron Rodgers, who's won a Super Bowl to get paid what they got paid, even Carson Wentz, he set y'all up, but who's to say he would have even won y'all a Super Bowl going to the playoffs? You know what I mean? Like, there's and Jared Goff, the same thing. At least he got to the Super Bowl, you know? To me, Dak Prescott, and same thing with a lot of these guys that got paid for the Cowboys. On a live stream for the Redskins, I said, fuck DeMarcus Lawrence. Like, he shouldn't have got paid $20 million. He's shown me nothing. Why are you going to pay a guy off of 1 or 2 years of production because it's a contract year? Like, fuck that. Like, I want to see your body of work, and I'm going to assess of what I need to pay y'all. And if you don't feel like that's fair, then okay, bye. Go somewhere else. I don't care. And if DeMarcus Lawrence would have went somewhere else and got paid, he probably would have put in the same production that he's putting in for us, which is shit. You know? I mean, you look at Jalen Smith, who took a hometown discount, which is cool, whatever. He had a down year. And then you look at Zeke, his excuses, he was tested positive for COVID, and I'm not going to lie, like, it probably had some effect on him. So this is the year that I'm going to judge him on what he got paid last year. Now, with Dak, is he worth the $40 million? No. But is his contract $40 million a year? No, because of the signing bonus he took. His cap hit is actually about 20-something per year.
Yeah.
So I mean, it all evens out, but at the same time, to pay this man that because his stats look good, to me, it's just like, no, you've done nothing for me to make you give me this, to give you this money. You haven't won me nothing. You haven't at least gotten me to a position to win. You haven't even gotten me to an NFC championship game for me to pay you. So why am I going to pay you?
Yeah.
Like that's just how I see things.
Philly fan D said, my fault. He's a realist. He's talking about you, man. He said, my fault. He's a realist. Yeah. So if y'all don't know how, look, Boys for Life, this is like the first time I think we've really talked, but like I've watched Boys for Life for a while because, you know, he was doing YouTube before me, but I'll tell you, this is what I noticed about Boys for Life. This is what he likes to do. He likes to try to get guys that are emotional or maybe not thinking clearly and trap them into a bet. So that way he can get Dallas Cowboys merchandise. That's what he likes to do.
No, I just what I like to do is I like to expose the idiocy of some of, and I know it's not y'all, but some of your fan base, just because they listen to certain guys in your fan base and they go off and do their own shit, and it's like y'all are dumb. Like, come up with your own shit. Like, look at what y'all got. Like, to me, some of these guys are big ass homers, and just like my fan base, we got a bunch of homers in my fan base, and I'm just over here like, what the fuck are y'all seeing and what are y'all watching? Is it different than what I'm watching? But then when push comes to shove, it's like half the time or more than half the time, I'm fucking correct about what I'm talking about. Even though I'm not like Gate Sports, I'm not like you to where you got your football teams, you're coaching. I'm more of what I see on TV and what I see. That's what I'm going off of instead of, other shit. That's just how I am. Is like I play sports, I play football, I play baseball, and I take into account certain variables and everything else, and I go off of what I see and how I see their gameplay. And if I think someone's trash, I'm gonna call it out and I'm gonna say they're trash. To me, like with the Cowboys, a lot of our guys, we're finally getting rid of our Jason Garrett guys, and I'm fucking happy. I'm happy. I'm excited. But I am like what's his name said, a realist. Like I am gonna call out bullshit where I see bullshit, and if I don't think you're up to snuff, whether you're on my team or not, I'm gonna say it.
Yeah. So I'll ask this to the Eagles panel, then I'll get your thoughts on the Cowboys, boys for life. But all right, for the Eagles panel, as you guys look at the Eagles roster, how do you think we're constructed? Like, what do you think about the roster construction right now of the Philadelphia Eagles? Like, as you assess this roster, like, what are your final thoughts on like the Eagles roster, guys?
We need to still develop. It's just too many holes. It's way too many holes as far as the linebacker, the cornerback, obviously. The safety, I'm kind of cool with because we did get an Anthony Harris. Like me, I am kind of skeptical about Miles Sanders. I know you guys was like, why not run the ball more? I seen we tried against the Cleveland Browns. We get to the goal line and Miles Sanders fumble. That's stuff that kills us. And the fumbling with me is a big issue. So I like the Kendall Gainwell pick. And the wide receivers are unproven. So it's just a lot of development that needs to happen.
Okay. All right, Jalen, Mr. Steve Harvey, what do you think about the Eagles roster construction right now? Like,
it's a rebuild. I mean, you have old players that
the dreaded word. He said the rebuild, man.
Yeah, it's a I mean, you got to call a spade a spade. I mean, you got old players who are aging. Their play is going to decline. We have young players who are unproven. We have a coaching staff that's unproven, and people expect us to turn around overnight. It's not. You know what I'm saying? I'm just hoping we have progress this season. I'm not going to say I don't want to win games or nothing like that, but I want to see progress. I want to see a New York Giants-like season. That team went from that team looks awful to, they can hold their own with some teams. You get what I'm saying? With coaching, the player development, all that stuff. That's all I want to see out this team. And eventually we're going to have to filter some of those older guys out. So the offensive line, those guys got to get filtered out within the next 2 years, 2 to 3 years, something, depending on what the situation is. Fletcher Cox, BG's gone after this year. We know that.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's the hard truth.
So, Fletch has an out in his contract after this year. Do you think the Eagles will exercise that out?
No.
Ooh. Man, you say no. How long do you think they're going to keep him around for?
I'm not going to say they're going to keep him around, but they're not going to exercise that out in his contract if he still has value. Somebody's going to give him.
I get what you're saying. I mean, they could trade him and still,
Remember the guy? What's his name? Casey Harris. Casey played for Tennessee and got traded to Denver. He signed the exact same contract Fletcher Cox signed. Fletcher Cox is a lot better player than him.
Man,
Let's
you're
see who's
depressed. I need another shot after I talk to Jalen, bro. All right, so Jalen.
Let me put it this way. What's it do? Calais Campbell. It's gonna be one of those type of situations.
Uh-huh.
I get that feeling, It's tough to see, but let's be real.
So let me ask you a question about Fletcher Cox. Like, what do you think his perceived value is in a trade? Do you even think it's 4th round value anymore?
No.
Ooh.
Because you have to come off because you are trying to come up off the asset.
Got you.
You get what I'm saying?
Due to leverage. I got what you're saying.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Is he worth a 4th round pick? Absolutely. Is he worth a 3rd round pick? Absolutely. Well, I shouldn't say, depending on where your team is. You get what I'm saying?
So should the Eagles try to capitalize on the trade deadline then? Because that's when teams will overpay. That's when the leverage kind of gets reversed.
Taking the fan out of it, absolutely. But knowing this fan base, they're going to revolt. Like, why are we tanking on the season? He's supposed to be, one of our best players. That's all you got for him. You see the blowback coming already.
Oh, absolutely. And rightfully so, Jalen, because, let's be real. If you remove Fletcher Cox from the defensive tackle rotation, what's there? Hargraves is a good player. But he's not Fletcher.
Yeah, I agree. And put it this way, you got, what's his name, Milton? You got the other D tackle that we drafted.
Is he a 3-tech?
Huh?
Is Milton Williams a 3-tech?
No. Not in my eyes. He's too small. Put it this way.
I agree.
It's nice that you have strong hands in college, but think about this. You 270. They're gonna get you out the club. It's not you got a white tee on in the club. They getting you out. Ain't no problems.
That's what BYU.
Don't get me wrong. If you stunting, if he's running stunts, that's a different story. But him, hey, I'm just gonna sit here and hold my gap. They're gonna wash him all day.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree. Like, you have to, I don't think he's a bad player. I just think he's, like I said, man, you know how you have to manufacture offense for certain players, right? Like, you can't
exactly.
You have to create it for them. I think you have to create it for Milton Williams.
And I'll say it like this. That's my biggest issue with that 3rd round pick.
Yeah,
I don't spend a 3rd round pick on a guy who's gonna fit a small niche if I need talent across the board.
Yeah.
That's my biggest issue with it.
The problem I have with Milton Williams is I like the player. I wasn't in favor when the pick occurred. But I still like the player. The player's still a good guy. Like, he's still a good player. Like, you got to find ways of utilizing the talent. But
I like him. I like him as a player. I see his value as a player. I see what you can use him for. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, just because he has the same numbers as testing numbers as Aaron Donald. Yeah. Oh, he's going to be Aaron Donald 2.0. That's stupid.
What do you think about? So what do you think?
What?
I know because I know Jalen, you get into film like I do. But what do you think about Tui Plata? Is that his name?
Haven't seen it.
You haven't seen his film? Oh my God, man! You talk about hand fighting? Holy crap, man! Dude's a good hand fighter, man.
I haven't seen it other than the little clips, but what's that really going to tell you? I actually have to see him in a game. Hey, let me see him get washed. Let me see him drop that knee down, split a double team, do something. Let me see him. Okay, I'm gonna leave my inside foot, stab you.
You don't think the Pac-12 is? You don't think the Pac-12 is a good sample size?
Our recent history in the Pac-12 is not so good. Zach Ertz.
Yeah.
Anything past Zach Ertz, it's not good at all.
Look, I might be a homer on this one, Jalen, I'll admit, but I really think Tui has potential, man. I don't know what's going on with the back injury thing, and like maybe that derails him or something, but man, he was just whipping dudes at the nose.
But that's the thing, I've never seen him play, so yeah. I don't know. So he very well could be that.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, why are you a 6th round pick?
I think some of it was injury related. Some of it is that you look at noses, and I know the kid from NC State, my guy Lee McNeil went. That's who the Eagles wanted, and they missed on.
I'm fine without him.
Yeah, but Lee McNeil's a different type of nose. That's a very athletic nose tackle, man. Like you're talking about, like I said, Jalen, they were looking at that kid to be a linebacker at NC State at first. And that dude was 280 coming in. Like, that's how fast and fluid his movements were. He's definitely a guy that you still would have to have developed him, though. He wasn't like a polished guy you would bring in. You know, I don't think he's a Milton Williams type to where like you're talking about a guy that you can't play as a 3 and you can't, like, he's definitely got adequate size to play.
What's the guy that plays plays on the interior for Seattle? Forgot the guy's name. He's real short, like 5'11".
Yeah, the little guy.
I saw some of that.
It starts with a P. It starts with a P. Wait, Poyotu or Poyetu? Something like it starts with a P.
Yeah. I saw a little bit of him in him, but the thing is, I've never been a fan of that style because guess what? Pass rush. All I got to do is jump set you, and next thing you know,
it's like Pooney something. Yeah.
Jumps at you, and guess what? I have longer arms than you. Keep trying to swipe my arms from a distance, T-Rex. You're good.
Okay. So you're saying Eagles is a full rebuild. I get you. Yeah.
This should be a full rebuild. If we don't do a full rebuild, we're doing ourselves a disservice. I know it hurts to hear for the fans to hear that, but it's true.
So let me ask you a question, Jalen, before I go on the Boys for Life and I get his perspective on Dallas. So how realistic is 7 wins in your opinion?
It's realistic.
You did not go strong with that one, Jalen.
I mean, I'm being real with you. Your secondary is garbage. Think about this. The bombs over Baghdad secondary we had in 2018 and in 2019 is better than what we have now. And that's just based off of paper. I understand that. But guess what? You don't have guys to fill those roles. You don't have a Malcolm Jenkins. McLeod is coming off ACL surgery. And guess what? He's 31, 32?
31.
Come on now.
And he might not be ready.
Yeah, put it this way, and people love 4th round pick Clemson.
Hey, Jalen, I'll be honest with you.
Wallace,
when the Eagles secondary collapsed, it was after McLeod went down.
Yeah. I mean, because think about this. You have to have somebody back there directing traffic. Who was
what drives me crazy? Do you know how many 300-yard games we gave up in passing last year? This will surprise you.
How many?
3.
That's what I said. 3.
Pittsburgh.
No. Pittsburgh didn't get us for 3. Nope.
Dallas,
yes, Andy Dalton got us.
Yeah, it was Dallas was 1.
Yeah, Andy Dalton got us. Arizona got us.
And that's all the 3? That's the only 3?
It was Arizona. It was
the Rams
Dallas,
didn't hit us for 3?
And no, the Rams didn't get us for 300. Hang on.
I know they had 16 straight completions in a row or something like that.
Yeah, they was going off. I remember that.
Yeah,
I mean,
you gotta remember, man. You can build comfortable leads where you don't need to throw the ball anymore. But
I definitely get that, but I'm saying that 300 number is a bit deceiving as well because guess what? It wasn't the tone. It's not. It doesn't give you the full picture of what happened in that game. Yeah. Because there's a lot of times all they did was, hey, let's do a bootleg.
But the crazy thing was the amount of teams we held under 200 yards, man. We held I think it was 6 or more teams under 200 yards passing. Like, I'm be honest with you, Rodney McLeod had a really good year last year. But man, when he went down, our pass defense was hot garbage.
I like McLeod, but guess what? I don't think he's
31 and 2 ACL injuries. I mean,
I don't think. Put it this way, just playing the probabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to elevate and play? Is he going to stay the same, or is he going to go down? I'm going down.
Mine, Jalen.
I mean, my thing is, just playing the odds. Is going down.
Yeah. I mean, I look at it this way. 2 of those 3 games came in the last 4 weeks of the season, and back to back, by the way. And I mean, that's just a crazy stats. I mean, don't get me wrong. Washington really had, outside of Terry McLaurin, man, they just had no options. And I'm not trying to take shots at Daniel Jones, but I mean, come on, man. I got my doubts about Daniel Jones working out for the Giants.
We all do.
Yeah.
Just like with the Redskins, their defense can only take them so far. But like I was talking about in the Redskins, live stream, when you expect something from Fitzpatrick, he gives you shit. When you expect nothing from him, that's where you get the Fitzmagic from. And now he's coming in as a starter. You're expecting something from him. I give it 1, maybe 3 games tops where you're like, oh, fuck yeah. But then, no, we're going to start to see the real him.
But the thing is, that's concerning me is the Giants in this situation. Because guess what?
They're the dark horse in all this.
The trade back with Chicago, I don't think Chicago is going to be that good. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they could get a top pick in the first round.
Hey, look,
now, think about this. They paired theirs.
Yeah.
They paired their first round, Chicago's, and one from next year. That's 3 first-round picks. They can do whatever they want at quarterback. Huh?
Paul went and looked it up real quick to see who we stonewalled. Paul, you couldn't just let us have our moment in the sun for 5 minutes, man. You could just let us 5 minutes, bro. You just wanted 5 minutes, man. Paul's like, yeah, but I mean, we're talking about Mullins and DiNucci, Daniel Jones twice, Dwayne Haskins, Taysom Hill, which Taysom Hill, to be honest, almost threw 300 yards on us, to be honest about it. And Lamar Jackson.
Oh, yeah, that's without Malcolm, Thomas. So
yeah. Yeah, no, he's right. I mean, Paul's got a point. I'm just messing with him.
Because, let me say this. I'm gonna say this. Next year's draft class, from what I'm hearing, is supposed to be complete ass, like horrible next year. Y'all and the Giants have 3 first-round picks. I mean, what are you expecting out of those 3 first-round picks if next year's draft class is supposed to just be complete garbage? Like, I mean, I'm hearing it's supposed to be deep in cornerback, but I mean, if your draft class is complete ass and this is the deepest corner, that's like being the coolest kid with Down syndrome. Like, I'm not trying to make fun, but at the same time, it's like, if this is supposed to be an ass draft, like, who cares who's coming out of this fucking draft? You know?
I'm gonna be real with you. This draft wasn't that strong.
No, I'm not saying it was.
I'm just saying
I'm just saying next year's draft is supposed to be worse than the draft class of this year.
Yeah,
and I said in my video, look, 4 months ago when the Cowboys were getting their ass beat against the Ravens, I came out and did a live stream and I straight up said, I'm going to pick the guy that I want, and it's going to be an unpopular opinion because of our glaring needs at corner and our secondary. But the guy that I want is Micah Parsons. I said that 4 months ago. And then I also said, and I was also talking about how maybe 15 guys tops coming out of this draft that we just had are going to be day one starters. Aside from that, they're going to be projects or guys that are coming off the bench that are going to play in the games, but they're not day one starters. I said you got about 15 guys tops, and that's it.
I mean, it's tough to judge a draft class though before you know if underclassmen that are declaring. That's kind of the issue with that. I guess the positive you can take away from a Dope Boys for Life is that as long as there's a somewhat normalized season, at least you'll know more about the players. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like some of the guys opting out, some people it didn't hurt at all. Other people, I think it crushed them. I think it crushed them if they were mid-round guys and they opted out. I think they got crushed by it.
There's a cornerback that I thought was coming out this year, but he's coming out next year's draft. His name is Darian Kendrick out of Clemson. He's a 6-foot corner, converted from a wide receiver to cornerback. That just looks like I thought he was coming out this year, and I was strongly pushing for this guy, and then I was like, where the hell is this dude? And then I realized, oh, he's coming out in next year's draft. But he is a top corner, and I've seen some guys talking about taking him in the first round, and I've seen other guys taking him in the second round. You know, because you already got those guys that are doing mock drafts. So, I mean, this is the dude that is going to be one of Clemson's top corners coming out of this year's draft. And like I said, he is a wide receiver converted into a corner. So he knows both positions, and I think he's over 6 foot or 6 foot. So I mean, he has the height to be a good corner.
Yeah,
in this league.
So I asked these guys this about the Eagles. So I ask you this about the Cowboys. How do you assess your roster right now? Like, how do you assess the needs? Like, how do you assess your strengths? Like, what do you think about the construction?
We addressed all of our needs that we needed. You know, we had Rod Marinelli 2 years ago. We had Mike Nolan this year, and we're finally starting to rid ourselves of the Rod Marinelli, Jason Garrett guys, and we're finally starting to get 300-plus pounders on the inside. Like, if you knew, I mean, you know about Rod Marinelli. He likes that bend, don't break offense, those finesse guys in the middle, those guys that are 250-plus, like those small interior linemen. And you know the Cowboys had a horrible time stopping any run defense for the past 4 or 5 years. I feel like we're finally starting to fix that. So when it comes to that, I think we're good. Filling our needs, I think we filled what we needed. Assessing our team. There's no injuries, right? There's no injuries. Say this is a perfect world. There's no injuries for the Eagles. There's no injuries for the Cowboys. I honestly think that we have, I don't want to say fixed, but we have upgraded because, of course, you're going to upgrade from the trash that we were last year, dead last and points allowed and a lot. Like our defense was god awful. What I was saying in another live stream earlier was, if the Cowboys are a top 20, at least a top 20 defense, because of how potent our offense is with Amari, Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, and even some of the guys that were coming off the bench, like a Wilson, and those guys like that. And then you're getting Blake Jarwin back, and then you're getting our offensive line back. I mean, not our O-line back, who they got miles on them, but they are better. On their worst day, they're better than the average team with an average offensive line. To me, they are.
Yeah, too much.
And then you got your Zeke back there, and then now you have Dak, who can now kind of read defenses and put the ball where it needs to be. I think if we are at least a top 20 defense with our offense as good as it is, it's going to scare a lot of teams, and we're going to be in a lot of close games. And it's all like I said before, it's going to all come down to coaching. Because you can have the greatest players in the league, but if you don't have the scheme or the know-how, you're going to be trashed. Your team's going to be horrible. I've said this for years, that this league, football, is a coach league. You need to have a good scheme. You need to hide what you're doing well to be successful in this league. And if you can't, and they can read you, you're going to get picked apart.
So let me ask you a question on your offensive line, because you guys have, was a really good football player for you for a long time. And he's about a year younger than Lane Johnson and Tyron Smith. Do you think he's now in that area with the injuries and things kind of going on with him? Is
2 years ago, I was ready to move on from him.
So you think he's on the decline now?
Yeah, he keeps getting hurt, and I hate when players, they're doing interviews and they come out and say, "This is the best I felt in years." No, it's not. No, it's not. You're about to get hurt again. Don't tell me that. That's the last thing I want to hear from you or any player that says this is the best I felt in years. No, it's not. Like, I was ready to move on from him 2 years ago.
Hey, boys for life. Let me ask you a quick question. How you feel about Loyal Collins? Because he coming off something serious though.
Yeah, but this is his first serious injury, and yes, it was life-threatening or whatever it was.
What happened? What did I miss? It was life-threatening? What happened?
Well, he got in a car accident, and he had his fucking hip fucked up. Like, that's what it was. He had that's why he didn't play at all last year. And let's not forget, he didn't come into the league in shape because he thought that there was going to be no season. So he was kind of like, whatever, So to me, if you're coming in with the same attitude, bye. Like, see, judging by the little gray in your beard, I know you and I are around the same age. I was born in the 80s. Like that. Yeah, I was born in the later part of the 80s. Like, we grew up in a different part with our. I don't know if you have your dad. I'm assuming you do. we grew up because I don't know you like that. You know what I mean? So like, I'm just assuming you have your dad. With my dad, we grew up. The way I grew up was nose hard. Like, get what you're worth. Blah blah blah. Put your hard work in. To me, I don't know. I think it's a different era of football, and I don't know. To me, it's just everything's different, and I feel like I just feel like a lot of these players are more about their money. You know what I mean? Instead of actually playing the game and getting what they're worth or what they should be owed.
Yeah, there's a balancing act to it. But I'll be honest with you, boys for life. I could have been a bad story, man. I could have been a fatherless son because I never met my biological father. But I was raised by my stepfather, and he's a solid dude. He's a good guy. Like, I don't even call him my stepdad. He's my dad. Like, you know, he raised me since I was like 4. So, I mean, I definitely get that, man. And we know we came from that generation and that age where I think we really started kind of witnessing a lot of those problems with kids, with especially young men.
Yeah.
Where coming from fatherless homes. But yeah, I mean, it's a different culture. It's a different game. I mean, I think sometimes guys get caught up in the way the game was played in the 90s and the early 2000s. And I do it too sometimes, man. Like, it's hard to let go of that era of football, but it is different. This is a different era of football. I mean, to be real
you're right. It is. It is hard. It is hard just because the way you and I probably were brought up is fucking put your nose in the dirt and get what you're worth, you know? Fucking work hard and shit will pay off, not cry about it. Let me not cry about it because my talent's so good and let me get paid before I fucking do anything else. You know?
Yeah. I mean, look, my pop's philosophy always was if I got hurt, walk it off. Rub some dirt on it. I don't know what
okay, I'm gonna tell you a story. I was about 7, 8 years old, and we had a tree stump in my backyard. Like, I mean, it was a decent sized tree stump. My dad just cut most of the tree down. Well, he throws the fucking football. He just goes go for that, and he throws it. And I'm running. I'm 7, 8 years old. And I'm running full speed, and the next thing I know, my face meets this fucking tree. And I'm on the ground crying. Like I said, I'm 7, 8 years old, and I'm crying. My dad stands over me and goes, "You need to go to the hospital." And I fucking busted out laughing. And I just feel like that's not acceptable in nowadays. It's like, "Oh, mijo, are you okay? Let me pick you up and cry." With my dad, it was like, "Get up, you need to go to the hospital." And I was like, "Shut!" Like, I told him to shut up, but it was just, and he let it go just because I was in pain because it was his fault. I ran face first, full speed into a tree. But like, that's just how we were brought up. You know what I mean? Like, get up, like, you're fine. It's not a big deal. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I hear you. That's just how I was raised too, man. It's just the way it was. Like, my dad didn't want to hear it, man. I remember I'll have to tell you guys a funny story off camera. I can't say it on camera, but I'll tell you all a funny story off camera. But so Jalen and Alkabeer, I'll get your opinions on this. Just kind of rounding out tonight. As you look at the Eagles' schedule, like, do you think our schedule is as favorable as people think? Here's my thing about schedules, man. I always say you don't know the schedule and like how good it is or how bad it is until the end of the year. But what do you guys think? Just, you know, preliminary, like looking at the schedule, like, how do y'all feel about it, Alkabeer?
It's the teams. I get why they say we have the easiest schedules. They going based off last year and the records of the teams from last year. But the home, away, I think we only have 2 games straight where we play home.
Yeah.
I think it's the Giants and Washington. But that home, away. Good thing is we got a young team that probably can handle that, but it's not as favorable as we think it is. Then the West Coast games, it's going to be tough for this young team. Let me say that. But closer to the end of the season, I don't think the home away thing going to affect us as much because we got the Washington, Jets, Giants. It's all in that same area, so all of them could be kind of like bus rides. But not being home in the way, and then week 12 is our bye. Hopefully no injuries or anything happen playing 11 straight games. First 4 games, I think it's in the 17-day span. So we starting off like that. So it's not as favorable on the players as much.
Okay. I hear you. What do you think, Jalen?
I'm always gonna look like the bad guy. But I got a feeling we're gonna start off 0-4.
Ooh, good God, Jalen.
You have this secondary is not that good. There's nothing in this. Yeah. There's nothing from this secondary that's telling me they can consistently stop the pass. In the pass, I'm sorry. Look who you have first. You have Atlanta. That's Julio.
Yeah.
You want to talk about DK Metcalf? That's Julio. Understand the difference. Yes, DK Metcalf is big, strong, fast. That's Julio. People don't get that. That's Julio. Yeah, Slay gonna play Julio. No, that's Julio. That's gonna look bad. Then you have the 49ers.
So let me ask you a question, Jalen.
Go ahead.
You don't think Avonte Maddox could play Julio?
Oh yeah. He just needs to get on them roids.
just needs to grow like 5 inches, bro.
He needs to do what Lane Johnson used to do. Just don't get popped with the PED.
He took a shot at Lane.
I mean, that's behind us. Old news, man. It's old news. But the 49ers, this team doesn't scream physical enough to withstand that game. You get what I'm saying? The Cowboys, I think they're going to air it out against us. And the Cardinals, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're going to air it out against us.
Chargers,
that's later on down the line, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think a little bit, yeah.
But that's the thing. I don't know. A lot of these teams you can't project right now, like you said. But I'm looking at the matchups of, hey, what are they good at? What are we good at? What do we know about this team? What do they know about that team?
0-4 to start the season, bro.
I mean,
ouch.
People want to say, like, yeah, we're at least a 9-win team. No, we're not. I'm just looking at it like this. We must have not seen the same team. Forget the offensive struggles last year.
Yeah.
What about that defense told you, oh, we can stop some people?
Well, the scheme going to be different, hopefully.
If every team just picks up Ben DiNucci.
That's true. I get what you're saying. The scheme is going to be different. But guess what?
Yeah.
The players aren't better. I mean,
so let me ask you a question, though, Jalen. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, defensively, the scheme can help, but, you still have limitations with, like, I get it, man. But we also don't know that the Eagles personnel is going to walk in the way it is right now. But I get you're projecting right now as of what the roster is right this second. But let me ask you a question. You don't think that the Eagles couldn't employ certain tactics like time control, things, you know what I mean? Like, because, I mean, we do have a good offensive line if it's healthy. And I know what you're going to say, Jalen. Like, if it's healthy, I get it. But if it's healthy, that's a very good offensive line. Like, you know what I mean? Well, we lost Jalen. What happened to Jalen? No. He left on the offensive line point. But, yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, the offensive line being healthy, like, I feel like you could play a little time control. You maybe take some of the stress off the defense. And then, you know what I mean? Oh, here he comes. Yeah. He come back now. What I was saying, Jalen, was like, what about if the Eagles were to play like a little time control? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, try to extend drives. You know what I mean? Like, do things to take some of the stress off the defense.
How many, just to say that one statement, how many ifs have to be true?
A lot of ifs, ands, and buts.
Exactly. I'm always a pessimist. That's all. That's in my nature. I'm a very pessimistic person. I'd rather undersell you and over-deliver. That's just me.
I hear you. But, I get it too. I get trying to manage expectations. I'll be honest, Jalen. I'm probably slightly pessimistic. Not to your point, though, bro. I didn't have us going 0-4, my guy. Like,
I mean,
that's at least 2-2.
Rip my heart out on that one. I think we could beat San Francisco, to be honest with you. I'm not convinced that Garoppolo is worth a crap. I'm not convinced that team is the same minus those coaches being gone.
Now,
I don't think San Francisco is the juggernaut that people think that it is.
They're getting a lot of their defense back, though.
Now, I'm going to say a lot
of their defense.
But they lost their defensive coordinator and they lost their guy that was next up. I mean,
yeah, I know.
No, they didn't. They lost. They got what you call it? Linebacker. He played for the Eagles for a little while.
Yeah, you're talking about. I thought he left and went to the Jets, man.
No, he's their DC.
He's not the guy that came from Houston to Philly.
What the heck is his name? I'm blanking on it.
It's slipping my mind too. But I know exactly what you're talking about, Jim.
Yeah.
I thought he went to DC though, man. I could have I'm sorry, I'm not DC. I swore he went to the Jets, man. I thought he was the defensive coordinator for the Jets.
No, he got promoted in-house.
I mean, even so, man, you're talking about a young dude.
I got you.
Jalen, I'm going to say this. I'm saying that fully well, saying that I thought that, he'd be a good candidate for the Eagles. But
and I'm not worried about that side. Yeah. I'm not worried about their defense versus our offense.
Yeah.
San Francisco's offense is a lot of it's based off of misdirection.
Yeah, see, no, I'm right. See, yeah, Paul said they have Raheem Morris is the 49ers defense coordinator, which, yes, Paul, I agree. That Raheem Morris is a good defensive coordinator. But that's what he said. He says Raheem Morris is their defensive coordinator.
Well, see, this is where for me, where I'm like, some of y'all are saying
for the Los Angeles Rams.
I'm looking up now, man. Yeah, it is.
We're talking about
yeah, it is the LA Rams. Yeah, they would have got Raheem Morris. Yeah,
San Fran.
That's a different maker. Yeah.
Hold on, let me see it. San Fran. Why don't I just put 49ers DC?
That's what I do, man. When I can't, 49ers defense coordinator.
Yep, D'Amico Ryans. There we go.
Yeah, it is. D'Amico Ryans. Yeah,
he is. Yeah,
I mean, he's a young guy.
Because that was one of our candidates that we wanted for DC.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm being a hypocrite. I admit it, Jalen. I'm being a full hypocrite here because I definitely wanted him on Philly. But he is a young guy, man. I mean, this is a young guy that hasn't. I just think that if any team could be taken advantage of, maybe it's just me, but I don't buy the hype behind San Francisco. I don't. I think Garoppolo is an average quarterback at best.
You're looking at it,
but you got to look at what
you're looking at the wrong way, Gate.
Look, I get it was 2 years ago, but that defense was fucking phenomenal 2 years ago. It was a juggernaut of a defense. And then last year they lost their defense. And now they're getting it back. Now they're getting it back with a guy who's being promoted within house. I'm not saying you got to expect the same level of what it was, but you got to expect something close.
But here's the thing. I'm not even talking about their defense. I'm talking about their offense.
I know. I get that. I get that. But at the same time, you're not worried about their offense, but your defense, what y'all been saying, isn't something special either to stop their offense. Their defense is something good enough to be able to stop your offense, is what I'm trying to say.
But I think we might have. I might have just confused myself here.
What do you mean? But let me ask you a question. But let me ask you a question, though, Jalen. What weapon on San Francisco really scares you? Because everyone says George Kittle. I'm saying he's way overhyped. Dude's never been a double-digit touchdown guy. He hasn't. He shouldn't even be in the conversation with Zach Ertz.
You got Deebo Sanders, who's fucking
Deebo Samuels. Yeah, but I mean, like Deebo Samuels, I think if you put a good enough corner on him, I think you can limit him. I don't.
You got Brandon Ayuk. You got Brandon Ayuk, who I thought one of the guys y'all should have taken in the first round a year ago.
I mean, we need to tackle Brandon Ayuk. I mean, that was the problem. Is we let the man walk into the end zone.
But again, what corners do you have to stop those two guys? Other than
like right now, right now we don't have much of anything. I mean, we'd have to.
Other than Slay. I mean, who do you have? That's what I'm saying. Like, you're going to sit there and say, I'm not worried about their offense, but who on defense you have to stop on their offense? They have people on their defense to stop your offense, whether their offense is good or not. And whether your defense is good or not, I don't think your defense is good enough to stop some of their guys on offense, but their defense is good enough to stop your guys on offense. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. But here's my thing, though, boys for life. The 49ers' strength offensively is running the ball. They're not running the ball on Philly. I'm sorry, Paul. I disagree. They're not running the ball on Philly. Like, they will lose that game there.
They're not going to take advantage of our linebacker?
No, because I don't think it's going to get to our linebackers. If it gets to our linebackers,
you think that your defensive line is going to come in completely healthy and no problems and stop, because that's what it is. That's the difference between the Cowboys defense and the Eagles defense. And I've given you credit for it. We're giving y'all credit for it so many times. Is that the difference between y'all is you have a defensive line that can be stacked when healthy. If it's not healthy, we've seen it be what it is.
But here's the thing, though. I look at the 49ers, and here's the thing. Like, you can say misdirection, but you got a different coaching staff. I think that was a particular problem of Schwartz, not necessarily what we're going to see from Gannon in this system. They got fooled a lot by misdirection last year. I don't think it's quite the same with coming in with Gannon. I mean, it's to be determined. I agree. We don't know what it's going to be, but I think there's going to be more discipline there when it comes to that kind of stuff. And, like, I look at the 49ers offensive line. I'm not calling it trash. That's not what I'm saying. I definitely trust our interior defensive line to be an absolute problem for them if it's healthy. And I'll get to your point, boys for life. Like, yes, if it's healthy. Like, Brandon Graham's 33, Fletcher Cox is 31-ish or so, and the skills are diminishing. I agree. Josh Sweat is a guy that's not going to play 60, 70 snaps consistently in a game. I agree with all that. I do. If Derek Barnett's healthy, and that's a big if, going into Jalen's point of the if, ands, and the buts. But to me, like, that's a game I look at on the schedule, and I think to myself, overrated football team. I think Shanahan's system may have gotten figured out, and I think people might be missing that. Because even with Jimmy Garoppolo, they weren't really that great last year. I know that the sample size with Jimmy Garoppolo was pretty limited, but they really weren't that great. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what Trey Lance is. I said, look, Jalen, I know you're going to call me out on it because I said in shorts, that dude was the best quarterback in shorts from this draft class. Problem is, you don't really play you don't play the game in shorts and without pads.
Look, I don't know if the guy can play or not. I've never seen him suit up for an NFL game. He's a question mark. We don't even know if he's going to be the starting quarterback. But the thing I was getting at was Alex Singleton is projected to be your starting Mike linebacker. Look at his instincts. He's going to be on the field 90% of the time.
Sure.
You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
Plays where his instincts have been.
I get what you're saying. Eric Wilson and Alex Singleton can be liabilities in run defense. I agree. But to be honest with you, if you're playing a run-heavy team, TJ Edwards is likely going to be in there. And I'll be honest with you, TJ Edwards is probably a top 25 player when it comes to stopping the run.
That's fine.
From the linebacker position.
I think San Francisco is going to do a lot of shovel passes to Kittle with the run because of your linebackers. And I don't wish it that y'all draft a linebacker. It's just it hurts me when I see y'all because I know what y'all need. And I'm just like, they're drafting other spots than what they should be drafting as far as linebacker, cornerback, safety.
Yeah.
As a top, one of your priorities. Even if it's a reach, it's a need that you need to go after because there's other spots like I said this year. To me, I mean, y'all got another number one, but you're gonna put your number one that this year in the slot because that's what he is. You drafted a slot guy for number one. And then you have Rager, who a lot of people are saying are bust, which I said it last year. He's not what people think he is, and it's kind of showing. And now a lot of guys from Philly, the Philly fans are starting to see like, oh well, we need to draft another wide receiver. We need this, we need that, and it's like, how are you gonna sit there and say that when just 8 months ago you said that Jalen Rager was the end-all be-all for your team because he never had a great quarterback to go to throw to throwing to him, but now he has Carson Wentz. But then look at him now, and it's like, Well, what was I saying earlier? He's not gonna be what he thinks, and that's my point. Is for Philly fans, why when y'all hone in on someone or when y'all see, why do y'all build him up more than what he is?
Well, my thing
and then hold on. And then when it's time for him to play, and he's not what y'all think he is, y'all are highly disappointed. That's what I want to know. Like, why do y'all build someone up so much when he's not?
Well, I mean, the short answer to that is it's a reactionary town. But I would say on Jalen Rager, I haven't given up on him yet. I think Jalen Rager is actually a good football player, and I think if you paid attention to his film late into the season, the last 4 or 5 games, Jalen Reagor was a lot better than people think. He was getting open. They weren't getting him the ball. Yeah. Now, look, some of what happened with Reagor, he's got to own it because he gave up on plays he shouldn't have gave up on. I can't defend him on that. That's a factual statement. Like, there's definitive film out there that proves that he gave up on plays because he didn't expect that NFL level quarterbacks could hit him on those plays. And he started kind of toning it down, trotting it back and not going all the way through the play. He's got to fix that. That's a timing issue. That's an effort issue. It's got to be fixed. But I honestly think Jalen Reagor is a lot better than people think. I haven't given up on Jalen Reagor. Do I think he's Justin Jefferson? No. And to be fair, I was a huge Reagor guy, but I made 2 videos last year because the fan base, not all the fan base was in favor of Justin Jefferson, if I'm going to call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
And I told people, hey man, I'm a Jalen Reagor guy, but I'm telling you, there's something special about Justin Jefferson's head fake. I've watched a lot of film on a lot of receivers, and that guy's head fake was up there with like Devontae Adams. Like, you just don't see guys that if you get a corner that's paying way too much attention to the upper half of a body, a guy like Justin Jefferson's going to eat you alive. I warned people that I thought the guy was an incredible route runner. I thought he was really good. But I haven't given up on me personally, I haven't given up on Jalen Reagor. I think that he's still a player. Like, I think he's a guy that can get you 50 to 75 receptions in a season and can get you 700 to 1,000 yards. Now, look, is he going to be Pro Bowl or Hall of Fame? Probably not. But I think he's a solid football player. I mean, Devontae Smith to be determined. I think the guy, I don't know if you got a chance to really, because I mean, it kind of blew up all over my page. Anytime any football related thing comes up, it doesn't matter what team it is, it blows up on my page.
Yeah.
But I actually got a chance, and like I told everyone earlier in the live stream, Boys for Life, I don't judge partial film on a drill that's being run because I can't see the full drill. I need to see the full drill, and I need to see him run it several times. But the little clips I saw, the only thing I can say definitively about Devontae Smith is, my God, that kid has fluid hips. He gets in and out of his breaks. He's efficient, man. I'm not going to say he's the best I've ever seen just because there are dudes out there that deserve credit for what they are in the league. But I got to tell you, man, look, there's no one pressing him. There's not pads on. I get all that, but I'm just talking about the raw athleticism.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I get what you're talking about.
Hey, let me ask you a quick question.
Go ahead.
So as a prospect, where does Smith rank among the Alabama wide receivers over the last 3 years?
Oh, geez, man. 3 years.
You had Judy. You had who's the other one that came out? That
Judy, Ruggs, Waddle.
Judy's a good route runner. Can't catch the ball. I
would rank Ruggs, then Waddle, then Judy, and then it would be Smith. Just because, only because, and this is my knock on Smith is what is he like? Barely 6 foot.
No, he's about 6'1". He's taller actually. He's just thin. Yeah,
he's just thin. Okay.
Yeah.
And my thing is that these other guys can play multiple spots, the X, the Y, the Z on and the receiver, and it's more Smith is more of a slot guy. More. These other guys are jack of all trades, and this guy is more proficient in just the one slot, and that's Smith. Which you'd rather be proficient in just the one than a jack of all trades, but in the NFL, when you can move around, it's more efficient to be able to move around than it is just we're going to put you in the slot and that's all you can do. You know what I mean? So I mean, I would rank Smith last out of those 4 that I just named because of his height, because he can only do the slot for whatever reason.
Calvin Ridley's in there too.
Monique, I don't think he's including Jones and Amari Cooper in what he's saying. It'd be before their time. If he went back to his freshman year, Jalen, then you're talking about a much larger prospect at Alabama. But I get the 4 players you're talking about. Me personally, I would have Henry Ruggs last. Personally, not that I think Henry Ruggs is bad, but I think Henry Ruggs is a little bit of a one-trick pony.
I agree.
I think 3rd would be Jerry Jeudy, although I think Jerry Jeudy is right up there with Devontae Smith in his ability to run a route. I just don't trust Jerry Jeudy's hands down the field. He drops a lot of passes down the field.
And that's the one I differ on you with. I think Judy's better than Devontae. Because when Ruggs
one-trick pony can beat fucking most of the NFL, I mean, why not?
What? But the game's not played 1-on-1. It's played 11 on 11.
Okay, I get that, but when you can blow by fucking when you're a burner, you can blow by a lot of people.
And then that same logic should apply to John Ross.
Yeah. I mean, for me, Jalen, I would have Waddle and Smith as the top end here. I think they're better than both of those guys last year. I think it's argumentative. You know, some people say Waddle has the higher ceiling and when Waddle was in games. But the thing is that Smith wasn't a one-year wonder, to be honest. He really wasn't. And he outperformed Judy the year Judy got drafted, for being real.
I'm talking about as a prospect. I'm just looking at it in terms of them entering the NFL if you had to stack them against each other. I mean, my thing is I think I have Judy 1, Calvin 2.
Yeah, but see, you went all the way back to Ridley. Man. That's not fair. Like Ridley. Come on, man. You went all the way back to Calvin Ridley, man. That's not fair.
Calvin Ridley was 2019.
He's a different beast, man. He's a different beast.
Calvin Ridley's 2019.
Is he? I thought he was 2018, man.
Is he?
I think so.
I'm gonna look it up really quick.
Yeah, if he 2018, then drop him. But my thing is, I have it. If we're only talking about the 4, it's Lamb.
2018.
It's 2018. All right, so it's Lamb. When I said Lamb, sorry, it's Judy, Waddle, Smith, Henry Ruggs. That's the 4. And
I mean, look, Jalen. I mean, look. We don't know. Look,
we can't project this.
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what. He hasn't touched the field yet professionally, but I'm just judging off of like what I saw, man. Like there were things I saw Devontae Smith do that I'm not too sure Judy can do. Now, Judy's just as good as a route runner. I don't take that away from you. And if you want to make the argument that Judy might be a little better, I think it's argumentative. But I mean, I'll give you that. I mean, I don't think it's really worth arguing it because I think they're pretty similar in that.
But I also had to add this into it as well. When Judy gets the ball in his hands, he's a little bit more explosive as well.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I do. I really do get what you're saying. But at the same time, like, if you look at the broke tackles and stuff, man, you know, look, it was all behind the line of scrimmage mostly, but Devontae broke a lot of tackles, man, to be honest with you, Jalen.
Smith, I like Smith better. I like Smith.
I mean, you know, like I said, it puts us at a disadvantage because we haven't, you know what I'm saying? We haven't
been playing the NFL. Yeah.
So, like, I mean, you know, we're talking about a guy that's got actual experience in the NFL, but
no. I'm only looking at them in terms of them coming out of school. That's what I'm looking at in terms of, hey, how do these guys stack up if they came out the same year? I don't care what he did in the NFL. I'm talking about, hey, if I had to choose, which one is which?
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
But I mean, let me ask you a question, and I know you're going off of projection, but when you look what happened last year with Devontae Smith and you look at Jerry Jeudy when their last year at Alabama together, do you honestly feel like Jerry Jeudy was the better player at Alabama that year? Because I feel like Devontae Smith was. Not that Judy's a slouch, but
it's, you know, that can be deceiving. Just because you see one with has more production doesn't mean one's better. Who drew the most of the attention? Judy. Judy was getting Surtain, Horn, all of those guys, plus the other guys from last year's group. Number one. Then you had everybody else get number. Well, was it Rook? It's pick your poison. Judy was consensus. Stop that guy.
I don't know, man. I got to be honest with you, man. I like Devontae Smith a little better, but I mean, right now you kind of have the advantage because like we haven't seen Devontae Smith in the NFL. So
I get it. That's why I tried to. I
feel like coming out of college, it's just pick your poison because we're all going. All 4 of them are going to torch you.
Yeah.
Pick your poison. Coming out of college, pick your poison. We're all going to torch you no matter what. Now, when they're all in the league, then we can assess different. But as a prospect, you put all 4 of them. If you're saying they're all coming out of the same draft class, it's pick your poison. because they all got special talents. They can all do what they got to do, but not everything translate to the NFL. So
Yeah,
as a
like
prospect,
Ruggs.
it's pick your
I
poison.
agree.
It's pick your poison because we're going to torch you.
I mean, I'll say this: like, it's not like Devontae Smith was like Jalen Darden when it comes to missed tackles forced. I mean, Jalen Darden was a whole nother problem on the underneath stuff, and then the kid from Purdue was another one of those that, like, you go back to his rookie or his freshman
right?
year. Yeah, more from
For
Purdue
number
his
4.
freshman year. Like his freshman year, like he was ridiculous, man. Like I like I get there's differences there. Even Elijah Moore from was he Ole Miss? I think Elijah Moore. Elijah Moore was really, really good at the forcing missed tackles. But I do think that people like look, Devontae Smith's not going to truck you down the field. It's not his game. He's more of a fluid mover. But I don't know, man. Like look, Jalen. I mean, at the end of the day, like we won't really know until 3 or 4 years down the road. But
We're talking nuance right now, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, like I said, I get your argument that, like, you know what, he might have, Jerry Jeudy might have got outproduced by Devontae Smith in 2019, but Devontae Smith may have had the benefit. I'd have to go back and watch every game, watch the percentage of snaps and who got, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be such an undertaking, you know what I mean? Like, to really go through it and pay attention to that. I will say that when you go back and you look at what Devontae Smith did to J.C. Horn, we're not talking about a tremendous amount of snaps, but he did put him on skates, man.
I'm not gonna lie about that.
Well, if you're gonna talk about that, let's look at what Joseph did to Devontae Smith.
I knew that was
in
coming.
those 3 catches and no yards and an interception. We're gonna talk about that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to take away from Joseph. He's a good football player, but I will say, like, Devontae Smith did cook that game, and we're only looking at 3 reps. But I mean, look, yeah, 3 reps. He won those 3 reps. I'll give you that, boys for life. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the Cowboys do.
Look, I was just going off of your logic. If we're gonna look at something, let's look at everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just giving you shit, man. Like I'm not one to look at 3 reps. I want to look at more. Like that's just I want to assess everything except just 3 reps and an underthrown ball to get an interception by Mac Jones.
Yeah. So I'll ask you this: if you look at the Cowboys lining up against Devontae Smith, do you feel like that they would go with Kelvin Joseph on him, or do you think that they would take his old teammate Trayvon Diggs and put him on him? One's a better man press corner. The other one's a little bit.
Okay. Before I answer that, I need to know what other 2 wide receivers are out there, what positions they're at, and is Devontae Smith in the slot or is he playing on the outside?
I'm going to assume that the Eagles are going to be multiple in the way that they align receivers, to be honest. But I think that if you wanted to go with like a starting kind of role, what they would do, my guess is that they'll do something like Devontae Smith will be your flanker, Rager might be your slot, and they'll probably use, depending on what happens in camp. If I had to take a guess right now, Fulgham is probably your boundary side. We'll see what happens. There's some momentum behind Trayvon Grimes, the kid coming out of Florida that he's got experience with a quarterback coach. But we'll see.
So Smith is your one then? He's your one?
Smith, it depends on how you look at what you define to be a number 1, but Smith would be your flanker, so he'd play the field side.
Why not Manasseh Bailey being the boundary?
They let Manasseh Bailey go, man.
I thought that was your guy.
It was my guy. I still want him back.
Just like Jaquan.
I still want him back, bro.
Not Jaquan.
It depends on where Smith is playing. Because to me, at this point in Diggs' career, he's not the lockdown. He's not he's not that. So it depends on where he's playing. If he's playing on Diggs' side, Diggs got him. If he's playing on Joseph's side, Joseph's got him. It just depends on where they got Smith at. So because we don't have a true lockdown corner that is going to follow anybody's number 1.
Maybe. Well, you guys have to. Trayvon Diggs got better as the season went on, but he definitely got better.
Well, he did. You're not lying. He did get better, but in my opinion, he's not. I don't have a guy on my team that's going to follow that number one from spot to spot to spot. Is what
So
I'm
let me
saying.
ask you this question, boys for life. Would you rather have somebody beat him up or mirror him the whole game?
Yeah, Kelvin Joseph is probably going to mirror him. Stefan Diggs. Wow, you guys would love that.
Trayvon, yeah.
Trayvon Diggs. But
I don't know, because mirroring him isn't bad, but because of his size, beating him up would wear him down as the game goes on. So that it's kind of tricky, but I would rather have someone beat him down, because as the game goes on, you just get tired and tired and tired, more than just mirroring someone and having your free for all to do whatever you want.
yeah.
So
I'm
I'd
not
rather
gonna-
have someone. I'd rather have a beat down in Trayvon Diggs than Joseph, who's going to mirror someone.
I'm not going to talk crap because I haven't seen this kid in an NFL field yet. But I will say this is what the young man said in the interview. They asked him about that, and he said he would rather have a guy try to play man press on him and think that he's soft because he's going to beat him. Time will tell. A lot of dudes talk a lot of stuff before they get on the field.
And that was your guy? That was your guy.
That was his words, that he would. They asked him what he prefers. He prefers a guy to come up and try to press him because he feels like he can put him on skates.
But a lot of guys talk. Like,
I agree.
a lot of guys talk.
Yeah.
You got to see what they got.
I agree. I'm not saying that they can back it, but
that's you and I growing up in a different era, because a lot of guys can run their mouth, but it's guys like you and I that grew up in a different era that were taught, let your playing do the talking on the field. So you got your guys that talk, and then you got the guys that they're fucking quiet and will fucking jam you and fucking shut you down. And that's what I was.
If you want to see a funny moment, you should go watch the 2019 game between Alabama and LSU and watch your boy Trayvon Diggs line up against Jamar Chase. I thought they were about to throw hands. That was the funniest film I've ever watched between the defensive back and a wide receiver.
Look, I played baseball my whole life. I was a pitcher. That's what I was. I'm a pitcher. I play college ball pitching, all that. I would let a guy, he would either strike out or get a good hit or whatever, and I'd let him run his mouth, but I'm quiet. Okay, cool. All right. You got one on me or I got one on you, but you're going to keep running your mouth because you think you're hot shit. But I can do better. Like, I'm testing the waters right now of who's what, who's not, now, blah, 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 whatever. And I love that. I love that because I'm a guy that's what you would call a silent assassin, because I'm one of those guys that it's quiet. You want to talk all your shit, but silently, I'm just going to fucking destroy you. And no one's going to know about it or even realize what I'm doing to you until it's fucking game's over and we destroy your team. You know what I mean? Like, I'm one of those guys that run your mouth. Run your mouth.
I'll say this. I was on YouTube. I'm not really a talker like that, but I will say when I played sports, I talked a lot. Famously, Boys for Life, I'm going to admit, I got into a let's just call it a little bit of a skirmish with Josh Hamilton, who went on to be, an all-pro baseball player, although he had his own personal issues in life. He popped me with a ball, and let's just say, with the bat in my hand, I got a little confident as I was taking first base. And I was definitely talking some
check this. So my senior year, dude, I'm not even kidding you. I hadn't lost a game in pitching. Like, pitching as a winner, like, you get your wins and losses. I hadn't lost a game. It's senior year. We're playing a team. We go in fucking 10 innings, right? We're going into the 10th. And this is high school. You only play 7 innings. But I'm already pitching into the 10th inning. Yeah. And we lose to the team that already had 2 pitchers deep in the bullpen. And you have my high school who's pitching for me. I'm pitching for. We lose, right? We lost.
Yeah.
The second time we're coming up, I come in relief, which I'm not a relief pitcher. I'm a starter. But I come in relief, and I'm throwing, and I hear from the dugout talking shit. Like, fresh meat. Fresh meat, bitches. Like, blah, blah, blah. And I fucking strike out the side with runners at the corners, and I look at him, and I was like, fresh meat, right, bitch? And I fucking grab my dick. and I walk off. Next thing I know, the game ends. We win, and I have some dude, and this is a true story. Some dude who I was fucking his girlfriend that I didn't even know was his girlfriend. I was fucking her, and then I had the other pitcher talking shit and wanting to start a fight with me. I was like, fuck y'all, dog. Fuck y'all. Like, no, I'm good. Like, I'm the silent dude that don't say shit, but when you're going to push me, I'm going to fucking run my mouth. And you don't want me to run my mouth because all I do is put out straight up facts about certain things because I'm one of those guys who sit back and just, I like to listen. I like to listen.
Yeah. I mean, catchers were the biggest, crap talkers I knew from baseball. Yeah. They talked a lot. Jalen, and I'll get Alkabeer on this one.
See?
So, looking at the Eagles' offensive line, is it a mistake that the Eagles are not trying to move or separate from Brandon Brooks? Just given your theory, Jalen, of trying to get younger, embracing the rebuild, should the Eagles be trying to move on from guys like Brandon Brooks and Lane Johnson then?
Yes, they should. The problem I have is the timeline of when it's going to happen. I don't want you to wait 3 years from now and say, well, they're at basically the end of their contract, so let's try and move them now. No, move them when they actually have value. I understand your plan of you're bringing in Driscoll. You wanted Driscoll to play guard. Part of the reason why you wanted Driscoll to play guard was because guess what? Brandon Brooks was hurt. Thought you got him back for a season, and he goes right back out with what was it, torn Achilles? Yeah. So you have to. I'd rather you go ahead and blow this thing up now. Rip the Band-Aid off. I love Brooks. I love Lane. Hey, it is what it is. Lane is making too much money over the next until 2025.
Yeah, let's see what did they prorate him though? Like, did they restructure and prorate him?
I think I'm not 100% sure the contract.
I'll take a look.
Details, but I think his actual contract runs out in 2028 now, but 2025 is when the money. Huh?
He's got. So you're right. You hit the nail on the head. He's under contract to 2025, and he has 3 void years, all the way to 2028.
Jeez,
that's a long contract, man. You're not joking.
Yeah. So
now I will say there is an out in 20. Jeez, is 2023 is the out?
That's true.
Yeah, this
Howie strikes
cool,
again.
they gotta get out from under this.
Good job, Howie. Good job, Howie.
Yes, but you have to get off that contract. Sorry, I love Lane, but guess what? He's not going to take a veteran. He's not going to take that Anthony Costanzo deal. Hey, $10 million a year. That's a reasonable price for a right tackle. He's still going to give you upper echelon play. He's going to give you what he needs to do, and he's just going to be here as an equal for life. Let's be real. He's not going to do that. He's making more than that now.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to give you my perspective in a second, but before we go there, AK Eagles 88 becoming a member, man. I appreciate you, buddy. And then since we're kicking into this one, he says, "I want to hear the analyst." All right, man. What you got, Alkabeer? Tell me, man. What you think?
Same thing as Jalen said, almost verbatim. If you're gonna get rid of these guys, get rid of them now. Don't wait to the end of the contract, because if so, it's gonna be like the Alshon Jeffrey thing and everything. Whereas I thought he shouldn't have got extended. You hold these guys too long, they get old, can't get no value out of them, and this what happens. And even if you kind of look at the Zach Ertz thing, you let him play it out, and now we really can't get any value out of him. And I think Zach Ertz can still play at a high level. So imagine a older Brandon Brooks or older Lane Johnson. We screwed.
Let me say this about your let's move on now type of thing. We as Cowboy fans, we've been making fun of Eagle fans for the longest time because of their contract situations. You're talking about let's move on from certain players sooner than later. But if you move on from them sooner than later, your dead money hit is going to be so much bigger than what it is let's keep them and bench them or keep them and let's put them on the field.
True.
You're like,
Rip the Band-Aid off.
Because y'all think that Howie was so good at picking up players and pushing contracts back and whatever. We know about this, and we've been trying to tell y'all about this for so long because of the Romo situation, because of the Dez Bryant situation. Like we know about this. We've been trying to tell you, like, oh, you're kicking the can down the road, and all I see is videos about how he made moves and how he did this and how he did. But when push comes to shove, it's like now you owe, and you ain't got shit because you're pushing shit down the field. So now you're trying to get rid of contracts that you can't get rid of, and now you want to get rid of contracts that if you do just want to get rid of, you're gonna owe so much more in dead money, which doesn't allow you to do crap in free agency or whatever it is. And we've been trying to say this for so long, but no one listens. No one listens to us.
See, I half agree with you. So, Fletcher Cox, Elaine Johnson, and I guess whoever you got playing quarterback. Contracts like that, I can understand, I can accept, I can swallow. The problem is when you have the contracts like Hargrave, what we're doing with Anthony Harris. Exactly. Those guys are, we want to keep them around because guess what? They're useful. They're going to give me, quote unquote, above average play. But I'm not going to sit here and tank myself for the next 3 years.
Those guys are signed as what they were to what the guys you just named. They're expected to put that kind of production. Yeah. But they don't. They don't. And now when it push comes to shove, you can't move those guys because once you do move those guys, that dead money cap is so much greater than keeping those guys.
But let me ask you a question, Boys for Life. I mean, you're right. I mean, dead money is money that you tie up in a player that you can't utilize, but you can still have cap savings even with dead money. So I mean, the Eagles could not the way Lane Johnson's contract is structured until 2023. They'd have to June 1st designate this man to get any kind of cap savings. But I mean, you look at Smith. You said that, you feel like the Cowboys should have already separated from him. Would you separate and take the dead money on Smith's contract just to okay, look, we know we're going to need to, I'm not saying this year, but following this year, you're going into the draft in 2022. Would you just say, look, we know we need to go get somebody. We need to get some young guys in here or find a guy that can bridge left tackle. Would you separate yourself to pull the Band-Aid off for the 1 year for the long-term projection? Or do you think it's more wise to keep a guy that maybe he only gets you 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games for the next 2 or 3 years because of, aging, more injury prone, declining skill set? Like, at what point do you decide, okay, it's time to rip off this Band-Aid?
That's tough for me. Because I'm gonna say, who could I have drafted in that time frame that I'm ready to get rid of Smith? It's gonna take his place. There's nobody. There's guys in this year's draft that there's one guy that I was ready to drop anything I had to get him for the left tackle spot, and that was Penei Sewell. That was this year's draft.
Sure.
Outside of that, there was no one else. There's no one else in the draft. You have a dude.
You mean in the first round, or do you mean just in general?
In general, what did y'all do a couple years ago? You jumped the Texans to draft Andre Dillard. And then what happened to him? You move him to right tackle, he gets his shit pushed in, and somehow his fucking shit is shot for what. Like I said, we grew up in a different era. I don't know why your shit is pushed in, but it is. Right? Like I don't get it. My mindset is you put me in a different position, of course my shit's gonna get pushed in. Put me at my spot, I'm gonna dominate. Like that's my mindset, and I'm hoping that's but it's like it's just one of those things that's like.
But how much do you blame on player development though? Because like I see guys that in the right system with the right coaching could develop. Like Jalen. I know you're going to come at me this one because I know this may not be your most favorite player, but like you look at the Mayfield, right? Needs to work on a little bit on the frame. He needs to get a little stronger. But I mean, you put him in the right system with the right development. I think he could be pretty decent. Go ahead, Jalen. I know that's probably not your favorite player.
You talking about Jalen Mayfield?
Yeah,
he was all right in my book. Why would you think I had an issue with him?
I thought when we were talking earlier, I thought you said that you weren't a huge fan of him. But
nah, I was good with Mayfield.
But I mean, guys like that, I mean, like there are guys like sometimes I think it's development more than anything.
Well, I'll say it like this: if you're trying to replace Smith, you're never going to get somebody that's equally as good as Smith. Like if we're trying to replace Fletcher Cox, we're not going to get somebody who's equally as good as Fletcher Cox. Sure. And that's a long shot if we do. But if you get a guy who's top 10 in his position, you wouldn't do it? Or he has the potential to be top 10 in the position. Would you do it? You move off the guy?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, well, it depends, man. Like how old is the guy? What's the contract situation? You know what I'm saying? Like those things.
We're talking about rookie. We're talking about rookie deal. Hey, let this guy have to go through his paces and develop. And one day he's going to be top 10, top 15 at his position.
Look, I'll be honest with you, Jalen. It depends on the position, right? Because if you're talking about a 10 or 15 quarterback, I'll pass. If you're talking about a 10 or 15 defensive tackle or offensive lineman, I'll call. You know what I mean? Like,
but that all depends on where you're drafting, though.
Yeah, best player available for you get what I'm saying? Like positional value. Like, there's a certain way you're supposed to build through the draft. I get all that stuff, man. Like, but yeah, I mean, if you're talking about a Fletcher Cox and you got a guy that could be a top 10, top 15-ish defensive tackle in the league, look, I could still keep Fletcher Cox for a year. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I mean, this is me personally.
I mean, put it this way. I was banging on the table for Jeffrey Simmons 2 years ago? The year we drafted Dillard? Because I was like, oh, man, that's going to be a great 1-2 combo. And then, hey, we ain't got to worry about Fletcher contract for a long time.
2 years ago, 2 years ago, I don't even remember who the fuck we didn't have a first round pick. We fucking took goddamn Tristan Hill. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy.
Okay, now I'll say it like this. So let's go last year. The tackles in last year's draft
was ass.
Whoa, no, they were not.
When we picked at 17,
Tristan Wirfs. I'm talking about you guys could be easily moved up to get him.
But okay. Easily
Tristan
moved up.
Wirfs, you could have got.
That's what I'm saying. At where we picked at 17, no. Like again, like I was saying last year for the draft, there's certain needs that because even though I'm ready to move on from Tyron Smith, he's still a fucking 300+ pound motherfucker who's a Mack truck and wears a goddamn knee brace on his fucking elbow.
And Mekhi Becton went 9th.
I don't give a shit. We were fucking drafting 17th.
You could have moved up. No, I'm saying you could have moved up and got him. Mekhi Becton is a monster.
Phrase the question different.
Okay, what would it have taken to move up to the number 9 spot to draft an O-line? Because to me, you're okay. That's not worth it. That's not worth it.
Let me finish. Let me ask you a question. If you could have jumped Tampa Bay in that one, because that's a little bit more reasonable. You're only moving so many spaces. If you could have jumped Tampa Bay in last year's draft and taken a tackle, do you think that would have been a smarter move for Dallas over CeeDee Lamb, even though CeeDee Lamb's a good player?
No.
So you wouldn't have knowing your history at tackle and what happened last year. If you had the benefit of hindsight, you wouldn't have taken a tackle.
Nope.
How many games did CeeDee Lamb win you?
How many games did Tyron Smith win me?
But how many
games did Tyron Smith with me?
But how many games?
How many times did Tyron Smith save Tony Romo to win me games here to the Super Bowl?
Well, you guys haven't. You know the answer to that. But,
yeah, of course I do. But I'm asking.
But let me ask you a question.
How many times did Tyron Smith save me to get Dak Prescott to beat the Rams to get to the fucking NFC Championship game? Nothing.
Okay, but you guys, how many? You guys won what? 3 NFC championships between 2010 and 2020, right? 2011 to 2020
division games. Yeah.
And I also should point out that Worst is a right tackle as opposed to a left tackle, but that's why I was using Mekhi Becton at 9 as opposed to Worst. But Worst is a really good tackle.
But like my point was being though is that you look at like
none of
these
guys are fucking 350 pounds, 6 foot fucking 7, Mack truck motherfuckers.
Let
me ask you a question, boys, for life. Go back to the 90s, okay? And I know we're talking about different eras of football. Go back to the 90s. As good as Michael Irvin is, without the Cowboys' offensive line and that defensive line, could you guys have won even with Michael Irvin? Or would you still needed that offensive defensive line to do that?
It was the O-line matched with you had Gogan, you had a bunch of dudes. And it was a fucking different era. You guys also had like Larry Allen, who's come on, man. Well, Larry Allen came in a later part of that shit. He didn't come in straight in 92 or 93.
Yeah.
He didn't come in though. He didn't come in 92 or 93. You had fucking I can't think of his name, but he was our center, Wiskowski, who was a fucking 200-pound motherfucker who could manage his weight to fucking throw guys that were 100 pounds heavier and throw them off their balance because of point position, what he needed to do. Like back in the 90s, it was a completely different game. We both know this.
Right. But even Boys for Life, you're just saying your center was a sub 300-pound player. So is Jason Kelce. So is Jason Kelce. So I mean, there's
actually Jason Kelce. I think is one of the best centers out there.
Yeah.
Just like I thought Travis Frederick was. He was fucking the best center out there in the game today until he retired.
Sure.
Kelce was the top 3.
Yeah.
In my opinion, Kelce was the top 3.
While I agree that the game has changed from the mid-90s to today, the game is certainly a lot different. My point being is that most really good teams build from the trenches outward. And I know there's examples here and there where it's done differently, but I mean, you look at Tampa Bay. Like, dude, Tampa Bay won the Super Bowl. Was it like Brad Johnson, their quarterback? It was something ridiculous. Or Trent Dilfer.
Tampa Bay. They won they won their Super Bowl because they had Marshawn Lynch, Warren Sapp, and they had they had the number 1 fucking defense in the league.
Right,
it had nothing to do with Brad Johnson. Brad Johnson was a game manager.
Sure, but they won from the trenches outward. You know what I mean? But
I get it, but Brad Johnson was a game manager. They won that shit because of Rondé Barber, fucking Warren Sapp, and Marshawn Lynch. That was a number 1 defense going against the fucking league. And then you had the Raiders, who had the number 1 offense with who's their quarterback? Fucking Brad Johnson? Not Brad Johnson, fucking what's his name?
But let me pose the question differently to you, Boys for Life. If you had just one competent tackle last year, just one competent tackle, so you only got to worry about one of the tackles, you guys don't think you could have won at least the NFC East?
No.
Really?
Look, we had one competent tackle. I think we would have won maybe 2 more games.
That's the NFC East.
Maybe.
That's the NFC East.
Was that the NFC East?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 more games the NFC East. Yeah. You would have won the NFC East with 2 more games.
Okay, then okay. We would have won 2 more games and then just been done in the playoffs.
I mean, look, CeeDee Lamb's a good player, and I get from the long-term aspects of, like, look, we're not going to keep Amari Cooper probably through the full contract. Then you got to worry about Gallup coming due for pay, so CeeDee Lamb's a chess move. I get it. I get all that. But I'm just saying, like, you plug in a competent offensive tackle, and you guys probably have a legitimate shot at look, once you get into playoffs, anything's possible.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I mean, yes, you don't have Dak. Maybe you do have Dak if you got one more competent tackle. Who knows? I mean, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no because Dak got hurt outside the pocket. That's not really fair. He got hurt outside the pocket. But
I'm going to take a piss. I'll be right back. But keep talking.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'm listening.
All right. I mean, what do you think, Alkabeer? I mean, my thing is like I look at it and I think that if you take a team like that and you build it from the trenches, you win. That's my argument with the Eagles is like I'm not against going offensive lineman in the second round, and I don't dislike who we pick there. I don't dislike Landon Dickerson at all. I'm just concerned about the injuries because I can't project health. The guy's a stud when he's on the field, but you got to keep him on the field. That's my concern.
That is true, and that's my thing about the Landon Dickerson pick. It's the injuries. Like, he's a stud player, but I feel as though we get Joseph, who the Cowboys end up getting, makes us just a better team. But if Landon Dickerson is healthy, it's a good long-term play. Like I said earlier in the live, that he's going to be redshirted more than likely this year.
Yeah.
Get him to play next year, or if no injuries happen, significant injuries, he don't have to play this year. But long-term is better, but I feel as though we should have got a corner. And you build from the trenches. You're right. Cowboys, if we want to talk about them, their best year was that offensive line, the way Zeke was running the ball, the way Dak had time. Our Super Bowl year, our offensive line and defensive line was playing at a high level.
Sure. I agree. I mean, Jalen, what do you think? I mean,
think about Dickerson as the pick.
Yeah. Like just the general consensus of like we know what this roster is. So was it smart to go trenches in the second round, even though you have such a weird glaring need at cornerback?
I'm fine with it. Here's my thing. Are people having an issue that he's just not going to be on the field, or are they going to have an issue he's not going to be the same player?
I look at the Sidney Jones thing. That's my thing. We took a risk on that guy. We lost, and I just don't want the same thing to happen.
Now, okay, Sidney Jones, I think was he lost a step in his play. With Landon Dickerson, you're not worried about the athleticism because what his game is predicated on is moving bodies out the way. And when he's moving, guess what? He sees the game kind of a frame ahead. So if he's trying to take over a block and he sees the guy put it this way, the backer tries to shoot backside, guess what? Half the time he'll shove the D tackle or whoever it is over, making sure the guard takes it, and then he comes and picks up a chip on that linebacker, so you can't have any shot at making a tackle for loss. Stuff like that makes Dickerson a great player. You get what I'm saying? And that's why I'm really high on the pick, as opposed to, he just moves people out the way. Yeah, offensive line tape. No, you get what I'm saying? Those little nuances of, oh crap, he knows that backer is going to shoot backside because he doesn't want anything head up with a 300-pound man. He's 226. Stuff like that is the stuff that makes Dickerson a step above to me versus a lot of the other stuff. Now, I will say it like this. I think how we thought later on in the third round, there'd be more corners available. I do believe that. And part of that dictated who we drafted in the third round. Sure. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you did have a Kelvin Joseph available in the third round, he would have went Kelvin, I think. But because the board said, all right, these guys ain't looking so hot, I'm going to go with who I think is safe, or whoever he wanted to go do. And that's his own debacle in itself.
I like Aaron Robinson though. The one that the Giants picked. We traded back to get Williams, but if we would have stayed kind of in that same spot, I believe we would have got him.
But that's the thing, he's a slot guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Well, I mean, like you can argue that McPherson is too, though. I mean,
yeah, and
All right,
that's
guys,
why part of my head so high on the pick.
I had fun. Man. Gate City, we need to link up. We have week 3. I'm gonna be at that game somehow during the week. We need to talk Cowboys Eagles.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, guys, I'm out.
Later, guys. All
right, man. Be easy.
All right, man. So let me ask y'all a question real quick. Like on the offensive line, like the only thing I'll say is that if you can keep Brandon Brooks in the game, you can keep Lane Johnson in the game. Contractually, I think it's a nightmare going down the road, right? Sometimes you got to separate. I agree, but Jalen, would you consider that maybe having those guys healthy gives you a better chance at assessing Jalen Hurts, or do you think it's setting you up for an unrealistic expectation because you're not going to be able to sustain that level of play throughout his career with the offensive line?
That's a good question. It depends on who the replacements are. So if you have Jack Driscoll replacing Lane Johnson and Dickerson replacing Brandon Brooks, I think that's a fair comparison, or I think that's a fair evaluation standards.
Yeah, physically they're a lot similar, right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say they're not a lot similar.
So what do you think the main difference is then?
Between Dickerson and Brandon Brooks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
One doesn't look his weight. The other is just a massive man. Brandon Brooks is a big guy, but he's not. You can tell he has to force the weight on him. You get what I'm saying?
You don't think he's naturally 330?
No.
So you think he's a little bit like Lane Johnson, where he's a thinner guy that has to. Okay.
But the thing is, it's a different body. It's a different body shape. So guess what? People look at the two and say, "That's not the same situation," but it really is. You get what I'm saying? Because you look at him. You look at when he takes his shirt off and all that stuff. That body's thin.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
6'5", 330, you expect JP almost, looking in stature and frame.
Yeah.
That's what I
get. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. JP was very, there's no way of saying this doesn't come off wrong, but he was built a certain way. Let's just say it that way.
Yeah.
It just doesn't come out any better any way else I say it.
Yeah. But you look at Dickerson. Dickerson is pause. Dickerson is a mountain of a man.
Pause, man.
All right, guys. So I'm going to give you some final thoughts here, and then we can wrap up, guys. And everyone's probably like, man, these guys been going for like 4.5 hours. I appreciate Alkabeer hung in the whole 4.5 hours. It's my guy.
Again.
All right, listen up. Guys, I'm going to, after this video ends, I'm going to go ahead and link Alkabeer's stuff. So if you all want to sub him up, and look, really thoughtful guy, really smart, really intelligent. Like, check out his work, guys. He's a good content creator. And he's been, he's been in the comment section here on the Battle Birds podcast quite a bit, man.
Yeah.
So Jalen, defensive line. I just want to, before we jump off here, I want to talk defensive line. Are we in trouble in the defensive line?
Absolutely.
Ah, Christ.
Pessimistic.
I mean, put it this way. What DN depth do you have?
Well, I mean, there's the grocery boy down at the Piggly Wiggly. There's
the Piggly Wiggly.
I mean, look, you got Josh Sweat as your third. I mean, look, assuming guys stay healthy, that's the big thing, right? Assuming guys stay healthy, that's the big thing, and assuming that Teron Jackson and Patrick Johnson, Milton Williams, these guys can actually play roles. Maybe the depth's good, maybe it's horrible. I mean, Jannard Avery and Patrick Johnson, I believe, and someone else, Joe Osman, got listed as linebackers, but they're really rush ends. We know that.
So let's take the 3 draft picks already.
Yeah.
The 3 draft picks. If I told you Milton Williams went in the 5th round, would you be surprised?
If Milton Williams went in the 5th round?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yes and no.
Early fifth round.
Early fifth round, okay. I get what you're saying, but I will say, like I said, guys, I had him more as I thought he was going to be like a fourth round guy because like there was some momentum behind him.
Yeah,
but I get what you're saying, Jalen. The film's the film. Like,
yeah, and what I'm getting at is you have 3 edge guys who, hey, I don't know if you can even play in this league. You get what I'm saying? It's not like, hey, I know I can stick him in and he can be a rotational guy. I don't know if that guy's going to make my roster.
Yeah.
That's the question I have. You have those 3 guys, but the third round pick he's going to make the automatically because he's a third round pick.
Sure.
Yeah. So all of that stuff gets mashed up in there, and God bless his heart. Joe Osman. I forgot who stiff armed him, but yeah, he's not a DN. He's not an NFL DN.
That was Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb did him dirty. Chubb did him dirty. I know what you said. That stiff arm was mean.
Yeah. Bless his heart. But yeah, you have what, 4?
Jalen, you got to explain that. You're gonna have to explain that terminology to Philadelphians, man. They don't get bless your heart.
It's a Southern thing, bless your heart, po baby, But dang, you have 4 guys you don't know can play in the NFL. One of them has to be a rotational guy because of where he was drafted. He could have been drafted in the 5th round or 4th round, and it made sense he went on the practice squad or whatever it may have been. The fact that you have to rely on that now, it makes it very dicey. One guy gets not injured, gets hurt. Hey, I can't lift my arm for a quarter. What happens then? You put Josh Sweat in there. Josh Sweat has to go take major reps. I know we like Josh Sweat because, the sacks, he gets this, that, and the third, but Josh Sweat gets washed a lot.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about that. And I'm like, okay, don't get me wrong. Josh Sweat is a good player. He belongs in the NFL. I think he should be re-signed. Go ahead.
So let me ask you a question now. Do you think that Josh Sweat might be getting watched not so much because of his strength, his play strength, but more so because of technique?
I'm thinking it's more play strength than it is technique. Because what he does is he sticks that inside arm and tries to get to the middle of your chest, keep the outside arm free. He's a very long guy. But the thing is, when he's doing that and he's trying to sink his cleats into the ground, he always gets that little hop. And as soon as he gets that little hop, momentum is against him. He's rolling on away. That's what's happening, And I'm not saying he can't hold up against the run. What I'm saying is I see that a little bit. I see that a little bit too much, and it's a concern.
Sure.
I'm not going to sit here and have the rose-colored glasses on and say, "Oh man, Josh Sweat is the new Jadeveon Clowney," before he, was really, really bad for the last 2 years.
Sure, man. Look, if you drink this Kool-Aid, bro, it's nice and cold.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Flavor, come on, bro.
But Sweat can play, man. I like Sweat.
He can play. He can. But don't say he's an every down guy. Don't say he's a top of the league type guy. He's a good player in the league. He can make an NFL roster. He belongs in the NFL. He can have an impact. Yes. Don't tell me he's going to be your guy you rely on as your number 1 rusher. That's not going to happen.
I think with him, the injuries do concern me a bit, but when we see him kind of play a whole game, he was up there. Well, I don't want to bring out the Pro Football Focus thing, but he was up there until Derek Burnett started taking his snaps.
Yeah. But here's the thing: you're talking about smaller sample sizes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Derek Barnett's been a top 50 pass rusher too when he's been on the field. He's been up there in pressures, but it's just you can't get consistency from him. And even if he's consistent this year, like it's a contract, I just don't know to trust it. That's my problem with Derek Barnett is can I trust? Because like, once Brandon Graham's gone, if Derek Barnett's still in the roster, he's the dude. And it's like,
I don't care if Derek Barnett is injured this year. I don't care if he doesn't have 10 sacks. He needs to be re-signed. I think that was a big issue going into this offseason. Why didn't they re-sign him? Why didn't they do something with that $10 million? You didn't have to re-sign him to that $10 million.
And it's guaranteed.
You could have re-signed him to $6 million over 3 years. So it'd have been 18 for 3 or whatever it may have been. But everybody wants to hear re-sign. They're thinking, oh, he's going to get top end money. That's not always the case. I'm re-signing this guy because guess what? Oh, he belongs in the NFL. He can do something that other guys can't do, which has been that edge.
So let me ask you a question, Jalen.
Go ahead.
So you have Josh Sweat as a rotational guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Brandon Graham retires or moves on to another organization following this year.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the next guy then? Who after Derek Barnett? Then who?
Nobody.
Oh boy.
You can say Josh Sweat, but the thing is, I'm telling you, he's not going to hold the full game because guess what?
I get what you're saying.
I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. You're going to put the tight end on there. He's going to give a chip on the pass block. Okay. Oh, he's getting chipped. Look at the attention. Ooh, no, that's not really, he wasn't that important. It was just he was in the way. That's going to wear him down. Next thing you know, okay, he's going to try and get upfield a little bit more as opposed to trying to lean into the tackle's body. Oh, it's a lane right there. We're going to draw play. We're going to outside zone him. Now you're in trouble. You don't have somebody who can seal the edge. I can tell you the game plan against them.
Well, I mean, couldn't you so in theory, does it really matter where the 35 to 50 snaps a game comes from Josh Sweat if it's whether he's first in rotation or second? Does that really make a big difference?
Say it one more time.
Good question.
So with Josh Sweat, we know you got a pitch counting. So whether he gets 35 to 50 snaps a game, whether that's as the starting, say right side defensive end or left side defensive end, does it matter if he's the starter or the guy that comes in third? Does it really matter?
No.
So would you say that maybe because like I'm looking at it, you got 3 first-round picks. And that's, we love to keep those, right? And hoping that Jalen Hurts is the guy. And I don't know if he is or isn't, but I sure as heck want him to be because it helps a lot with the roster construction. But then what do you do? Are you going veteran Jalen? What do you think? Or are you saying like, no, man, embrace the rebuild? If you're going with it,
I have no, put it this way, I have no clue. I'm pretty sure they're going to use, if you don't have to use those 3 picks for a quarterback, I can see one of them being used on the edge rush. You get what I'm saying? So,
yeah, I mean, definitely. But I'll give you my concern. So you draft a rookie, right? And say that rookie, he's not ready yet. He's going to be good, but he's just not ready yet. So now you're putting a lot on Josh Sweat, right? So now might that start sneaking him in to have to take more snaps than you want him to on a pitch count?
You would think that happened in theory because you'd say Josh Sweat is better. He should be getting more snaps. But we know that's not the case in the NFL. Sometimes, hey, you're the new toy. We need to see that you actually panned out, or we need to actually show you that this guy can do X, Y, and Z. Yeah. So he's going to get more snaps.
I'm saying, like, say the coaching staff sees this guy in action and they say, look, he's not ready. He doesn't have the awareness yet. He doesn't have a complete package with and I get that you don't get better without time on the field. I get it. But I'm just saying, man, couldn't that be a nightmare scenario where you got a guy that's not quite ready yet and now you have to overutilize a guy like Josh Sweat? Wouldn't it be smarter to maybe?
Then I can see you getting a veteran to try and even out some of that time. A low end veteran, same thing like Vinny Curry's always been for us.
Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like that's what I'm saying. That like at least you go get a guy that you trust to be in the right spot. Has polished pass rush moves. Yeah, maybe they do or don't have the athleticism to be what they used to be before. But you get what I mean. Like I just feel like that's a better.
What's the guy named?
You have to be careful with that.
What's the dude named Troy? Not Troy Murphy. That's the basketball player. The guy Murphy that played. plays for no, what's his name? Hughes that plays for the Bills. I don't know if y'all know
Gary
what I'm
Hughes or whatever.
Yeah. Somebody like that at the end of that rope. Hey, come in here and step in for a minimum deal. Hey, come in and step it on a prove it deal for a minimum, like what's the guy name? The African guy used to play for the Lions, then he went to the Seahawks. Ziggy Ansah.
Oh yeah,
guys like that.
Oh yeah,
you know,
he could play.
Yeah. So you can get there's ways of getting around it, but the thing is, you have to address it.
Yeah.
Not addressing it is a problem.
Yeah. So, hey guys, when we're talking about Josh Sweat, we already think Josh Sweat has developed into a good pass rusher. I think Jalen sees some nuance that has to happen with strength gains when it comes to the run game. But I think the biggest concern is not even the run game with Josh Sweat. It's the fact that you have to pitch count him. Like Josh Sweat cannot play more than like 45, 50 snaps a game consistently, or else you're going to have major trouble with his knee. Like every time you play him many snaps, you're literally reducing his NFL life. Like he's got a degenerative knee issue. Like it will eventually get him.
Yeah. And I'll also say it like this because of the frame of Josh Sweat.
Yeah.
He's going to get worn down in general throughout the course of a season with normal wear and tear. You know?
Yeah. I mean, it's tough, man, because I don't know. Like, maybe Milton Williams could be your 5 technique, because I think Milton Williams as a 5 technique could be a pretty good 2-gap run defender as a 5. 3 technique's a little harder. He's going to have to get bigger and stronger to do that at the NFL level. But as a 5 technique, like you keep him around the same weight, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, maybe you can develop the guy into something. Like you got to really go back and watch his 2019 film, because that's when he did the majority of his 5 technique reps. But I mean, I don't know, man. What are your thoughts about Milton Williams as a 5 technique? Like, what do you see from him in terms of that?
I don't see any polish on his pass rushing moves. Has a decent get off. He has a decent get off. I'm not going to say it's whoa, that guy has a crazy get off. No, it's pretty good. And put it from looking at it on the interior, he didn't always use it. You get what I'm saying? The way he tries to attack offensive linemen is he's trying to get his hands on you and then shed you. Basically, push pull. That's his thing. Get his hands on you, punch you, stun you for a second, push pull, find the ball. That's what he's trying to do. But if you got a 6'6" tackle out there with 34-inch arms, you can't reach me with your T-Rex arms. So guess what? You're going to learn how to hand fight. If you can't hand fight, you're in trouble.
All right, guys, just for clarification here. All right, we're joking about Milton Williams. 32-inch arms they're not really T-Rex arms, but for a defensive lineman, they are. It's shorter arms for an interior D lineman. Definitely shorter arms for a 5 technique, no doubt about it.
Because how tall is he again? 6'2",
6'3", I think. Is he 6'4"? Is he 6'4"?
I think he's 6'4".
I gotta look.
But I mean, I'm over here. How can I say this? I have right under 34-inch arms. I know how easy it is, huh?
6'3" is what they got him listed as. I mean, who knows if this is real measurements, but
I have right under 34-inch arms. I know how easy it is to. Oh, you have short arms. Boom, lock you out. Guess what? There's nothing you can do. I stopped all of your momentum. That's it.
Yeah.
And especially if you don't get off the ball on a consistent basis, it's easy work, especially for an NFL caliber tackle, like a true NFL.
I get what you're saying, but
I'll say it like this.
Said it this way. I don't know how many times you can run stunts and things like that with Milton Williams. I mean, he's got to develop the pass rush move. I mean, look, I thought he was different film, different teams, different film. It looked different depending on his opponent. But I thought his initial pass rush was pretty good. I mean, I thought when he won off the initial pass rush. Now I will say, you go to the BYU game and when he got stonewalled, he really struggled for that secondary pass rush move. It just wasn't there. I think a guy like Tyrone Jackson, I think him in particular, his initial pass rush move is bad, But man, that little spin move he does and his secondary pass rush move is really good. Like they're almost the opposite of each other.
So, Gate, I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but if you have to go to your spin move, you're in trouble. Guys like Dwight Freeney are rare.
Jalen, I'm not a defensive lineman, sir.
So I'm just saying, like, guys like Dwight Freeney are rare. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where they can just come off the line and drop that hip, sit in the seat, and get on the inside and bow you back outside. That's rare. But that's the thing. If you talk about you give me a weak move and I got to spin. Guess what? I'm just gonna wait on the spin. At the NFL level, you're gonna wait on the spin. And some guys will guess what? They'll just pick you up mid-spin, like your back is turned towards them. They'll pick you up, hold you there for a second. The ref is not gonna call hold him because guess what? He's still within inside of your body. He has good posture. It's not holding.
Well, it's the timing of when you do it and stuff like that. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I thought he has, like I said, Teron Jackson, to me, has really, really good secondary pass rush moves. I'm not overly, intrigued by his initial pass rush. I think that's where he's got to be coached up a little bit. Patrick Johnson is incredibly athletic, not polished at all as a pass rusher, though. I'm going to be honest. He doesn't have very polished pass rush moves, but man, he's sudden. He's got some sudden burst to him.
I'll say it like this: I have not watched our six round picks back. Have not watched those guys at all. I watched a little bit of McPherson. I watched a little bit of Gaines. That was it. Haven't watched too much of those guys since the draft day.
Yeah, I would start with Tui. Tui's a really, I think Tui has a lot of talent. I think Tui could have been, without the injury, I think Tui was a 3rd or 4th round pick. I think he's that talented as a nose. But yeah, it's tough, man. I don't know. I think some of these guys have talent. I think some of these dudes were Tracy Rocker's decision, in my opinion, to draft them. So he's going to have to develop, man, because
Gate, why you always got to make me feel like I'm a hater, man?
In truth, man, you might be the most pessimistic person past myself, man. I'm always I try to stay even keel, man, because I've got burnt too many times on buying into the hype. You know what I mean? I try to stay even keel too, but
look,
I understand what you're saying, Jalen, is that we're talking about a lot of projection and not a lot of known. I get it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, before his thing about the defensive line and everything, I'm like, well, we should be good. But now listen, I'm like, maybe we not. So
I'll say it like this. If we have to go beyond our front line, front 7,
sure,
we're in trouble.
Okay, that makes sense.
Fletcher Cox missed a game. You got Hargrave and Ridgeway out there. I like Ridgeway. I think he can hold up. Hargrave, I want to see more out of him. Huh? But is it really a difference making? Is it really a difference making D tackle group? Then if Barnett goes down, who else we got? We got Josh Sweat. He's going to pass rush. A bit questionable in the run game.
Sure.
Then who else?
A lot of rookies. You got a lot of rookies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like,
but I mean, do you think that they would? Well, see, Avery can't run defend either.
No.
Patrick Johnson's a little undersized. I mean, yeah, Teron Jackson would probably be the next guy.
Yeah, Ridgeway do stay hurt.
No, you know what? Yeah. They could play Milton Williams as a 5 technique. Milton Williams can run defend. On the outside as a 5 technique, I think he could run defend. Now, look, do I think that a guy like Lane Johnson or top 10, 12 offensive tackle, no, man, they're going to knock that guy right out of the way. But
yeah,
but the average, O lineman, I feel like he can hold up a little bit.
The bulk of the NFL are guys who are solid, who do their job and don't go above and beyond. I get it. I'm just looking at it in terms of if I draw a line in the sand, this guy is not worried about you at all.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So,
Sure,
and
yeah.
my line in the sand is somewhere around 20.
Hey, man, look, people thought I was crazy when I said that I wasn't overly confident in the Milton Williams pick. I didn't say, like, I'm not saying the guy's a bust or anything. I'm just saying,
No.
like, that seemed like a little early
And
for Milton Williams to me.
And I'll say again, it's not the player itself. He 100% deserved to be drafted. 100% deserves to actually. I'm fine with the player.
Yeah.
I have questions about the player. I'm fine with the player. That third round pick could have been used for a lot better stuff. Because Cisco was still on the board. You could have went with the Buffalo edge rusher. I forgot his name, but the Buffalo DN. Oh yeah, he was real. He was polished. He had enough polish on him. He had enough good enough play strength. He was going to be plug and play. A lot of his issue was, I just need to know what I'm doing. That was his issue. And I was kind of upset we didn't get him because I forgot about him in the draft. But hey.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, I mean, I get what you're saying, man. I don't know. I'm just hoping that we can develop talent. I think a lot of this, Jalen, the reason we're so I think a lot of the reason that we're so skeptical is because we've been burnt so many times by a lack of player development. It's a new coaching staff. I mean, I'm hoping, I'm trying to be optimistic here. Hopefully these guys can develop players. You know what I mean? Because, like, some of these guys, they got the players they wanted. I have no doubt that Tracy Rocker signed off on Milton Williams. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. Because I don't see any other reason, especially the needs that we had, to go get Milton Williams. Whereas though I feel as though he could have dropped, like you said, early 5th round, probably late 4th round. I still think it was a reach, but maybe somebody on that defensive side wanted him.
Yeah.
I just don't see it strictly being Howie, even though I wouldn't be surprised. But
yeah. So what do you think, Jalen?
It'd have to be I'm pretty sure what happened was you had a group of guys on the board at 70. You get what I'm saying? Sure. And hey, it's close. We like him. The value's not really there, but we have a need. And coach might have stepped in and said, hey, I really like this guy. I can make something out of him. I can develop him. But that's a lot of coaches. A lot of coaches in this league. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And hey, how he went with the coach or whatever happened there, and he pulled the trigger on Milton. Milton Williams, you're good at what you do. You get off when you want to, you get off the ball really, really well. When you want to, you stonewall a lot of guys once you get your hands into their chest. You have to be consistent with that at the NFL level. And I'm talking to a guy like, oh, I'm a coach. No. This is probably stuff he's heard consistently. You have to do it on a consistent basis. Get your hands into the guy's chest, and then make your move from there. You have to be consistent with it. If you don't, you're going to get washed very, very quickly, very, very easily. It is what it is.
Anthony, Detroit picked him. But Detroit picked Lee McNeil.
Okay.
So that's I mean, look.
And I just want to explain something. A lot of guys are going to say, well, there's a lot of short D tackles who have shorter arms. The issue with them is they have a lot more weight on them too. So guess what? If I'm not going to push 360 pounds from a distance, I'm going to have to get my body, my hips, and everything rolled up in it. But if I'm talking about 270, I can hold that. I can step and hold that for a while. Yeah. Let the play develop, use your momentum against you, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
360, that's a different story.
It's tough, man, because like I said, my biggest concern is when I watched him play like the really good offensive lines, like BYU and Marshall in particular.
He struggled.
He really struggled there. He did, man. They washed him right on out of the gap, man. But look, when he played competition that was even to his team or maybe a little less, like he dominated them. And you got to, if you're going to play lesser competition, you got to dominate. And he did do that. And look, UAB is not a bad team. It's not BYU. It's certainly not Marshall, but UAB had good football players and they had a good offensive line. I thought that was the game. Like, if someone wanted me to be like, yo, I just, I want to feel good about this pick. Like, what game can I watch, Gate, that makes me feel good about Milton Williams' pick? Go watch UAB. Like, that's the game where he played an adequate offensive line and he shined. Other than that, guys, I mean, I don't know, man. I like some of the guys we got late, but we're talking about developmental pieces, and developmental pieces need time. So that's kind of the thing there. You got to have enough time to develop the players.
Should be interesting on cut day.
We didn't even get a
think about
chance.
it. It's the roster is probably expanded. Was to 60. I've heard. I'm not 100% on that. I don't know what's going on with the practice squad. I don't know if it's the same rules as last year, which I doubt. But are they expanding the practice squad? What's going on? But it should be interesting on cut day because if we keep a lot of our late round draft picks on this roster, that's basically saying, hey, roll with these guys, develop them, take your lumps. But if I see a lot of these guys on the practice squad and you have more veterans than rookies and younger players, that's telling me, hey, you're trying to say win as many games as possible, look good. Yeah.
What's up, Joey Z? I appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, I'm having a good night, man.
We didn't even get a chance to even talk about the special teams because the defense and offense. Kicker.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what to make of our special teams. I like the coordinator we hired. He's young, but I mean, he's been in Philly before, and he was assistant there in San Francisco. But the key components here are like, what are they going to utilize for punt returner and kick returner? How are we going to flip field position? Who's the gunners? Who's the gunner, Jalen?
I have no clue, but I'll say it like this: a lot of
probably one.
I think a lot of heat got put on the key guys. So
yeah,
Boston Scott and Greg Ward.
Yeah.
So you see them catching the ball. So everything that went wrong is their fault. Kick returns, if you ever notice, they started kicking to us a lot in the mid part of the season.
Because you could have made a sandwich and ate it and came back to the field to play.
Yeah, but here's the issue: it wasn't Boston Scott's fault.
No,
it was somebody up in front of him.
Yeah,
but nobody's going to talk about that.
Too. Yeah. I agree with you. The blocking was horrible.
I've said it in those special teams meetings, and it was like, okay, yeah, you completely missed the block. That's why he got tackled at 12. But the fans see the returner couldn't, make a guy miss, or he took the ball out of the end zone. That's what they see.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, I don't know where the special teams leads us, guys. I mean, I'll kind of close out with that, as our final thoughts here, but I really don't know where the special teams leads us. Like, I don't know who our punt returner is. I don't know where kick returner is. I don't know who the gunners are. Someone's asking about Hightower. To be honest with you guys, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I got to go look at special teams reps, see what guys were playing, what roles. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I think a lot of what happened last year is that you have to keep using your backups and starting roles. You start depriving your special teams, and I think we robbed. The old saying, "You rob Peter to pay Paul." That's what was happening on special teams, and we became straight garbage at special teams the last couple of years.
I'll say it like this. I know what they were trying to do on special teams.
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to play it safe on special teams. Boston Scott back there, because guess what? He's returned them. He was returned kicks before. He's not going to do anything crazy. He's not going to take too many unnecessary risks. Greg Ward is the ultimate safety hands guy for the punt. Why didn't you put Rager back there for punts.
Yeah, that's what Paul's saying.
As soon as you put Rager back there, we saw. I think it was the first one. He muffed it.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about in the red. In the Washington
he did
game.
Muff it.
Oh yeah,
he muffed it. And ever since then, they were like, maybe not.
Then they put him back in the Green Bay game, which he returned it,
which was the last time because they wanted a spark somewhere. And guess what? That happened. I mean, and plus we lost the field position. The field position battle a lot, and it was a mess.
Funny about the Green Bay one, he muffed that too.
Did he?
Yeah, it was.
He muffed it, picked it up, and he went off.
Well, yeah.
All right, guys, y'all got any final thoughts?
Pray for this team. Let's pray for him.
Patience. That's it.
I agree, man. That's a key factor here, man. And I hope the front office heeds that too, Jalen, that to be patient. Like, I just don't think you can judge a quarterback unless he's just absolutely horrid on 1 year. I just think you can do that. Like, even if he balls out, that doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's been a lot of dudes that have been 1 year wonders. Like, there's been a lot of dudes that teams gave up on and they turned out to be good players. Like, it just, you can't judge a guy off of one single year.
Put it this way. The easy second round picks to evaluate were Deshaun Kaiser and Hackenberg. Those type of guys. They're easy to evaluate.
You don't believe in Christian Hackenberg having a comeback?
Absolutely. Come back to, making these sandwiches at Subway for me, That's it. Because didn't he suck in the XFL?
Yeah, probably.
So, yeah, I mean, put it this way. You might want to just turn your cleats in, boss. But those are the easy ones to evaluate. But like I said, the worst position for us to be in is Jalen Hurts. He showed promise, he showed flashes, he had it going for a little while, then he falls apart at the end. You get what I'm saying? And that's going to be the worst case scenario for us as Eagles fans, because guess what? We don't know if Jalen Hurts is the guy. We don't know what the front office is thinking. The front office is exploring 50 different routes. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And hey, I mean, we could miss out on Jalen Hurts. We could go get a guy. It is what it is. I mean,
I just hope they stay patient. I hope they exercise that patience and I mean, look, man, if Trent Dilfer can hoist a Lombardi, a lot of dudes can manage a good roster then. I'm just going to say.
I mean, didn't he have – well, he was in Baltimore, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
I still think Joe Flacco leashed off the defense, too. I mean, he was really nice in the playoffs, but he leashed off that defense. So.
Eli Manning leashed off his defense.
Yeah, he did.
That's true.
Yeah.
So all that Eli's a Hall of Famer talk.
You're going to get that because he got rings and he a Manning. So.
Yeah.
But does he supposed to be there? No.
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 All right, Alkabeer, man, I appreciate you so much, man. You made it 5 hours officially, bro. I appreciate you so much. Guys in the comment section, hey, man, we appreciate y'all so much, man. 5 hour stream. Hey, much appreciation, guys. Much appreciation for y'all, man. Listen, I'm going to keep trying to do these Saturday. I'm working with Mike to do one next Saturday. We're going to have some more guys on. I'm going to keep trying to do it, guys. I mean, we're going to mix it in with some of the guys that I think deserve more attention and haven't received it yet. I mean, we're going to mix in different groups of people. I'm trying to get my guy Joe Castro and a few other people on an episode with me. Alkabeer, I'll definitely have you back on again, man. We'll try to, maybe next time I'll try to keep it a little less than 5 hours, but
yeah, my girlfriend's going to kill me
after this too, man.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, everybody in the comment section, sub my man up too, man.
Yeah,
he hung in there with 5 hours, man. He at least get a sub out of it. Come on, exactly. Now.
All right, guys, I appreciate y'all so much, man. We'll see y'all on the next live stream, which will be next Saturday, guys. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all.
All right.
Now the awkward moment of waiting for this to end.